My name is Bob Stern. I am a professor of geology at the University of Texas at Dallas and enjoy talking with accomplished people about their lives and sharing these conversations with others. This recording is with a very accomplished engineer and academic leader, Dr. Richard Benson. Dick, as he likes to be called, attended Princeton and got his BSc in Aerospace and Mechanical Science in 1973 before moving to the University of Virginia, where he got his MS in Mechanical Engineering in 1974, and then to UC Berkeley, where he got his PhD in Mechanical Engineering in 1977. He worked with Xerox for 3 years before beginning his academic career at the University of Rochester in 1980. Dr. Benson began his leadership career there, where he served as chair of the Department of Mechanical Engineering from 1992 to 1995. He then began to migrate south, first moving to Penn State, where he served as head of mechanical and nuclear engineering until 2005, then to Virginia Tech as dean of engineering until 2016. He became the fifth president of the University of Texas at Dallas in 2016, retiring in August 2025 after serving for 9 years. Under his leadership, UTD saw double-digit growth in student enrollment, tenure-track faculty, academic space, and endowment, and triple-digit growth in federal grants. Among his major initiatives, he advanced UTD's partnership with the UT Southwestern Medical Center, highlighted by the shared new facility on the UT Southwestern East Campus, the Texas Instruments Biomedical Engineering and Science Building. President Benson is especially proud of his success in transforming UTD from a STEM to a STEAM university, excelling in science, technology, engineering, arts, math, and management. This is the first phase of constructing what will be eventually a three-building arts and performance district at UTD, the Edith and Peter O'Donnell Jr. Athenaeum. Dick, thanks for taking the time to do this. Let's start at the beginning with your parents, who they were, what they did, and your earliest memories, and work forward in time till we get to today. Not at this recording, but what can you tell us about those early days?
Well, thank you, Bob, and thanks for that very kind introduction. As they say, my life flashed before my eyes just now. So, yeah. Well, I'm a New Jersey kid. I grew up there, although I was born in Virginia. I was born in Newport News, Virginia. My dad was working for the National Advisory Council for Aeronautics, NACA, which later became NASA Langley. So if you've ever seen the movie Hidden Figures, it was that environment. That's where he was. It was after the war. I should point out that my dad, was in uniform during World War II. He and my mom, of course, are part of the greatest generation. But before I was a year old, they moved to New Jersey, Dover, New Jersey, which is just outside of New York City. And it's in fact multiple generations of my family, have grown old there, lived there, grown old there. So I don't think there's too many Bensons there anymore, but so maybe that has ended. But we're very strongly connected to Dover, New Jersey. Very interesting town. It was becoming Hispanic while I was there, so there was quite an influx of folks, mostly from Puerto Rico. Today, it's probably 80 to 90% Hispanic, largely Colombian. And it's a very interesting city because, the music, the culture, and the like. So it's I grew up in an interesting place, and I was surrounded by a very diverse community growing up. On my mom's side, there's sort of Pennsylvania Dutch, some German, a little bit of Irish, mostly in Pennsylvania. But at one point, the family moved to Dover, New Jersey. This was when my mom was in high school and my dad was in high school, and that's where they met. My dad comes from interesting stock. On his father's side, they're Swedes. So I remember my grandfather Oscar, who spoke Swedish. With his father, they helped found the first Lutheran church in New Jersey. And he had a gazillion brothers and sisters. I have this lovely photograph of my great grandfather and great grandmother surrounded by 11 adults. And you might think that they were children and their spouses, but every last one of them was, one of my great uncles or aunts. So great grandma, God bless her, had 11 children, and there was a very sizable Swedish community in New Jersey. So I kind of grew up in that environment. My dad, during the war, he was actually put into a program called, I'm going to try to remember this, the Army Specialized Training Program, or ASTP. In other words, they did, I guess, an aptitude test, and they figured out he was a pretty smart guy. So they decided maybe it'd be better to send him to school rather than to the front line. So the war was winding down in Europe, but he was busy going to school and a variety of places, including Stevens in New Jersey, University of Maine, Connecticut, and he was picking up engineering courses. And then, when he mustered out of the army, honorably discharged, he essentially just kept doing what he'd been doing while in uniform. He just continued to serve the army for almost the whole of his career as a civilian engineer, and very highly respected. In the civilian ranks, he was sort of the equivalent of a general, if you will. He led some major programs, again in New Jersey, Picatinny Arsenal, in particular. So I often, and my mom, I should point out, was a grade school teacher and a really fine pianist, terrific musician. She always, she taught things like fourth grade, third grade and the like, but she was always the school's music teacher as well. And I sometimes joke with a father who was a mechanical engineer and a mother who was a teacher and played music on the side. It was just, I guess, foreordained that I would become a teacher of mechanical engineering, with a little bit of music on the side. So, it was a really interesting upbringing. I loved it. I'm one of three boys. My two brothers, my brother Todd and brother Eric. Todd has since passed away, I'm sorry to say. But for entertainment, we ran track and field and cross country. And my brother Todd was terrific at it. He was a three-time state champ in the mile in New Jersey. My youngest brother Eric was a pole vaulter, and so we were kind of a track and field family. But I played a lot of music back then. I was in the all-state band. By the time I graduated, and it really became quite a theme throughout my education.
What instrument did you play?
Trumpet. So if I'll tell you more maybe a little later, but I carried that trumpet around a lot. In fact, a lot of people, whether in my high school, Dover High School, or where I went to school, Princeton, I think many of them, they had no idea what I was majoring in, but they did know that I played trumpet. so that was kind of that was my hallmark. But I've given you kind of the quick review of my parents and where they came from, and it was a really interesting environment. They valued education, to be sure. As a son, I'm very, very grateful. They launched me in a great way.
Yeah. What's your oldest memory as a child? Your first? Can you? That's sometimes a difficult question, but sometimes it.
Well, in a somewhat joking way, it's not really my first, but it's among the first. So my mother's father, Eddie Krause, my grandfather, was a huge Brooklyn Dodgers fan. All right, so I'm born in 51. The Dodgers moved away, as I recall, I think 56, right? So, and there's a picture of me wearing the complete Dodgers outfit. I mean, the shirt, the pants, the hat, everything. and then of course it's the Brooklyn Dodgers, not the LA Dodgers. But I remember my grandfather just being beside himself when the Dodgers left for the West Coast, and so I have these memories of him being just apoplectic. And it's kind of funny because the Giants left too. It just wasn't in us to root for the Yankees, but we had to. So from 57 to 62, we had to root for the Yankees, which we did. Where I grew up near New York City, under no circumstances would you ever root for a Philadelphia team. It was, out of the question. So we all rooted for the Yankees, but then the Mets showed up. So I've been a diehard Mets fan ever since 1962.
Oh,
now,
you poor bastard.
Well, I know. And they're breaking my heart as we speak right now. But in any event, I have that memory of just the world coming to an end because the Dodgers had left town. But I have a few others. I have memories of the first house we lived in, and a few other things. And I remember actually my brothers being born. So I'm 2 years older than the middle brother, So, I mean, I remember being an only
Wow.
child. Let's put it that way.
That is
And
an early memory because you.
yeah, and I remember my youngest. Now he's 6 years younger than me. That wasn't so hard
Yeah.
uh, to remember. But it was just nice. We lived in this place. My dad went to work. My mom went to work. You know,
So
we it was
so
good.
what other what hobbies did you have besides running and trumpet? What organizations were you involved with as a boy?
Well, I mean, well, Boy Scouts. I became an
Oh,
Eagle
you were a Boy
Scout.
Scout.
So yeah, yeah. So I guess that would count. Again, the music
Absolutely.
probably gets 5 or 6 tick marks because could be concert band, marching band, jazz band, you name it. And but I was in high school. I was in pretty much every organization: the debate club, the chess team, Key Club, which is a part of Kiwanis.
Oh yeah. No, I know it
So
well.
I was a joiner. I did a lot of those things, and actually with track and cross country, my evenings were pretty much always taken. So school would end, but I wouldn't go home. I'd go to the field
Mhm.
and practice. I was, by the way, not a good distance runner, so I was a rather lousy cross country runner in contrast to my brother. But I was a good sprinter. So I won some conference championships in the quarter mile and the like when I was young.
Fantastic. So do you still play the trumpet?
So here's my running joke. I play for 1 hour every 5 years. Now I have to explain. So I'm going to jump ahead in the story. So when I was at Princeton, one of my classmates, a fabulous fellow named Bill Webster, had his own father. He was from the West Coast, was into sort of big band music, and Bill had put together his own version of a big band while still a teenager in high school. So he
Wow.
showed up at Princeton, trombone player, and he created Webster's Unabridged. And it's a big band, so horns and saxes and rhythm section and the like. And we played all of the swing era stuff, Benny Goodwin and the like. But we also played the modern stuff, and which was new at the time. So Chicago, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And if I may say so, we were pretty popular. We played a lot. We had a lot of gigs, so to speak. And
That does sound
again,
like
I played
fun.
my trumpet. Oh, it was a blast. And then I played for one more year after graduating Princeton during my master's year at UVA, but I kind of let it lapse after that. But I've had a few just occasions where I've picked it up just to play for fun. I remember playing with a community band in Blacksburg for one or two concerts, and but mostly what I do is when we go back to Princeton for our major reunions, we put the band back together.
Oh, wow.
And I'll tell you, I don't know if the listeners on this podcast, any brass, musicians, but it takes a bit to get your lip back. So what I don't play for just 1 hour. I practice and practice and practice and practice so I can be halfway decent when the hour comes. But anyway, that's kind of the extent of my musicianship
So,
at this
so
point.
while we're on the topic of music, what kind of
Yeah.
music do you listen to now?
I love everything. I mean, I really do. I just sometimes I'll just go in waves, but classic rock, classical, a lot of jazz. I mean, just a lot of jazz. I especially like the swing era stuff,
Oh,
including
yeah.
when there's newer versions done, with modern recording
Oh,
technology. And I like Irish bar tunes. I like bluegrass. And by the way, Irish and bluegrass are very close and similar. Um, um, I start to lose a little in some of the country western. I love rhythm and blues. I mean, there's almost nothing I don't like. And so it's just kind of a question of my mood. I find that when it comes to jazz, it's got to be late at night. I can't do my morning commute listening to bluesy jazz. I mean, it whatever it puts me to sleep.
uh-huh.
So I need something a little bit more brilliant and bright and
Well,
you know
that's neat. So, did your family take vacations, or back then it was
yeah.
sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't.
Well, my father got this from his father. My grandfather was a great motorist. So, you have to understand this. We're now talking really like the 1950s, maybe earlier. So, my grandmother, I think, once got on a boat and hated it so much she refused to ever go on a boat ever again, and she refused to fly. Now, when they were young, people didn't have cars, right? So they were sort of reaching middle age when they started to have the opportunity to have a car. So they became motorists. So it was, of course, 48 states back then. And I remember my grandfather had this big map down in the basement where he would connect pins with thread to show the trips he'd made. And he'd been everywhere. So my dad kind of picked it up. So we would take these motoring trips, from New Jersey, out west mostly. So we go all the way out to California or maybe to Colorado. Sometimes we'd stay at a campground. We had this little tent that we could throw up, and we'd sit in the tent, and so that was kind of how we did vacations. And so I had these lovely vacations, out west, and we actually spent a year in California. So it was sort of a vacation combined with my dad's work. He was sent on a fellowship to study for a master's degree at Stanford University.
Huh.
So when I was in third grade, we spent the year in Palo Alto as my dad collected a
Mm.
master's degree from Stanford. And of course, that was then a springboard, up and down, California. We went to Muir Woods. I remember going to Disneyland when it was only like a few years old. That was a big deal, as a kid. But mostly these motoring trips. It was kind of how we did vacation.
Fantastic. Yeah. So, okay, you're an athlete. You're a musician, but somehow you get into engineering. And were
Yeah.
you a tinkerer as a boy, or?
Yeah, as a kid, I had erector sets,
Yeah,
usually
they were
multiple
great.
erector sets at some. And now my dad was a mechanical engineer, so maybe there was a little bit of leading of the witness, so to speak. But what I remember is these erector sets would have these diagrams on how to build this, how to build that, and
Yes.
I never wanted to do it. I always wanted to make my own things, and I loved it when I had more than one erector set because then I could really mix and match. And I was fond of making robots. Now, when I say robots,
Yeah, I
not in
remember
the modern
those.
sense, but they looked humanoid and they moved around and the arms moved and they
Yeah.
they
No, I
could wheel
remember
across
those.
the floor.
They had
Yep.
wheels. They had
And
wheels
so
for feet.
they had wheels and a big heavy motor, which you had to and then plug into a wall so they can only go as far as the cord would go. But yeah, I was kind of a tinkerer, and when I went to school, I mean, I had a strong interest in music. You're starting to pick up on that. I mean, but I knew that was not going to be my career. In fact, I mentioned that I was an all-state band, I guess, my senior year, and I remember up and down the trumpet section, everyone but two of us was going to a music conservatory, like Juilliard or wherever,
Yeah.
Eastman School. And there was one guy going to West Point, and there was me going to Princeton. And, so we really stood out. And what I remembered is that whether it was playing chess or playing trumpet, I got pretty good. Maybe A minus good, right, for a teenager, right? But I could see what it would take to become A level. And it kind of meant a lot of time, but almost exclusive time. And so it meant giving up the other stuff. And I guess I never wanted to do that. So I never wanted to give up everything else only to focus on trumpet playing or chess playing or running track and so I was a B plus A minus sort of person, I guess, throughout. So I kind of knew that music would always be my avocation. But I knew I was good at math. I knew that I liked engineering. I toyed with the idea of majoring in physics, by the way, and but so I knew that that's where I would be majoring, and indeed I did. And so I've loved it. I mean, I'm really glad. I love my profession. I love the work I've done. And music has always been that thing, on the side that's just brought me joy. Sometimes
So,
one step removed. My wife is a very fine string bass player, right? So I,
oh,
I get
wow.
to hear a lot of her music over the years.
And she still plays?
She does. As I've moved in my career from Rochester to Penn State to Virginia Tech and to Dallas, and she's always been, it sounds pejorative, but the trailing spouse, right? So it's my job takes me to a new community. But my wife, Leslie, has very quickly found just a wonderful circle of friends. I mean, almost from the first day because of her music. And so she's, as they say, a very fine string bass player. So when we first moved to Rochester from the West Coast, she auditioned for the community orchestra there, which by the way was very good. Rochester's home to the Eastman School of Music. There's a
Yeah.
lot of talented musicians. It was no small thing to get to audition and be accepted. So she joined that orchestra. She played at Penn State. She's done musicals, a lot of those. But she's also done a lot of administrative work. So if you let me jump way ahead in the story, on the first day that she was in Richardson, Texas, as I was getting ready, we were staying across the street from the Eisman Center. And I looked over there, and of course it's a music hall and performance center. And I said, well, let's just look in. And I was grubby. I was in blue jeans and a sweatshirt, and she was looking better than me. But we walked in there, and someone, Lori Garvey, I can tell you, figured out that I was the new guy. I was the new president. So we got to talking. We were in. She met my wife. So this is literally day one for Leslie. And so Lori and the others learned that my wife is a string bass player, and they said, "Well, you've got to meet Chuck Eisman, namesake of the Eisman Center," which we did. And Chuck kindly gave us tickets to that evening's performance, which, wouldn't you know it, had a string bass soloist.
Hmm.
So I mean, literally on the first night, we're in the Eisman Center, listening to a string bass soloist. And Leslie soon after, was added to their, their advisory board, and in fact, she's now president of that board. But I could tell you almost that same story, for Penn State, Virginia Tech, you name it. Everywhere we went, her first point of entry was via music. And of course, when you've got young kids, which we had later, then you're doing PTA and that kind of stuff. But music has been just a wonderful thing for both of us, more so for Leslie than for me.
Yeah, that's great. So um, it seems like the natural place to end today's discussion is, as you're thinking about going to college. So at high school,
Yeah.
um, what made you decide to apply to Princeton? Or what, I mean, obviously that's the best school in New Jersey, but there are other schools in the country, right?
So I applied. I'm not exaggerating. At least 10 universities. And I think my mom was just terribly afraid that I wouldn't get admitted to any of them. Um, Much to her delight and if not amazement, I did get admitted, including Princeton. But I applied, boy, you name it. Well, kind of a circle not far from New Jersey, places like Lehigh, Penn State, Colgate, Rutgers. I mean, I just I applied to them all. Princeton, of course, held great appeal for me. And I should point out that the high school that I went to, which is a lovely school, but there's probably a number of years where they wouldn't send even one graduate to an Ivy League school. I'm pretty proud of the fact that in my class we sent three, one to Penn and two to Princeton, and one of the other Princeton, admittee became my roommate for the next 4 years. So, it was just a lovely thing, to be able to go to school with someone that I was close to, from when I was younger. But I applied. I think the reason I got admitted, Bob, and I've thought about this, it's really hard to get admitted to a place like Princeton. And so this is not meant to be boastful. I was a good student, just like I said in music. I was more of an A minus kind of guy than a solid A. Although that did shift. I just switched gears in my junior year. But I think what really appealed to Princeton is the breadth of my interests. So I was a pretty good runner, and so I think they had some thoughts. I could make the track team. But I later learned that they wanted to get stronger in the performing arts, and I think my trumpet playing is what got me into Princeton. So in other words, my grades and such, were on par with a lot of other people. But the thing that kind of pushed me over the edge in the positive sense was the music. And I came to know after I got there that there was more than one Dick Benson. I mean, there were some really fine musicians in my freshman class, and of course we were together, for 4 years. And so I think the combination being, a pretty good high school student, but also a bit of an athlete and a musician, I think is kind of the combo.
Yeah.
Um, is what got me there.
No, that there's no question that students today benefit if they have some other interests that are not
Yeah,
just I have a 4.3 GPA. I mean,
yeah, yeah,
that's nice, but
yeah.
yeah. But so did you know you were going to do mechanical engineering when you arrived at Princeton?
I was pretty close. I was toying with both math and physics. And I had an interesting experience, and I got A's in those courses, by the way. I want you to know. So I am going to boast about that. But I remember going to the math department, and as a freshman, like the first week, and let them know that I was toying with majoring in math. And I remember there was an advisor who looked at my high school record, and by the way, I got good grades in math, but my high school didn't offer calculus, so I had not studied calculus. And he said, "Well, you didn't take calculus in high school." And I said, "Well, I wasn't able to. It wasn't offered." He said, "Well, you're too far behind. So, major in something else." Now, later, as a long-serving educator and one who's given advice to a lot of people, I'm just horrified by that advice that I got. It was so bad. Now, I'm not sorry that I did not major in math, right? I mean, that is, I'm glad I majored in mechanical engineering, but it was just atrocious advice to give to somebody because I had the talent, I could have done it.
Of
and
course.
and again, I thought of physics. I guess my dad at this point was starting to weigh in. He understood that mechanical engineers make more money than physicists, and so on average, let's say. And so he was encouraging me to go with them, which I did. And again, I'm glad I did. By the way, Princeton is not famous for engineering. I mean, it's damn good at just about everything. But it's not MIT.
Yeah.
It's and the like. It's not Caltech. And so you know, not so many of my classmates at Princeton were majoring in engineering. And as the years went by, very few persisted. Almost all of the engineering grads, within a fairly short period of time, migrated into business or finance, investments, things like that.
Mhm.
And so I'm one of just a handful of classmates who actually had a whole career as an engineer. Now, you might put an asterisk on me because I haven't engineered in quite a while. I mean, I've administered, for many years, but nevertheless, I made my career in engineer, and it's been wonderful, tremendously rewarding. So, anyway, through a bit of serendipity, I ended up in a good major and a good career.
So before we leave your K-12 education, were there any
Yeah.
teachers who were particularly formative that you remember as going, boy, that I was lucky to know that person?
Yes. I've sometimes thought about it, how powerful certain people could be. Well, I'll start, and it won't surprise you. I had a music teacher who was actually kind of a hard guy. He drove me hard, to get better, 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 better. And the point is, he saw that I had something in me, and I didn't know it. And so, he was driving me to become a better trumpet player because he really felt I could do it, and that was important. I had two teachers on kind of the science side. A fellow who taught me biology, Wally Wrench, just a wonderful man. A Mr. Chips, of high school. He just loved teaching, loved his students, put so much time and effort into it, and again, very inspiring, almost in a humorous sort of way. And then my physics teacher, similarly, I guess saw some talent in me, and encouraged me to pursue it. So that, I'm very grateful. And if you'll forgive one more foreshadowing. When I was at Princeton, I was taking a course in complex variables, which interestingly enough became the very first course I ever taught. But midway through the semester, and I was doing pretty well, the teacher, who was young, I think he was in his first year, took me aside and he said, and so again, forgive the just terrible boastfulness, but he said, it's guys like you that, make this job worthwhile. So I was doing well, right? So he wanted to let me know that he appreciated that I was doing well in his course. Well, I was blown away. I cannot tell you. To this day, I remember it. And I made a point. I aced everything. I mean, every homework was absolutely perfect. I got a perfect midterm. I got a perfect final. And, I was just determined, to live up to this expectation. So two things. One is up to that point, I never thought I'd go to grad school. The point was you go get your bachelor's degree, you get a job and, get on with your life. And that was the first time, I thought, gee, maybe there's something after the bachelor's degree. And sweetly, I had the opportunity to see this professor maybe 2, 3 years ago. He's long retired, gray haired, sharp as ever. And I told him the story, and so it was my way of sort of, paying him back and thanking him for having been just an absolutely powerful influence in my life. And it was a 20-second conversation, right? But yet having that teacher express that interest just had a powerful effect on me. And I've tried to remember it myself. I don't just dish out compliments to people, but I do sometimes remind myself, back when I was a teacher, is, let your students know if they're doing okay. Yeah. And, because again, it can be powerful. No. Anyway, so good. Yes, I've had a couple, and they're wonderful, wonderful people.
No, that's good advice. And we're talking about his college years and such. Take it away, Dick.
Well, thank you, Bob. You bring back very fond memories. So in 1969, that's when I graduated high school, and of course that fall I started my college education at Princeton University. I was in New Jersey, so I didn't have to go far. It was an hour south, by car. It was a lovely time in my life. I was very excited, just thrilled to have been admitted to Princeton. It's, a fabulous university. It certainly was number one on my list. And so I went off and, every freshman year, freshman week, that first week is interesting, fascinating, memorable. And mine was especially so. I actually was rooming with 3 other guys, one of whom was one of my classmates from Dover High School. So we had gone to high school together. In fact, he eventually married a woman who was in kindergarten with me. So I had some good friends from Dover, New Jersey. And then I knew a couple of others through things like, of all things, Allstate, which was, I don't know, why am I blanking on this? The group that puts on Allstate, which is sort of to teach leadership. In any event, I'd met a few others, including a fellow from one town over in Roxbury, who is just a fabulous musician. And as I mentioned earlier, music was a big part of my life. Don Borison was his name. And so off we went, and the 4 of us were rooming together. But what made it especially interesting is that was the year that Princeton finally went co-ed. And so every class before mine had been all male. And then this was the first time as entering freshmen, we actually had women in the class, and there weren't many of them, just enough to remind a red-blooded American boy like me that there weren't too many girls around. But it was exciting, and the women in that freshman class were amazing. I mean, just so talented, so capable, as were the men for that matter. So I was surrounded by just wonderful, brilliant people, and of course, I was in the midst of professors and staffers and others who were also brilliant and impressive. So it was exhilarating. I just loved it. But, Princeton is very big on reunions. There's always what they call a P-raid, as short for parade. And all the classes march by with their banners. The class of, 1932, the class of 1933, et cetera. And the older classes pass, the sort of folds over across, to cross the younger classes. And ours is a sort of a rolling applause line because our banner says, Class of 1973, co-education begins. And of course, all the classes that have passed before are essentially all male, and then only now, with my class, and we're getting pretty far to the front end of the line, do you see the first women? And of course, by the time you get to the end, there's a lot of women. Princeton is more than 50% female today. But off I went. I think at this point, I was trying to decide my major. I settled in on mechanical engineering, which wasn't all that hard of a choice. But as I sort of touched on earlier, music was a big deal. So I immediately tried out for the band. That would be both the marching band, the concert band, and every other version, the pep band. And I was a pretty good trumpet player back then. And so I made it. My audition was successful. And so I immediately developed this circle of friends, some of whom were fellow majors, engineers, but most of them were not. But we all had music in common. And that was just a delight. I just love that circle. And again, I think I touched on this before, but one of my classmates, a fine fellow named William Webster, had formed a big band while still in high school out in California. And so he was in that same freshman class with me, and he reconstituted his band, which he called Webster's Unabridged. I think the dictionary has given us some grief for that. But in any event, this big band, a lot of horns, saxes, a rhythm section, we formed a big band, and I was in that big band for most of my time there. And we were, if I may say so, rather popular. So we would play, Princeton doesn't have fraternities. They have so-called eating houses. But we would play those parties. We would also do a lot for Princeton itself. So we were kind of popular with the faculty and others. Now, keep in mind that we're talking the late 60s, early 70s. So there was a lot of swing era music in there, Glenn Miller, et cetera, and the like, which was a big hit. And by the way, to this day, I'm a huge fan of swing music, including modern variants on it. But we also played the modern stuff. And the modern stuff back then was things like Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Chicago.
Oh yeah,
So
good
kind
stuff.
of rock jazz fusion with again with a lot of horns. And another thing that just brings a smile to my face is that some of my fellow musicians were just so good. We had a keyboard player, Jamie Monet, and he, like me, was also an engineering student. But that then young man, was just utterly brilliant. So when Chicago came out with a new album, he, within a matter of days, could transcribe it, and get it down on sheets, so that we could play it.
Oh,
So,
wow.
the record had been out for a week or two, and we were already then starting to play, songs from that, which Jamie had put together. And even now, as we go back to reunions, we still pull out some of those charts and play. So it's
Oh,
again, it was exhilarating. Princeton also has an original musical that they call the Triangle Club, or Triangle Show. And Yale has what, Hasty Pudding, and trying to think, some of the other Ivies are popular for this. So Princeton every year puts on a musical. It's usually in review format. It's meant to be kind of funny. And so in 3 of my 4 years, I played in the pit orchestra for that, and we actually took it on the road. We would tour. We wouldn't go far. We might get out to the Midwest, maybe get into New York City. But I was playing there in the pit orchestra with that, and for 2 of the years, the conductor was my roommate, Don Borison, a pianist, and again another tremendous musician. So I have these just lovely memories of all kinds of music, played, and of course, I was serious about my studies. I got decent grades, maybe not the best, but you know without the music, I don't know what the experience would have been like. No doubt I would have thrown myself into something else. I was a decent track and field guy back in the day, but I did not pursue that. But again, the combination of Princeton, this wonderful environment, the newness of having women there, come back to that theme,
Yeah.
and just kind of knowing that things are changing in a good way. Of course, it was a complicated time in the country. So if you think back to 69, 70, 71, we were in the midst of the Vietnam War. There was any number of protests. It was, the place was roiling sometimes.
No, I know
So,
that. I know that feeling personally because I went to college in '68, and my motivation to
okay.
go to college was really to avoid getting drafted. And it was only later that I found another reason. I
Well,
guess you got a fairly high draft number in the lottery.
no, I got as low as you can get. In fact,
Wow.
we had a party when they instituted the lottery. So low is bad, high is good, right?
Yeah.
And so I had, of course, when I started, I think you and I are almost exactly the same age, although you might be a class ahead of me. But I went there. I had this student deferment, but as the war ground on, there came a point when those deferments were going to go away. And so there was a lottery, and I remember we all gathered up. We had pizza and beer, and whoever had the highest number had to pay for the pizza and beer. That was the deal.
That
And
seems fair.
and I had just sat down. They were pulling the numbers, and number four was my birthday.
Oh my
So I
God.
had lottery number four. So I would be sure to go. And actually, towards my senior year, now this was in '73. I was in fact vulnerable, but the war by then was winding down, and they did not have a call up. But if they did, I
Yeah.
would have been called, and I went straight away into grad school after that. But there was this zone of time when I was sitting there with my number four, and and the war wasn't quite over yet, and I could have been called.
Oh, that's
So I missed that. So.
Yeah, I mean,
But
today's students have their own concerns, but that was very high concern, I think, certainly with me, and it sounds like you as well at back 50 years ago.
well, it's funny. I've watched, the passing of the greatest generation, all of those men and women who had, firsthand knowledge, including my mother and father, and of World War II. And unfortunately, we're seeing something of the passing of now the Vietnam generation, if you will,
Yeah,
or the baby boomers. And
yeah,
but yes, it was palpable. It was frightening.
yeah.
There I was at Princeton again in this incredibly creative, exciting environment, and with a thought that a month later I could be in boot camp somewhere getting ready to go to war. I think I'm as patriotic as the next guy. I would do my duty, but to be sure, I kind of wanted to be a college student back then, and
Yeah.
and not be a soldier back then.
One of
So
my friends commented that one of the big differences between many of our age is that
yeah,
those of us who went to Vietnam were in many ways scarred, or at least
oh
they
yeah,
had interrupted their educations or maybe terminated them. Whereas those of us that were fortunate enough to not have to go went on to,
yeah.
had a better chance at being successful. And that resonated with me. So,
Let
but
me tell you maybe two related issues here. Of course, my dad was a World War II vet, and he spent his career as a civilian engineer for the Army. And I had summer jobs at Picatinny Arsenal, so I was pretty close to the military, the Army in particular. And as I say, I had summer jobs. Occasionally, did a research project or two, on behalf of, say, an Army client. That came later in my life. So again, I'm very supportive. I value those compatriots, and everything that they've done. But again, 18-year-old version of me wanted to be a college student, and so I
yeah.
was. But if you'll permit me a little bit of a jump ahead, when I was at the University of Virginia for a year, I was working in a lab, and there were two Vietnam era veterans in that lab. I thought they were terribly old because they were in their late 20s, and I was in my young 20s. And we were all in this lab together. And I think for the only time in my life I felt cocky. I just graduated from Princeton and I thought that I was, quite something. But these guys were much more methodical, very organized. They came in, maybe before 8 o'clock and they worked, work, 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 work. 5 o'clock they went home. Only they didn't really go straight home. They usually maybe went to a bar somewhere. But they worked hard on the weekend. They were just, I mean, they just worked hard and they were organized and structured. And so I was coming in and going, all hours of the day or night. I could be there at 3 in the morning and whatever. And I think I was doing good work. But there was a significant moment that occurred when we all had to turn in reports. And this is back in the day when we had computer fanfold paper and stuff like that. So we had all done our analyses and we were all, turning in our reports to our professor. And my military veteran friends turned in beautiful looking reports. They had cut the fanfold paper down to 8.5 by 11. They typed, hand wrote the equations, but typed the rest. And it was just a very good looking report. So my report didn't look that good. The content was fine, but I had written everything by hand and my handwriting isn't all that good. And I still had the fanfold paper. So I to this day, I can remember walking to the front of the room to turn in my report. And my teacher, who was also my research advisor for my master's degree, looked at me and he threw it back in my face, literally threw it. And the fanfold paper was flapping in the air. And he said, I am not going to read this. And then he used a really bad word. I'm not going to read this crap. All right. And I thought, oh my, this is a wake up call. So I redid it. Now the content didn't change one bit, but the presentation sure did. But here's the other thing I did, Bob. I then did a self-assessment and I realized that my friends, these two veterans, were better students than me, in the sense that they went about it better than I did. And so I immediately adopted their habits. I came in, before 8, work, up to 5, maybe get a beer on the way home, work on the weekends. And if I say so, I did awfully good work. And I to this day, I'd never forget the lesson learned from my friends. So my teacher, my advisor, of course, gave me the wake-up call. But it was emulating these two other individuals that caused me to really shift gears and probably for the first time in my life to become a really good, serious student. And I kept this throughout the rest of my career, including in grad school. And later I'll tell you a second version of the story from when I was at Cal Berkeley. But again, it was an interesting time because, folks like you and me, we were, mixed in with other folks who had a very different life trajectory, right? They didn't go to college straight after high school, right? Maybe they worked, maybe again, a lot of them went to war. So it was just an interesting time.
Oh my goodness, yes. Well, that's a great little story. So let's get back to Princeton. So I get the feeling you're doing reasonably well in your studies, but what would really float your boat is music.
True.
Now there was only a few women there. It must have been a good time to be a woman at Princeton. You want to say anything about that?
Yeah, it was hard to find a steady date, although it happened. My piano playing roommate fell in love with one of those first class freshmen. Her name was Melinda Ruderman back then. Of course, it's Melinda Ruderman Borison today. But they became a couple, got married soon after they both graduated. I dated several women. That was occurring more towards my junior, senior year when I guess I had a little bit more, I don't know, standing in the community. But I had my share of dates, and of course I'd had my high school girlfriend, and we saw each other, for a while there before we kind of went our separate ways. So it was okay, but it was a little weird because I'd grown up in this middle class high school, 50-50 men and women. I had an active social life. I had a girlfriend, steady. It was also a mixed environment. My memory, which is probably flawed, is that it was about a third white, a third black, and a third Puerto Rican. So it was unusual, even for the day. Today, I think I mentioned this before, it is probably more than 80%, and maybe even 90% Hispanic today. So the point is, I was in this very diverse environment. And I remember early on in my time at Princeton, as I was walking with my fellow high school, classmate, I remember I said something, we were wondering where the women were. And but we were also wondering, where are the Puerto Ricans? Again, there was all these white men,
Hmm.
and a lot of white men. And Princeton was trying hard, I think, to become a more diverse place. And of course, it was momentous when they decided to, invite half the world to be student, namely, women. So, as I say, Princeton's pretty diverse place today, more than 50% women, quite different from when I showed up. So we were right on that transition where it was almost, F. Scott Fitzgerald, classical all male privileged
Yeah.
university. In fact, people would often ask me, I had never heard this verb before. They would say, "Where did you prep?" And at first, I had no idea what they're talking about, and I would say Dover High School, And in fact, I think my class might have been the first as well. Don't well check it and see if I'm accurate or not. But it might have been the first where more than 50% came out of public schools rather than prep schools.
Mhm.
So again, Princeton was a rather different place. But
Yeah.
again, lovely to be there. Just exhilarating.
So let me ask you about your living. So did you live in the dorm or did you rent an apartment or where did
Yeah.
you live?
So Princeton, like a lot of Ivies and maybe a lot of private schools, very much in contrast to most publics, we were in residence halls all 4 years. So it was residential college experience. So,
Uh-huh.
we had a freshman dorm. We were in a different dorm for sophomore year, and then junior year, you had a different dorm, and we elected to stay in that room for our senior year. So junior and senior year, we just stayed in the same place.
Mhm.
But that was very common. Very, very few of my classmates lived off campus. And, I mentioned that we didn't have fraternities, but we did have eating clubs. And so most of the students, but not all, would take their meals. This is after their senior year. They would join, this quasi fraternity. But what differentiated them from fraternity is no one actually slept there, except maybe the club president. But you took your meals there. And so I spent a lot of time in my particular club was called Tower Club. So I again, Princeton has all different verbs for things. So I bickered several of the eating clubs, selected Tower Club, and a lot of my close friends, including one of my roommates, joined there. Another roommate went in a different direction. But so, I was taking my meals at the Tower Club. Again, yet another circle of friends. In fact, it was a very literary group. A lot of folks who wrote for the student newspaper and have gone on to very fine careers, really in literature and the like. Were also in Tower Club. The musicians were sort of thought to center in on Tower Club. This is back in the day. This has been in the early 70s. Sometimes eating clubs, their theme or their reputation evolves over time. But so again, I was mixed in with a whole lot of folks, many of whom who were not engineers, but they were writers, poets, musicians, and so that was an interesting environment. But I was in a dorm, um, you know, all 4 years, and they're quite different, say, from the residence halls that we here have here at UTD. Our oldest residence hall was from 2008, as I recall. Now, at Princeton, I might have a building that was built in the early 1900s and maintained and renovated over the years. A lot of Gothic architecture, leaded windows, ivy on the walls, just again, this sort of classic college experience of, being in the ivied halls of
Yeah.
wherever. But again, lovely, lovely environment.
Yeah, my recollection of the dorm was that there was one big bathroom on the floor. So you
Yeah,
you
that's
went in there
that's
and did
kind of
everything
typical.
with all your best friends.
Well, this is true. That's true. Sometimes, in fact, my sophomore year, I think I had to go 4 flights of stairs to get to the bathroom and the shower because they were all down in the basement.
Can't imagine
So,
it now.
yeah.
Yeah. So, how'd you get around in Princeton? Bicycle, car, run?
Well, it's a small university and not a terribly large campus. And freshmen weren't allowed to have cars, but as
Oh,
of my sophomore year, I did have a car. Actually, it was one of my uncles, one of my great uncles. I think I told you I came from Swedish stock, so one of those Swedes who had come over. Um, he had a 1962 Chevy Bel Air. He was getting up in years, and at some point he went into sort of assisted living. But he asked me if I would, just go over to his house, once a week, start the car up, drive it around the block. So I had my driver's license by then, but I probably just I was still in high school, and so I would do that. Uncle Ben, my Uncle Ben, I'd go fire up his car and drive it around the block. Again, 62 Chevy Bel Air. And at some point, I think Uncle Ben realized he wasn't gonna, come back to his house and be driving the car. So he asked if I wanted to buy it, which I did. And so I bought it for $50. I bought that car, and that car got me through all of college. Again, I couldn't take it to Princeton my freshman year, so it was back in New Jersey that first year. But by my second year, I could have the car, and I could drive myself to campus and back, for the start of the semester, semester breaks, things like that. Um, so I love that car. It was kind of underpowered, a rather weak six-cylinder engine, but it was very big and spacious. Google it, 62 Chevy Bel Air, and it was like a boat, an underpowered boat, but it worked. And I took it to UVA for my master's degree, and I even took it across the country. And I
oh,
was driving it through much of my doctoral studies, and it was only toward the end of my doctoral studies that I finally sold the car and bought a VW Rabbit, a lime green
uh-huh.
1975 VW Rabbit.
Yeah.
But anyway, my 62 Chevy Bel Air, I'm very fond of that car. I have a regret. I take lots of photographs these days, and for the life of me, I don't know why I never snapped a picture or two of my car, or maybe me standing by the car.
Yeah,
But
that's cool. How did you get into
yeah,
photography? Was that at college or before?
that came later. Like everybody, I snapped some pictures. Of course, it was all. Nowadays we have to speak of analog versus digital, right? We didn't have
Hmm.
to make the distinction back then. But I have some very nice pictures from my time at Princeton, again, all on film, but probably nothing out of the ordinary. But where I started to get quite interested is my first job after my PhD. I worked for Xerox in Rochester, New York. And so Rochester, which calls itself the imaging capital of the world, again, is home to Eastman Kodak,
Yeah.
George Eastman. Bausch and Lomb is there. Xerox was founded there. There's, a photography institute there. And I'll tell you, there are some great photographers just out and about, including when I started at Xerox. One guy, a couple cubicles over, was a really fine photographer, and I learned a lot from him. And this is all pre-digital, and so I was getting better. I never was good at developing my own film. In fact, I never developed anything other than black and white. But boy, when digital hit, then everything just kind of took off because it was so easy. It was
Yeah.
just so easy. The post processing just became so easy. I had a friend again at Xerox who he had a phrase again which I've never forgotten. He said, "It's all in there." In other words, he meant in the negative. So you could look at the negative, and if you developed it, in a normal fashion, maybe it'd be too dark, or maybe be washed out, but what have you. But his point was there was a lot of information that your eye isn't seeing, and if you develop it in such a way, you can actually bring out all sorts of features that maybe you might have missed.
Mm.
And so I always remember that phrase, "It's all in there," because later, now with things like PowerPoint, not PowerPoint, Photoshop.
Photoshop.
I apologize for my ringing phone here, so I'll just sort of set it off to the side. But I always remember my friend telling me it's all in there because, again, now it becomes very easy for us to sort of, dig down into our photos and see what's there. But short answer to your question is it really started when I moved to Rochester, New York to work for Xerox following the PhD.
Well, when did you get your first camera?
Oh, my first camera would have been certainly in high school. Probably, I was younger. I was probably in grade school. And I'm sure it was like a Kodak Brownie or something,
Did you buy it, or somebody gave it to you, or do you remember?
I think it might have been a Christmas present.
It
Good
was
question.
it was a good one because I mean, I remember those brownies, and I mean that
Yeah,
you'd like to go back in time and tell that little kid, hey, you're not going to believe what you're going to do with this
I,
stuff.
I, oh, I know. It's,
That's cool.
it's really amazing. I mean, I love photography. It's becoming just a wonderful, wonderful hobby.
Yeah, I think we'll revisit this theme several times. But before we
Sure.
leave Princeton, are there
Yeah.
any professors that were particularly influential that some of us have them, some of us don't, you know?
Well, I think the last time we spoke, I mentioned one in particular, and I'll just do it again. But he was teaching a math course, complex variables, and he took
Yeah.
me aside after a class one day to compliment my good work, and it was so powerful.
Yes.
Because I never thought of myself as one of Princeton's best students. I was glad to be there, you know.
Yeah.
And one of the first times in my life where I thought maybe I might be one of the better students. Maybe go to grad school. And as I told you, it had just a powerful impact on me, and I knocked myself out getting good grades the rest of that time. And ironically, complex variables is the very first course I ever taught as an adjunct teacher. I was at Xerox working for the University of Rochester, but my teachers were very good. I had some wonderful folks, especially in kind of the sciences, So and I had a wonderful freshman physics professor. Again, very inspiring. The labs were fun. I liked it. Neil Rudenstein, who later became president of Harvard, and I think he was dean of students or some such thing at Princeton. But he taught an introductory Shakespeare course that I took in my freshman year. So I had these amazing people, teaching me, these courses. And again, it was just so so impressive. And even though I sometimes downplay the fact that I was an engineering student, there were some terrific teachers there. My advisor was a fellow named Mike Lyon, and I was actually majoring more in operations research than I was in mechanical engineering at the time. So again, I had just a wonderful relationship with him. He was inspiring. He was a good advisor. Did what good advisors are supposed to do. So, you know, I liked them all. There was an occasional dud. I won't dwell on that. Not every teacher is a great teacher. I will
That's
tell you that I at some point it dawned on me that I might someday be a teacher myself. So I didn't do it as a freshman or sophomore. But later, I started to critique the lecture, not just for the content, but also for how it was being presented. And and if you'll forgive, again, a little bit of foreshadowing, there was an especially impressive teacher when I was at UVA for my master's degree, taught fluid mechanics, Paul Allaire, very organized, very engaged. And his presentation was immaculate. I would, take my notes down, and as I told you, I had shifted gears at this point, where I was a very methodical, organized student. I would even sometimes recopy my notes in the evening. And I remember thinking, if ever I do this, I'm going to teach like Paul Allaire. Every equation numbered, right? I mean, every chapter very logically connected to the next chapter. And if I may say so, I did. I did do that. I look at my own. In fact, I can see them off there to the left. And I remember channeling Professor Allaire many times. As I put my own notes together. So again, I had some, wonderful, inspiring teachers, including back in high school. I think I might have touched on that
Yeah.
as well. So, you cross paths with a few of these folks, and
Oh, yeah.
they were born to be teachers, right? They just excel at it, and the way they do it is by inspiring their students to do better things, right?
Yeah.
Better than they otherwise would have.
So let's go into your brain as a junior and senior, thinking about what you're going to do after you graduate. It's looking like you will graduate, and maybe
Yeah.
you're not too worried about getting drafted. And what's going through your mind?
Well, it's funny because maybe more toward the junior year, I just assumed that I was going to get drafted. So at one point, that was just the assumption. I had the deferment, and I knew that the deferment would go away. And of course, at that point, I knew my lottery number. So again, it was just sort of a given that that was my next stop. And what got interesting is that the undergraduate deferment went away, but the drafts stopped roughly the same time. I hope I have my
Lucky
history right.
you.
And through a combination of realizing that maybe I wasn't the next stop was not the army, that and of course being inspired by some of these other teachers, I very seriously did consider grad school. So I alluded to the fact that I was studying a lot of operations research back then. And it was kind of new at Princeton. They have better organized. I mean, not better taught, but better organized programs of study now than they did back then because it was so new. And so
I'm not sure what
I was
operations research is.
well, it would be sort of optimization theory, things like that. It's in fact it's more often found these days in schools of business than in schools of engineering. So
So it's optimization of
that's
people, not parts.
well, it could be optimization of all sorts of things. It could be like the flow of things. In fact, I wrote a senior thesis on the multi-commodity flow with many sources and sinks.
Yeah.
So let's say you make widgets and you're located in town A and you want to sell your widgets, you want to transport your widgets to towns B, C, D, E, F, G, etc., and maybe even keep a few in A. And then you have connectors between A and B, A and C, et cetera. And maybe not every two cities has a connector. You might have to go through B to get to C. And so you now have a network where you've got sources, well, one source and many sinks. And then you've got connectors which have what we might call impedance. The question is, how do you push your products through that network so you achieve the greatest flow?
Mm.
And so that was a classic study back in the day, back in the early studies. And I wrote a senior thesis. Actually, it was called an independent project, not a thesis per se, on the multi-commodity flow, but having not just one source but many sources.
Sounds like
And
economics.
it kind of is. Some people would call that econometrics, right? A hybrid, term, but very mathematical. And so this is what I was doing. So I was taking courses. Some of it is very familiar to, I mean, linear algebra is kind of the basis for a lot of this stuff. But so a lot of math, again, optimization theory, statistics, and the like to go along with, in essence, improving processes. And so that's what I was focusing on. And I had actually applied to go to grad school any number of places and in operations research or OR and was admitted. One such place was Cornell. And for the longest time, I figured I was going to go to Cornell and essentially become an industrial engineer. Late in my studies, in fact, this another teacher that I had who taught advanced mechanics. Again, hardworking, inspiring, wonderful guy. I so loved the advanced mechanics course that I got inspired to challenge myself. So I took a graduate level continuum mechanics course my senior year, and I just about got killed by it.
Hmm.
It was so hard. It was so theoretical. The teacher was so tough, and every other student, save for one, there were two undergrads there, and everybody else, of course, was a grad student. But I was challenging myself to see if I could take this grad level continuing mechanics course. But my heart then started then to move toward mechanics. More conventional. Well, I don't want to say conventional because it was still very mathematical, very theoretical. So, continuum mechanics would be the heart of it all. And so I realized that actually I did not want to be an industrial engineer. I wanted to be a mechanical engineer. So I started looking around for places that had late application deadlines. So even though I'd been accepted several places and told Cornell I was coming, I saw that UVA, Virginia, had a rolling application, and my dad had a master's degree there, and we had some connections to the state. So I applied very late in the game, and they were kind enough to admit me and give me a Thornton fellowship, which is a big deal, fellowship for new students. And so off I went, and then I really started to shift gears into more traditional mechanical engineering, including a lot of dynamics, things like stability analysis, stuff like that. Had a great year at UVA, but again, I decided late in the game of my senior year at Princeton that I actually wanted to have that be my major rather than operations research. So it was interesting. It shows you, even though I was a senior, there was still I didn't know a lot that I didn't know about my own profession. And in fact, I try to remember that years later when I was an advisor. So especially when I was at Rochester advising students about what might come next. I would sometimes ask them how much they knew about, this major, that major, that major, because in many cases they didn't know much.
Yeah.
They only kind of knew just the most rudimentary things, and often very stereotypical. Mechanical engineers make cars, electrical engineers make circuits. And it didn't go much beyond that.
Mhm.
So in any event, if I sounded like I was a tad bit unsettled or confused, it's true. But with hindsight, I'm glad I did it. Again, I went off to UVA, and to show my naivete, they admitted me to be a master's student. I assumed that I had to reapply to be a PhD. I just assumed that I was not, yet admitted to the PhD. So I started to apply and was asking some friends for recommendations, and they looked at me funny, like, "What are you talking about? You're already here. If you want a PhD, you just stay here." Of course, meantime, I had applied a few other places, including Cal Berkeley, and off I went. So I turned into a rare individual who has 3 degrees from 3 schools.
Well,
And
let's leave your graduate education for next time. I think we've really
sure.
nicely covered your undergraduate.
Yep.
I have one last question before we
Yeah.
end.
Sure.
Did you walk across the stage at Princeton to get your degree?
I did. I'm a big believer in graduations, and in fact, years later, I attended every graduation, even when I did not have to. So when I was at Rochester, I would go to commencement every year. Now, of course, I wasn't walking across the stage, but yes, I did my Princeton graduation. Of course, I had also played my trumpet at prior Princeton graduations,
Yeah.
including in 1970. Um, um, why am I blanking? Well, I'll come back to it. But so I'd been at every graduation, from my freshman year on. Of course, my senior year, it was my own. And so again, it was lovely. When I was at UVA, I went to that graduation, which was in the big lawn area, if you know it, with the rotunda, off to one end. And then came my PhD at Berkeley, and I did not go to that one because I had already moved east to take my job with Xerox. And I did not want to ask my my employer to pay for that trip back to California. But I regret it because it's such a special thing, maybe to be hooded by your advisor and so on. And so I always regretted it. By the way, the name I was trying to remember was Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan got an honorary degree at Princeton my freshman year. And he didn't like it very much. He wrote a song called, I think, "The Day of the Locusts" or something like that. You can Google it. But I will tell you another experience. out of Cal Berkeley, I had met my future wife, and I went to her graduation, her undergraduate graduation, and again, this was sort of in the hippy dippy years of Berkeley and everywhere else. So what I remember is that at the ceremony, people just sort of sat everywhere. In fact, I sat next to her, and so she was there, and people were all about, and they were calling out names. The speeches were most uninspired, and it was just not organized well, and they
Hmm.
never called her name. So the ceremony starts and it ends. They never called her name. Well, this was, a moment of panic. We're thinking, dear God, did she not graduate? Well, it turned out they just skipped a page. They just missed a page. And they, there was no sense of apology or anything, but I remember vowing that I will never allow this to happen. And so there are people here at UTD but also at Virginia Tech and Penn State and Rochester who will tell you I take graduation very seriously. And over the years, I think I've only missed four or two, depending on how you count. And one, my father died
Mhm.
unexpectedly, so I needed to go, you know, um, be with the
Yeah.
family. But also, I went to two of my kids' graduations, so I was still at a different graduation. uh, for two of my kids of my three happened to graduate the same day that the local ceremony was being, whether it was UTD or Virginia Tech. And of course, I had a substitute, for those. But again, graduation is a very, 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 serious thing for me. So
Yeah.
anyway, short
So
answer is I went to my graduation.
yeah. So that's a nice sort of synopsis of your undergraduate education. Do you want to say any last words before we close this session and I stop recording?
Well, just that now at the end of a long career, I've been affiliated with seven wonderful universities, right? So, Princeton, UVA, Berkeley as a student, and, Rochester, Penn State, Virginia Tech, UTD as a, teacher or administrator. And they're all terrific and they're so different. And, sometimes I sing the praises of Princeton. And there are many times I go back to reunion and, that almost from the day I got admitted, I'm not exaggerating, almost literally from the day, a drum beat began, which is, you are so lucky, you are so lucky, you are so lucky, you got admitted to Princeton. And of course, I was lucky. It was great. I got a great education. And I have classmates who also went to Princeton, but only to Princeton. They got their bachelor's degree and went off and got their careers. And I think they're very convinced that they'd be living life in the gutter somewhere had they not been admitted to Princeton. And of course, I was seeing how great the educational programs were at other places. And here's a school's quite different, but very, very good, Penn State. And I remember when I was at Penn State, one of my classmates who had gone to Princeton and taught part-time at Yale was bemoaning the fact that the young generation, didn't work hard, they didn't appreciate what they were doing, and I remember saying to him, he's again one of those musician friends. I said, "Come visit me at Penn State. I want to introduce you to my students. They work their butts off. They work really hard, and they are smart. And you would be very inspired by this." So he became convinced that at least among the Ivy League, that if you just got admitted, that was the end of the story. And then you just you lived off of connections and things. But by the way, that's not true for Princeton or Yale either. And I just remember, especially when I was at Penn State, which is not terribly far from Princeton, just how strong that student body was, and it was a different environment, but again, very rewarding. And I can assure you, if you meet a Penn State graduate, they probably will sing the praises of, the Nittany Lions and, Happy Valley and all of that, just as much as I sing the praises of Princeton. So I have the advantage of knowing that there's more than one good way to provide an education, and I've seen some of those really fabulous schools up close.
Dick Benson, and we're talking about his graduate education, starting with the University of Virginia. So, Dick, take it away.
Well, thanks, Bob. I think I shared with you a few stories. I really stepped it up as a student when I was there. As I told the story, I was in with some terribly old people in their late 20s who were veterans. not necessarily, in battle, but they were vets and they were very organized. And I learned early on that I better kind of be like them if I wanted to be successful. Because, as great as Princeton is, I had some ability to float towards the top. Maybe float is the appropriate word here, but when you hit grad school, you look left, you look right, and there's nothing but straight A students everywhere you look. And again, you realize that you've got to maybe be a bit more methodical and organized than you had been before. And I was. I'm kind of proud of the fact that I always got better grades the further I went. I got better grades at Princeton than I did in Dover High School, which is saying something. But the other thing I did at UVA was really the end of the time when I played my trumpet. So I was in the orchestra, which is lovely. It was like a community orchestra, and we had folks from around the area, including some people who had even an affiliation with the Washington Symphony. They might have been alternates and the like, but we had some really talented players, and we played some just lovely pieces during that time. And among them are some of my very favorites. Tchaikovsky's Fifth Symphony, for example. We actually played all of the Beethoven symphonies in one sitting.
Wow.
Now it was a bit of a gimmick, and it lasted a good part of the day. We never did any repeats. We just plowed through. But by God, we played every note in every symphony in one sitting. So that was fun. But I was also in the community band, and I had a really lovely experience playing in the Charlottesville Community Band. And forgive me if I already told you the story, but we were at Monticello, Jefferson's home, for a naturalization ceremony. And it was being filmed by Charles Kuralt, the CBS reporter who did On the Road. And he always had these very lovely, folksy, homespun stories. But so he was there, and he did a lovely story about all these people. And you looked at their faces and read their names, you would surmise that, they were born in many different places, but they all were on one day becoming U.S. citizens. And again, it was filmed with Monticello in the backdrop. And of course, the band, we were portrayed as these, the local yokels who were playing patriotic songs, which we were. And I think I might have been on screen for a third of a second, as the camera pan past the band. But in any event, it was a great year. I really learned how to be a much better engineer, and with a focus on engineer. My education at Princeton and Berkeley was quite theoretical, to be frank. But there was that one year at UVA where I really had to learn a lot of the practicalities of just good engineering. And a lot of it was self-study because, again, I really wasn't being taught it at Princeton. And by the way, that's not an aspersion on Princeton. Again, Princeton had a different mission then. The focus was very much on theory, very mathematical. But UVA, it dawned on me that as I was taking graduate courses in things like fluid mechanics, thermodynamics, and the like, I had to kind of go back and relearn undergraduate fluid mechanics and thermodynamics and the like. So I did. I would often buy two books at the bookstore. I'd buy the book for my graduate course, and I'd also buy the book that they were using for the undergrad version of the same. So although this didn't sit well later in my career when I was at Virginia Tech for 11 years, I often cited that one year at UVA as the single most valuable year in my education. And that's saying something because, again, it was preceded by Princeton and followed by Berkeley. I was in three places, got 3 degrees, which is somewhat unusual. But every last one of them was superb, but also different. So I had 3 really great and different experiences. But in any event, I graduated and got my 1962 Chevy Bel Air, which I had bought from my great uncle, and started across the country. And I was sort of channeling, I guess, Jack Kerouac at this point, as I would drive across the road and just watch the country evolve as I drove by. It was almost romantic. Everything I owned fit in the trunk of my car. I didn't even need the back seat. So I had days. Probably. Oh yeah, it was great. It was very bohemian, if you will. So, and in fact, the trunk was almost entirely filled with books. I had a suitcase. I had a suitcase with probably, 2 weeks of clothes and, what have you. I had my trumpet, of course, and whatever. But I was very excited. California, I mean, the state of California was very alluring. The idea of being at Berkeley was very alluring. And so I was very excited as I, drove out. And, I grew up in the East, so, New Jersey kid. So it was an exciting time, and I was really anticipating some great years, out in Berkeley,
Well,
and it all happened.
let's pause. So you went from Princeton to Virginia because you realized you could do graduate work, and you
Yep.
started off with a master's. Now you
Yep.
decide sometime that year that you could do a PhD, that you wanted to do a PhD. And
Yep.
what made you choose Berkeley, and who did you work with at Berkeley on what?
Well, so great questions, and I forgive me again if I've told this story, but when I went to UVA, I'd applied for a master's degree, been admitted, and I had a Thornton Fellowship, which is a big deal for UVA, and so again, I was well taken care of, and I was in a superb lab, and so I started in the fall to start working up applications, including one to UVA. And when my advisor at UVA found out I was applying to UVA, he looked at me like I'd lost my mind. He said, "Well, you're already here. What are you talking about?" And of course, to get admitted to grad studies, there is a formality to it, right? You might have to pass a prelim or what have you, but it showed you even then how naive I was. I just assumed that because I had never applied for a doctoral program that I had to do it, including at UVA. So I picked out a few schools. I knew a little bit about Berkeley through a really interesting two-step process. My dad, who was an Army engineer, was funding some research out there. And he was funding some research in impact studies. Now, my dad, worked for Picatinny Arsenal, and they made weapons, and, things like impacts are important to them. And there was a guy named Werner Goldsmith, who was quite the world's expert. In fact, he'd even been to our house in New Jersey, for dinner, and I'd met him. And I don't know, at some point, Goldsmith reached out and encouraged me to apply
Oh,
to Berkeley. And I applied to a few other places. I applied to Stanford, and my dad had a master's degree from Stanford. And but Berkeley, I had an opportunity to actually then work in Goldsmith's lab. So I didn't have a fellowship the first year. It was my first year. I had an RA, and I was working in an impact lab, and the Bureau of Mines was funding the research, and I even during that year would travel out to Minnesota where they had some laboratories, and we did some interesting experiments. And it's saying something because I'm really not an experimentalist. I'm a better theorist than experimentalist. But for 1 year, I was getting pretty deep into doing some interesting experiments and doing
so
high-speed analysis
so just to
of what was
clarify
going on.
what impact studies are, you take a gun and shoot it at something.
Yeah, exactly so. So what we would do is we would have these polished, like say, granite or marble slabs, a very smooth surface, and we would shoot a cylinder, a metal cylinder, and the diameter across might be well less than half an inch, and it was in a gun, fired by air. So the bullet, so to speak, it wasn't really a bullet; it was a cylinder, and it had a very flat impact. The flat surface of the cylinder would hit the flat, polished surface of the hard rock, and it would then pulverize it. They call it comminution. Actually, you would know this. I mean,
Yeah,
you would
yeah.
know better than me. So it's comminution, and if you ever look at like craters of the moon, it's always interesting. There's a little sort of peak in the middle of the craters, and this has to do with the mix of both compressive and tensile stresses. Very dynamic. So most rock is very good at supporting itself in compression, but not so good in tension. And so what you really see are scalloping, sort of surfaces due to where the tension was at its greatest. And again, very dynamic. So again, this is in the still the early 70s, and we were doing some pretty high speed photography. To do this. In fact, we had a camera where the film was already laid out all the way around the edge of of the camera, and then there was a spinning mirror. So the light was coming in, the mirror was spinning, and it was projecting an image, as it spun around, inside the camera. And so we would get, several milliseconds worth of images, and they were pretty crisp. Now, I didn't dream that up. Professor Goldsmith, had it, and there were some other more senior graduate students who really knew what they were doing. And so it was an interesting year. I rather liked it. What made it a little peculiar, though, is that my advisor was away on sabbatical the entire year. So by the time I arrived, he just wasn't there. He was mostly in Eastern Europe. He was in Poland for a while and a few other places. And so there was a good civil engineering professor who was sort of stood in as the advisor for the year. But I just never had that day-to-day interaction with Werner Goldsmith, which I kind of regret. I think it would have been very, very, very valuable. But I certainly had the benefit of being in his lab.
Well, you were there for three. You were there for 3 years, right?
3 years, yeah. So that was year one, and years 2 and 3. Keep in mind, I already had 1 year in the books from UVA, right? So I already had a master's degree. If I may say so, I was pretty quick to get my degrees. As an aside,
yeah, that's pretty clear.
It took my mother quite a long while to come to peace with what I had chosen, because she figured that once you've got a Princeton degree in hand, you just go out and you make a lot of money and do whatever. And when I continued on as a poor graduate student, she thought I was kind of crazy. And as I'm going to jump ahead, but as I was closing out year 4 of my doctoral studies, she just figured a PhD is just a repeat of bachelor's degree. So you're in for 4 years. You should be done now. and indeed I was. But I remember she was very nervous that maybe I might stay there forever. The fact is, there are some graduate students who do stay around for a long time, but I was determined not to be one of them. So, coming back as my first year at Berkeley was playing out, and it was just magical. Berkeley is this wonderful, amazing university, and not just because of the faculty, which is incredible, but my fellow students. I talked about earlier. You look left, you look right, and some utterly amazing person your age is sitting there, and sometimes people think that that's not pleasant, that it's hard, that you're in competition. I never felt that way. I always felt kind of a kinship and frankly quite a bit of pride, that I was also sitting there, surrounded by these incredible people. And by the way, they really were incredible, and they went on to great careers, pretty much every last one of them. But my first year, I forget how it happened, but I learned that there was an opportunity for someone at Berkeley to get an IBM fellowship. And I was approached by a young guy. He was just then about to become full professor, named David Bougie. Spelled B-O-G-Y, pronounced Bougie. And he's still going at it in his 90s. Amazing man, an amazing man. I knew him when. But yeah, I had not yet had a class with him, but he I don't know, somehow he had gotten my name. He encouraged me to apply. And I think what might have been a selling point is I had written a master's thesis at UVA on rotor dynamics, so spinning disk and what happens to it. And I guess he knew in the back of his mind that IBM was very interested in spinning disks, but for a very, very different application. This is for data storage, magnetic hard drives, magnetic floppy disks. So I was interviewed by him, and I made a formal application, and I was one of several. And so I guess IBM made it clear that they were going to give an IBM fellowship. I don't know how many, but I guess one to the mechanical engineering department. And so I got it. So I got this IBM fellowship. And so, I switched advisors. Werner Goldsmith was very gracious, very kind. And I started a career with my mentor, David Bougie. And again, another just wonderful, wonderful turn of events. I mean, terrific Well, I still think of him as young. He's not. He's in his 90s now. Um, by the way, Michael Thomas, who heads the Yodia Institute of Art History, he's the nephew of David Bougie. So there's one of those.
Yeah, that's
interesting. A nice small world connection there. But anyway, so back in the 70s, there I am, and so now I'm visiting with David Bougie on a regular basis. He's very different from Goldsmith. At the time, there was not a lot of experimental work, although later that evolved and there was. But a terrific theorist. Of course, I took some courses with him, so I knew him as a classroom teacher as well. But he had an existing arrangement or connection with IBM Research, which at the time was in San Jose. It would now be the Almaden Labs, if you're familiar with IBM Research.
No.
And so we would make the occasional trip down there. So, Professor Bougie would drive and I would ride shotgun, and we'd go down and we would be then, visiting with researchers from IBM. And again, another just highly impressive, brilliant group of people. And they were very interested in the dynamics of a spinning flexible disk. And maybe in a minute or two, I'll tell you about the mechanics of that. And so, as the IBM fellow, I didn't have to work for David Bougie. I didn't have to work on a project that interested IBM. It was probably as good a fellowship as you can get in the engineering world. At least then it was. But of course, I actually wanted to. I wanted to be, mixing it up with folks like David Bougie and his colleagues at IBM Research. So I did, and that became my doctoral dissertation. I didn't get to IBM Research a lot, but I got there, off and on. And I also benefited from some experiments that they were doing that could then be used to correlate what I was predicting mathematically. So it couldn't have been a better arrangement. I mean, it was just a wonderful environment. And again, the thing that is the characteristic is it just everywhere you look, brilliant people. And actually nice people, right? Sometimes the most brilliant among us have, I don't know, a bit of an ego or something, but these are just good folks. I enjoyed working with them. So these were wonderful years. So my doctoral year was really 2 years. So I had the master's degree. Again, I continued to take lots of courses. And I remember Professor Bougie saying to me, you've got a couple tasks, and he was a big believer in sequence. So he said, you need to take all the courses you need and make A's. That was his statement, make A's. And so, and that's what I did. I took lots of courses and I made A's. And then that was my first year working with Professor Bougie. And then second year is when I really hunkered down and just worked and worked and worked and worked and worked and worked. And I think I took one course in math during that time. Berkeley at the time required you to have a major and 2 minors, and I was credited already with a minor
as a PhD student. As a PhD student, you had to have 2 minors.
I have a major and 2 minors,
wow.
And one minor was applied math, the other was dynamics, but they gave me credit for having it in hand, because I had already put in, I'd already had 8 courses at UVA, and it was pretty heavy on the dynamics side. Although they did ask me to take a course or two, at Berkeley, just to sort of prove that I could make A's at Berkeley as well as at UVA. So I did. I took more math than I ever needed to. Every semester I was a student, I took a math course with one exception. It was my final year when I was writing the thesis. But I took math courses even when I didn't have to. So I was often overloading. And when I overloaded, at least in grad school, it was a math course. So I was pretty deep in mathematics for your typical engineer, even a doctoral student. Well, let me tell you about spinning flexible disks. So, when I came here to UTD in my inaugural address, I made a little joke in myself. I said, back in the 70s, I had an IBM fellowship and I studied an exotic data storage technology of the future. Perhaps you've heard of it. It's called the floppy disk. And of course, anyone our age and maybe a tad bit younger, they get a chuckle out of it because I remember floppy disks. Of course, the younger generation is like, I don't know, what's a floppy disk?
What's that?
But so you have to understand, in the middle 70s, early and middle 70s, no one had floppy disks. IBM understood that on essentially just like a hefty trash bag, that kind of plastic, you could layer a magnetic surface and you could actually use it for, input, output. And the appeal of why you would put it on a trash bag as opposed to something more substantial is because I wish you could see my hands moving here, but or on the podcast you could. But at some point they envisioned you could have one floppy disk next to another, next to another, next to another, next to another, next to another on a spindle. So you almost have three-dimensional density of data storage. You have, the radius and the angle on the disk, and then the z-axis along the spindle. And so they thought there might be a way to have a very compact three-dimensional data storage where the recording heads would be very slender and they would slip in between the disks, look up, look down, and read the data that was flying by. And so IBM was very interested. At the time, the only people who actually used floppy disks were, at least this is how I remember it, were IBM technicians. And I think they were 12 inches in diameter. They're quite large. And they were really only used for diagnostics on mainframe computers. So again, there was no commercial output on this. So again, you'll remember the 5 1/4, floppy, and then the 3.5-inch floppy, and then at some point they all sort of go away. So allow me now to be a professor of mechanical engineering for 2 minutes. So here's what makes this interesting. So you've got a spinning disk, it's elastic. And so if you plunk on it, you say laterally, waves are going to form, right? I mean, it's an elastic beam. It's an elastic disk. And furthermore, it is moving, it is spinning. It isn't just stationary. And so if you plunk laterally on it, waves are going to go circumferentially forward, circumferentially backwards. I'll come back to the wave speed. The wave speed goes up as the tension goes up. Let's just put it that way. And so what you have is that the tension of the disk is at its largest at the center where the spindle is. And as you move out to the rim, the tension goes to zero. Naturally, it's the boundary condition. So there's no radial tension out at the rim. And there's maximum circumferential stiffening, if you will, tension stiffening at the hub of the disk. The speed of the disk, the physical speed of the disk, of course, scales in exactly the opposite direction. If you were to go all the way to the center, it'd be zero. There's angular velocity, but there's no sort of linear velocity, right? It's not or circumferential velocity, if you prefer. But as you go to the rim, it's at its maximum. That's where it's moving the fastest. And so what makes this interesting is that a little over halfway out on the disk, the physical speed of the disk becomes faster than the wave propagation speed. And so this is fascinating because the best analogy I can give you is in supersonic flight dynamics. So when a jet is moving subsonic, it's making noise, but the jet itself is moving slower than the noise. And so what happens is you, if you're on the ground, you hear the jet arriving before you look up and see the jet. On the other hand, if the jet is moving faster, then shock waves form. And if you were on the ground, if you were in front of the wave front, the shock front, you'd hear nothing. You would see the jet before you would hear the jet. And so something very similar happens with a floppy disk. On the outer annulus, waves set up that go all the way around the disk, forward and back, and they have characteristic arcs. It's quite fascinating, almost beautiful to look at. On the interior part of the disk, where the disk is moving faster than the wave speed, just little localized tent-like deflections form. So now if you're IBM and you're putting a probe down, if you put the probe down on the interior part, the inner half, if you will, it just wants a little localized dent in the flexible disk. If you put the probe down on the outer annulus, waves will set up and they'll go all the way around the disk. It's an utterly fascinating system of equations. And in fact, the mathematicians call it a trichomy problem, and that's a person's name, Tricomi, trichomy. But it's very much like the supersonic or transonic flight, if you will. So if you remember your PDEs, the elliptic part is when the deflections
Partial
decay away.
differential equations.
Yes, yes, and so it's in the hyperbolic regime where waves form along characteristic arcs. So this was really where I was digging myself in, and I was trying to find efficient ways of calculating what the different wave patterns would look like depending on how fast the disk was moving, where the load was located, and keep in mind this is in the early '70s, so I was getting pretty good at some computer graphics and making these nice images. And I wish I could show you the pictures, but so I had predicted the shape of the waves and where they would be, of course. And then one day, my advisor, David Bougie, came back from IBM, and he said, I've got some photographs I want to show you. And he pulled out these little Polaroid pictures where the IBM experimentalists, researchers, had done exactly what I just described. They had a big spinning flexible disk. They had a slight probe, and there were the waves. There were the waves, in the outer region. The only thing that was slightly different is that there's a decay mechanism. Aerodynamics came into play, which was not in my model. So as you go pretty far away, the waves will get smaller. But there they were, following the characteristic arcs, doing exactly what the math said they should do. It was, in my mind, still my best day as a researcher, and I still didn't have the PhD, and I haven't quite equaled it since. But it was marvelous. So this paper still gets reviewed. We published in '78, as I recall. Mm-hmm. But the mechanical engineers don't have too much cause to study floppy disks anymore, but mathematicians do. So every now and then I'll see a reference to my paper, co-authored with Professor Bougie. And they're digging into it because of the mathematical curiosity of it all. So it's an interesting sort of spatial representation of transonic flow. And again, kind of fascinating. Every now and then I'll pull my thesis off the shelf and just look at it again and and enjoy it.
It's interesting because you're a mechanical engineer, but you're starting to get involved with computers, and this is kind of in a way a story of UTD, which of course you had no idea of how important mechanical and computer, electrical engineering, computer science would be at this stage in your life. You graduated at what age? How old were you when you got your PhD?
26, I guess.
26. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Berkeley. My thoughts on Berkeley are two. I've spent a little bit of time there on some summer things, and I remember driving by my scooter by the chemistry department and all these signs saying reserved for Nobel Prize winner XXX. And there would never be a car parked in any of them. So it was just stunning to see that. And the other thing was the physical layout of the university, where it goes from, sort of the mundane down on Telegraph Avenue. And as you go up the slope, to the Greek theater, it just gets more and more ethereal. So to me, it was sort of a magical place too.
Oh yeah, it is. The campus is beautiful in its own way. They had the eucalyptus grove there, and even some of the buildings were fascinating. By the way, I when I moved there, not knowing where I wanted to live, I decided for at least for a semester. Well, actually, we were on the quarter system, or maybe a year. I would live in the International House. So if you remember your roads, Telegraph intersected Bancroft, which went up the hill. And at the top was Piedmont. And right at the top of Bancroft was this beautiful old building built, I think, in the 20s called the International House.
Yeah.
And it was 50% international students and 50% Americans. And so it was quite the mixture. And back then, first of all, there were no Chinese, no mainland Chinese back in the day. There were Iranians, to be sure. There were precious few Russians. And, in a lot of schools today, of course, we see a lot of students from India, and that was true back then. But, and the numbers from China go up and down, mostly down these days. But but this international house really was fascinating because people were from all over, including some places where you don't expect to see large numbers. I also remember we had a few Israelis there, and remember this is the 70s. Israel as a country was only created in the 40s. And we'd be in the international house, and there'd be one little sort of black and white TV in sort of a media room where we would all gather to watch Walter Cronkite. And I remember when they would get to international news, it could be pretty interesting because especially if they're talking about the Middle East, I might have the Israelis jumping up and shouting or the Iranians jumping up and shouting, and but I met these really fascinating people. And by the way, the people who jumped up and shouted, they go off and have coffee together and do whatever. It was a very collegial environment. Just as it was meant to be. And of course, the other thing that happened there is early on, I met the woman who would become my wife. She was working at the information desk, so she was actually living in the international house as an undergrad. They didn't have many, but she was one of them, and she worked the sort of the information desk as you came through the main doors. And if you wanted to check something out, I remember I was checking out, I think, a Go board. I played Go back then. Well, I still do. And anyway, I met her. I thought she was kind of cute. We had some conversations. I discovered that she was a musician, a string bass player, and she was taking some math courses and majoring in economics. And I don't know, one thing led to another. We went on a first date and another date and so on, and eventually got married. But so I met my wife at the International House, which I think historically has been proven to be a great environment for matchmaking. A lot of marriages have come out of the International House of Berkeley. But so anyway, I was at the I House, and it was right next to the football stadium. Again, if you can remember that corner of campus, and it was near the Bolt School of Law.
Oh yeah,
and of course,
I know that one.
And so just some great eateries and coffee shops. So when I wasn't being a student, just being in Berkeley was fun. The food in Berkeley is amazing. The restaurants and stuff. Yeah. And so anyway, good environment. I fell in love. Got married, got a PhD. I mean, what more could you ask for? It was great.
So you graduate in when did you graduate exactly? And what were your?
I graduated. Yeah. So I got married in '76. When I went there, of course, I hadn't met Leslie, and I vowed I'm going to have my PhD, and then I'll think seriously about, finding a wife. But I fell in love. We were dating, and I'll tell you one other story about this. I guess it was the first summer Leslie was taking an intensive Spanish language class at UC Santa Cruz, one of the sister campuses, and it's about 60 miles away or maybe more, and of course, I'm back at Berkeley. And so what would happen is maybe on the weekend she'd come back to Berkeley, or I'd go down there. I'd go down to Santa Cruz. And so I'm at Santa Cruz one day, and I don't know, it was quite romantic. The Santa Cruz campus is beautiful, redwood forest, the ocean. I mean, and I said, if I were to ask you to marry me, would you say yes? Stupid way to put it. But she
spoken like an engineer.
I know, hedging my bet. And by the way, I didn't go there planning to do this. I didn't have a ring, I had nothing. So and she said yes, and so we were very happy. And I think we just sort of sat on a grassy, knoll and looked out over the ocean and just were loving the fact that we were going to get married. Wonderful. And so later, being the wise guy that I am or was, I said, well, I didn't actually ask you. Well, and she said, well, then I didn't actually say yes. So I did it again properly. Again, the ring had to come later, but we got engaged, and we got married in June of '76. So I would have been engaged somewhat before then. But I was still a year away from actually having the PhD. So my last year at Berkeley, we lived in, they didn't call it that, but I would have called it married student housing or family housing. And it was in Albany Village, if you remember the local community of Albany, California. It
Yeah.
was right on the bay, down in the Flatlands area, and a lot of married folks lived there, as did we. So my last year, I was living in Albany Village, and commuting up to campus and doing that. So I forget what you were going to say then,
Well,
but in any event, my last year, I was married for my last year, is what I'm saying.
yeah. So we're getting close to the end, and so
Yeah.
the question becomes one of what was on your mind about the next stage of your life in that last year.
Yeah.
So
Well, I would have loved to have stayed in California. A couple of things sort of conspired to move me to the east, back to the east, and not that I regret it in hindsight, but if you'd asked me beforehand, I would have said no, that's not going to happen. Um, One is, as I was getting ready, I sort of thought maybe I might go to IBM research. That would be my first job, but they weren't hiring back then. It wasn't a terribly good time, in the country, and they just weren't hiring. I think if they had been, I probably would have been high on the list, but they weren't. On the other hand, Xerox in Rochester, New York, was hiring, and we'll tell those tales maybe next time. But Xerox had this miracle new machine, the so-called plain paper copier. You're old enough to remember when we used mimeograph sheets.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah, and so Xerox could put an image onto, literally onto a grocery bag if they wanted to, and but they had problems moving the paper to make it automated, and so it was useless commercially unless they could make it quick. And they got it in their heads that they needed mechanical engineers to figure out how to take, well, ultimately two sheets of paper, one with the image on it and the one to receive the image, and move them quickly in an automated way. So automated feeding of what it is you're copying, right? Today you think nothing of it. You throw down a stack of paper and it feeds through. And also out the other end comes the copy piece. And if you're lucky, they're coming out in, it might take a couple of seconds, 2 seconds, something like that. 1 second copy time, replication time is very, very, very fast. So in any event, I'll save some of the story for later, but Xerox figured they had to build an R&D team to study this. So they figured out that somehow they found out about me. So here I am, I'm in Berkeley, I'm, 3,000 miles away. And but I'm studying floppy disks, and they figured, well, floppy disks, paper, I bet this guy could analyze paper, and which is why they got interested in me. So they recruited me. They had a headhunter, and they made quite the offer. And in fact, I was still pretty far from being done. And so probably for a good 7, 8 months, I was getting pressure from Xerox. Finish up, finish up, finish up, finish up. And in fact, they wanted me to come before I was done, and I refused to do that. I had seen too many more senior doctoral students, make the leap, and they take the money, right? They go to say GM research or something, and next thing you know, they never finish the thesis. And so I was very adamant that I'll come when I'm done, and I did. I got it done. But so that was happening. Oh, and then the third piece is my wife Leslie, even though she was born in Pennsylvania, she had really grown up in California, and she wanted to maybe live somewhere else. So, I had a few other opportunities. Stanford Research Institute, SRI, I think, might have panned out. JPL down in Pasadena, was an opportunity. And but I never really pursued them because Leslie wanted to be somewhere else, just for variety. I'm not sure she was counting on Rochester, New York. But in any event, that combined with just the attractiveness of the Xerox offer led me to go there. So, I had thought I told you how magical it was to drive out to Berkeley, in '74. So, somewhat to my surprise, in '77, I was making the reverse trip. But now I didn't have everything I owned in the back seat. We had a moving van. I had a wife. It was very different, and I was going off to this.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
So anyway, those.
yeah, that's a great place to stop for today.
Sure.
We got your
Done
master's
graduate.
and got your PhD story, and we've got a wife, and we're heading to your next adventure for next time. Do you want to say any last words before we stop recording today?
Uh, just that I've had the good fortune to be a part of some wonderful universities. So you've heard of three of them, right? Princeton, UVA, and Berkeley. They're all very different, and they're all great. They were all great in their own way.
Yeah.
And late, upcoming, for future segments, you've got Rochester, Penn State, Virginia Tech, and UT Dallas, and
Yeah.
again, all great and very different.
Yeah.
And so I think I did tell the story. Sometimes I go back to Princeton reunions, and my classmates who have done very well have the one degree. It's from Princeton, and they just can't imagine what life would have been like had they not, gotten into Princeton and gotten that degree.
Yeah.
Or on occasion, you find one who's just beside themselves because their kid didn't get in. And, I sometimes find myself telling them, Princeton is fabulous. It's wonderful. It's everything, you can imagine. But there's some pretty good universities out there. And I'm pretty sure that the graduates, let's pick a place from Penn State, feel really good about their time there, and the education that they got and the friendships that they made. And so that's one of the side benefits of a career in academia. I've had close, close at hand looks at 7 universities, and I love them all, and I can tell people just how great they all are, each in their own way.
And he and his new bride have packed the trunk of, well, I guess more than a trunk, but packed the and are head in Berkeley and are heading to Rochester for a new life. So take it away, Dick.
Well, yeah, thanks, Bob. Yeah, right. I remember. It seems like only yesterday, although it was quite a long time ago now. So I wrapped up my PhD in the fall of 77. So we were getting ready. I was married for a year at that point with Leslie, my bride. We were driving a 1975 lime green VW Rabbit, first model year, which, much as I think VW makes good cars, that one wasn't an especially good car. But the car was packed, unlike when I drove out there, where everything fit in the trunk of my car. I was now married, I had other stuff, and there was actually a moving van, that was also moving across the country. And they made it very clear that we needed to get to Rochester before they did, because otherwise they're going to unload the truck and put everything on the lawn of the apartment complex that we were moving into. So we kind of hustled our way. Long drives, long drives. I think first stop was Salt Lake City, and then, oh gracious, somewhere in the Midwest. I'm trying to remember where.
Kansas City,
And
maybe.
yeah, maybe we were driving essentially Route 90 because again we were going to finish, in the northern end of the country up in Rochester. 90 goes through Rochester. But then, so we got there like in 4 days, and we hustled, and it was a new life, and it was very interesting. I mean, it was at this point I was ready to not be a student anymore. So as much as I loved being a student, and I really did, I love Princeton, I love UVA, I love Berkeley, but I was ready to be a professional. And Xerox was a very appealing company, very progressive. I did good research. At the time they still had this miracle invention, so-called plain paper copying. They were trying
So
very hard to predict.
before we
Yeah,
get into what you did for Xerox, tell us about
yeah,
arriving in, did you buy a place? Did you rent a place? How long till you started your family? A few
yeah.
domestic things.
Sure. I could do that. I'll tell you one thing that I actually said in the car. So because this has bearing on more than a few things that came later in my life. So I was leaving Berkeley, and basically Berkeley, all of Berkeley, all of the people, no one really took notice that Dick Benson had left town, and that's okay. I mean, I was just a grad student at the university. They had a
Yeah.
lot of them, but I was channeling my father, my grandfather, my mother, my grandmother, and they were great citizens of their communities, and in particular, my father's father, Oscar Benson. He was the guy who was part of the Swedish immigrant family, the very large Swedish immigrant family. And Oscar was just a great man. When he was little, he spoke Swedish, but whatever. In time, he became a realtor and a banker, and I don't think he ever finished high school. I'm not sure I ever even asked him if he did, but he was beloved, in that community of Dover, New Jersey, and so I had what I kind of call the Oscar scale. In other words, I wanted to in the future be like him, and the way you test it is by leaving. Right. So as I'm arriving in Rochester, and I said something to the effect, and I hope Leslie can back me up on this, that the day will come when I will leave. And when I leave, I hope people will be sorry that I left. Right. I mean, that is, or they will be appreciative that I had been there and that she had been there. And so, I was just getting somewhat, philosophical as we were pulling into town, into Rochester to start a new life. And Rochester is a very different place from Berkeley, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it takes a little bit of adjustment. And my wife, who essentially grew up in California, there was a very big adjustment for her. So, I was philosophizing about this, and but I was ready to be a young professional working for this wonderful company. We rented in the beginning. It turns out right across the street, basically from the University of Rochester, which would become a future employer of mine. And we rented for a number of years before we bought our first house. So I think it was around for about 3 years. We rented in two different locations, and then bought our first house. In the community, a neighboring town called Pittsford, which is
1980.
quite lovely.
So you bought a place
Yes,
in
yeah,
1980 when the interest rates were
yeah,
like
and
20%.
the funny thing is, it became known at Xerox that I was thinking of jumping over to academia, and forgive the boastfulness, but they wanted to keep me, and I remember when I bought a house in Pittsford, my boss, actually my boss's boss, was so happy because he took that as a sign that I was staying. And then I think I really messed with his mind when I, in fact, left. But I went to the University of Rochester, which is in the same town. So all I did was change my commute. But for a short while after I bought the new house, well, it wasn't a new house, my first house, he was so happy that I had done that. And I frustrated him. Interestingly, though, a fellow named Don Clausing, by the way, who was a great scholar himself, and eventually he took a position with MIT. So, I think there was a number of people there working in R&D at Xerox who, over time, probably had that same thought process, or where they just wanted to move into academia. So I wasn't the only one who did that. We know there's a boatload of people from places like IBM and 3M and the like, who've
Yeah.
also moved into academia.
So 3 years, a lot can happen. You're
Yeah,
renting for three
yeah.
years. Did you start your family during your rental period, or did that start
No,
later?
so in the beginning, we were trying maybe not to have children. We were, just we
Yeah,
weren't doing anything
they
overt,
complicate
but
things.
the children complicate things, and well, this gets very personal, but there came a point when the pendulum tipped,
Yeah.
and then we wanted to have children. Both of us,
Hmm.
Leslie and I, both wanted to have children. So, our behavior changed, a bit.
Hmm.
But, no baby came, no baby came, no baby came, and we were starting to get kind of nervous about wondering if something was wrong. And so I'm going to jump ahead in the story, so you have to bear with me. So, God, my daughter was born in 87. We were
Oh,
married
okay.
in 76, right? So I was
Yeah.
married 11 years. So, but as I was getting ready to go to sabbatical out in San Diego, so I'd gone from Xerox to U of R to a sabbatical in San Diego. And we decided that when we were both out in San Diego, we'd go through some tests just to see if anything was up. Is there some reason why we weren't having a baby? And so on the eve of my getting ready to drive to San Diego, Leslie was going to join me 3 months later because she couldn't get quite so much time off from her work. She told me that she thought she was pregnant. So, and she was. She was.
Yeah,
So
wonderful.
I go out to San Diego, and I'm there for like the first 3 months of the pregnancy, and Leslie's back in Rochester, and I was never so anxious and not lonely isn't the word for it. I wanted to be with her, or at least I wanted her with me.
Yeah.
So she was pregnant, and we didn't have to do any testing, but a couple months later, she flew out and brought two dogs with her, our two Shetland sheepdogs. And so she got off the plane and she had, a little bit of a tummy and on we went. And we joined a
Wonderful.
Lamaze class and out in San Diego, and the baby was born in San Diego. And it was just lovely. My prayers were answered. And, I was
Yeah.
thinking, if I go through life with one child, I'm delighted. I'm happy. This is wonderful.
Yeah.
I'll
So
I'll foreshadow.
we
Yeah, go
can go
ahead.
back. We'll come back to this. We don't want to get too far ahead of the
Yeah, we'll come
story.
back to that later. Anyway, so the
So,
baby part. So what happened is, well, okay, so I'm back at Xerox, and I'm
yes.
just the young professional. And did I tell you the story of my first occasion to teach? It was complex variables over at
No, no.
U of R. Well, so I started out, and the reason why Xerox hired me, I think I might have mentioned this. I had done my thesis on a floppy disk, the mechanics of a floppy disk, and Xerox at the time well, they were making money hand over fist because it had a lot of patent protection, but they really had some old-fashioned problems of making a very easy to use machine where you could just punch a button and out would come your copy. And so it required automated paper handling. And paper is actually a very interesting structure, unlike most structures, which are meant to be essentially rigid. This desk that I'm tapping on, and if you put a load on it, it's not supposed to deflect. But paper has to remain very flexible. So now, how do you take a paper sheet and in very quick order, space of seconds, you enter it into the machine, you put on an image electrostatically, which is at that point smearable, and then you fuse the image, to make it permanent without lighting the paper on fire or crushing the paper or doing whatever, and having it pop out the other end. And then every 2 seconds afterwards comes another, and so reliability and just handling very flexible structures, in this case paper. And by the way, it could be vellum, right? It could be transparencies. It could be, it wasn't always the same kind of paper. And so Xerox built this R&D group to do paper handling. And it was great. It was fun. The math was pretty high level. I really kind of enjoyed it. In fact, not kind of, I enjoyed it. It was good. But early on, my boss, I just made reference to him, Don Clausing, pointed out that every now and then some of the folks from the group would teach a course over at U of R, the University of Rochester, on a part-time basis. And he said, why don't you introduce yourself to the department head and, just let them know that you're here. So I did. I went over to the University of Rochester, and a fellow named Al Simon was the head. He was actually a physicist, a plasma physicist, no less, heading an ME department. And so I told him I was here, and I thought if ever he needed someone to teach a course, I could do it. And he was, he's very cordial and gracious. But I literally heard these words: "Don't call us, we'll call you." And so I thought, well, maybe years from now. But it turns out later that same year, I mean, right on the eve of the start of the fall semester, I got a call from, Chairman Al Simon, who said, I need a teacher. And he had lost a teacher for complex variables, which is a math course. But it was a course that the ME department taught. And he said, can you teach complex variables? Well, you darn tootin' I can teach complex variables. It was maybe my favorite course, when I was an undergraduate. And but I had almost no time to prepare. And I started, so I did it. And I was listed with every qualifier you can imagine. I was like the junior assistant part-time lecturer, you know. And but there I was in the class, and and I
So
taught
what year was
chemical.
this? 1970 what?
This would have been, so I arrived fall of 70. It would have been 78. It would have been the
So you're
fall of
27
78.
years old.
Yeah, pretty
28.
young. And
Okay.
yeah,
Go
in
ahead.
fact, when I first went to the front of the room and started putting chalk on the board, people started to chuckle because they thought I was one of them and that I was just messing with their minds. I went up there and I wrote my name, and they'd never heard of me because they were supposed to have a different teacher. And so there's some guy named Richard Benson putting his name on the board, and they all start to laugh, and I think it hit them that I wasn't gonna I wasn't gonna come back down and take a seat. So I looked much younger then, but anyway, I taught that course and did well, and hold on.
How many students in
By
the
the way,
class
it,
do you
it was
remember?
it was it was fall of '79, Bob. Fall of
Some-
'79, not '78.
Okay.
Not
So,
not that it matters much, but
no,
it went well. It was great.
how many students do in that class? Do you know? Do you
I
recall
had a
about?
lot, and it grew. I had maybe 80.
Wow.
It
And
was
did
a
you have a
lot.
teaching assistant?
I did have a
That's
TA,
helpful.
and interesting. It was a guy actually older than I was, and a very fine fellow, and in fact we had some fun, working together, and when you've got to grade 80 papers, that's a heck of a lot. So we divide up. I always graded the exams myself. I never had a TA
Ah,
grade exams, but
so
but
so
um
we've got this story. You come in cold, fall of
yeah,
79, teach a
yeah,
course to 80 students on a difficult topic at the same time you're holding down a full-time job.
yeah, this is true.
And
So
and a wife with a baby. No, no,
no,
no
no
baby
baby
yet.
yet.
No baby yet.
No
Okay,
babies
that
yet.
helps.
Just
That helps
dog.
a little
We had
bit.
dog. We had a dog.
Okay, that's fine. No, I'm just
But
getting
yeah,
the scene
yeah,
set.
no, no. Oh yeah, no, the baby would have been rough, but
Yeah,
no, I worked my butt off. And
I
what
guess.
what the way it worked, the U of R had some evening courses, which was very important because later I became associate dean for graduate studies, and my job was to help accommodate those same people who were coming to U of R for graduate studies, but
But that
out
would
of
have
companies
been
like
10
Xerox.
years or 10 or 15 years later, right?
More like, well, 7, 8, 9 years later, or
Oh,
something like
wow.
that.
You
Yeah,
moved
I
right
was,
along there.
I did. Yeah, yeah. When I hit academia, again, forgive the boastfulness, but I moved pretty quickly. But
Yes, clearly.
anyway, I was teaching this course, and what Xerox would do is they would allow me to leave at essentially after 4 o'clock to get to teach a course that was offered at 4:20. And so I could basically take 1 hour off, and they were fine with that. They actually thought it was good, to be engaged with a local university. And as I said, other people had done it too. And what that university did is they had evening courses, and later when I was the associate dean, I would say, we have um, part-time students, but we don't have part-time courses. In other words, there wasn't a dedicated course for the part-timers. So pretty much all of the graduate courses that we offered were offered from 4:20 and onward, and there was another slot at around 7 o'clock or so. And so I love that 4:20. There was a couple of years when it was at 4:40, and that doesn't matter. But the four-ish, call it 4:30 time slot really appealed to me because first of all I could work a whole day, and all my prep work for the class had to be on my own time. It was in the evening and it was on the weekends. And my wife tells stories of me sitting at the kitchen table,
Yeah.
preparing those notes. And I still have. They're right over there, and they're pretty good if I may say so. And so what I remember is that 4 o'clock would hit, and I'd be kind of tired actually, and I would drive across town, but it was almost palpable. I would start to feel energy because I was excited. I was looking forward to it. And I would get into the classroom and, off we'd go. And the material's delightful. I mean, literally delightful, if you can call anything mathematical delightful. But, and so then, the end of the hour would come, 6 something or other. And at this point I was pretty tired again. and I
It's
would
three
then
times a
drive
week
home.
class, right? 3 times a week.
This was actually 2 times a week because it was like a 75-minute class
Okay.
each time, and so it was twice a week. So it was Tuesday, Thursday is what it was. Again, it worked out. I found out like a year and a half later that the students had actually chosen me for the top teaching award in the school.
That's
And
amazing, considering
yeah, and
coming in cold, a few days
yeah,
before the semester begins. That's
yeah, and
amazing.
it was done by student vote or popularity. But I do remember there were some strangers in the back of the class one time, and I didn't know why they were there. But I guess they were auditing me. I guess it was the student council or something, but they were auditing me to see if I was in fact a good teacher or not. But
Wow.
the department or the college didn't give it to me because it embarrassed them that this junior part-time assistant would be judged the best teacher in the college. So
That, yeah.
they gave it to another person. So the interesting thing is that later when I became full-time at Rochester. Once again, I taught that course, and once again, I won the award. And that time they gave it to me, and so that actually shows up in my CV where you can see that I won a teaching award for teaching
So,
complex variables.
so how long from that first course till somebody approaches you and says, "Hey, Dick, what would you think about coming and joining our faculty?"
It was pretty quick because the ME department then. This is going to really sound weird. It was a time when engineering was very science oriented. It was still, in the shadow of the space race, and it turns out that department had only one person who had degrees in mechanical engineering. The
Huh.
chair of the department was a plasma physicist. Rochester then and now has something called the Laboratory for Laser Energetics, which is a nuclear fusion entity. It's a massive, huge program. The leadership, for whatever reason, was over there in mechanical engineering, which actually at the time was called mechanical and aerospace science,
Mhm.
even though they did no aerospace, but they liked that S word, and there was no
Mhm.
E, so it was mechanical and aerospace science. Um, so again, very theoretical. We had a number of applied mathematicians. We had a geophysics type, somebody you would enjoy, but no one who actually was a traditional mechanical engineer. So time goes by. Accreditation rules were evolving. So what we now know is ABET, the accrediting
Oh yeah.
body for engineering and technology. They were quite put out by the fact that U of R was giving mechanical engineering degrees in a department which didn't say mechanical engineering, and without professors who had degrees in mechanical engineering. And they were certain, and the irony is that the education was perfectly fine. The way they taught, the content, everything was fine. The students did well, but there was this real problem. And then and none of this was shared with me at the time. I was still at Xerox. But what had to happen is that they had to hire some honest to God mechanical engineers. And that same chairman, Al Simon, that I mentioned, said to the accrediting body, well, what if we all sat for the PE exam and passed it? Would that prove to you that we are actually capable of teaching, mechanical engineering? And he said, well, of course it would, but you guys can't possibly pass that test. And so this was the challenge. Now, this is all playing out during that year when I taught as an adjunct, right? So at the same time, for a variety of reasons, I knew that I wanted to move into academia. And by the way,
Well,
the love of teaching was actually the second most important reason. Number
so
one was I
so are we
wanted to
going
do
to
research.
explore? Are we going to explore why you wanted to? Because I imagine you were on track to make a higher salary in
I,
Xerox
I,
then.
I, yeah, I sure was. But I'll just finish this transition. I'll jump back to
O-
that.
Okay.
So
Okay.
in any event, I show up, and I had offers other places, including Penn State, some other good schools, but I chose to go to Rochester. And only then did people sort of revealed to me that the department was in danger of losing its accredited status, and that the chairman had promised that we would all take the PE exam. And I never took the PE exam. My own training was also very theoretical. So there we were in my very first year studying to take the professional engineering exam, which is preceded by the engineer in training test, EIT. And so we had a coach. We all sat for it, and I'll tell you, it was a little unnerving because the whole time I'm thinking, dear God, what if I flunk this? What if I don't pass? And it's very pragmatic, not at all mathematical and the like. It's a lot of charts and tables and stuff, and especially of the day. And I remember, especially when I took the EIT, there I am in the room, and it's an all-day test, morning and afternoon. And to my left of me and right of me are my own students, the people I'm teaching, right? They're also sitting for the EIT. I had barely enough experience to be allowed to then sit for the PE exam, which was the very next day. And I'll tell you, it's one of the most tiring things I've ever done in my life is to take 2 full-day exams back to back. And I do the EIT. Of course, I have no idea if I passed it or not. I kind of figured I had. But then I went to the PE, which is very arcane, and I sat for that one. And boy, I almost walked away at noontime. I was so burned out. But I toughed it out, and to make the story short, we all passed. So we all became PEs. And by the way, there's not a lot of mechanical engineers who have a PE license. It's more of a civil engineering kind of thing. But I'm a bit of a rare bird where I've got a license, in New York State. So I'm an honest to God PE. But so that's why they were looking for someone like me. Now, having taught well, I think that also was a big plus. I mean, when I finally when I applied formally, then they were more than eager, to hire me. So it was good, and it was a comfortable move, aside from learning about this deep dark secret of the licensing, the accreditation. What did
Leslie think about?
Oh, she was good. I mean, Leslie, she's my life partner, the love of my life, and she's always been wonderful. We talk very seriously about career moves, especially if it means we're moving the family. So later, when I went to Penn State, went to Virginia Tech, came here. These are pretty serious things. And there was one occasion where I turned down a deanship for family reasons. Mm-hmm. If I said we're going, we would have gone, and Leslie would have come, and the kids would have come. But I knew in my heart it wasn't right. I won't say where it was, but it was a very fine school. It was, before I went to Virginia Tech. But I've always, Leslie's my most important, advisor. And she's very good. So, and she was supportive of this.
She knew your motivations for wanting to do this and was willing.
Yeah.
And you had 2 incomes at that time too, right?
Yeah, that's right. We were dinks, double income, no kids, right? And
what was she doing?
So yes, she was doing sort of computer programming, sort of business programming, if you will, for a variety of companies. Mm-hmm. I think at the time it was it's a clothing company, Champion. So I think she was doing programming for Champion.
Cool. Okay.
I'm in this zone and things are going well at Xerox. I mean, very, very well, and the work was fun. But of course, nothing was being projected outward, right? Because Xerox didn't want me publishing. They're trying to protect everything that they could.
Sure.
And I remember going to a conference, an ASME conference, and I remember being in a room and I was watching a young woman who was probably almost exactly my age, got her PhD when I got mine, and she was presenting her stuff. And I think it's the greatest amount of envy I've ever felt in my life. I wanted to be her. I wanted to be that person, on the stage presenting my research. And of course, Xerox did not want me to do this. I could go to the conference, I could listen, I could take notes, but they didn't want me to present anything. So that was a huge driver. And keep in mind, I'd only gotten the PhD a year or 2 prior. I was very proud of it. But I had never really acted on it. I mean, it got me into Xerox and it enabled me to have the tools to solve certain problems. But, No, I couldn't, and that kind of bothered me. I wanted to do it. Meanwhile, the teaching was going well, and so the combination of wanting to be, an honest to God researcher as well as to teach, that is what got me to make that move.
No,
And
that's
I knew in my heart that it was the right move.
an understandable motivation, certainly from my perspective. So
Well,
good.
yeah,
So we're kind of at a juncture. It sounds like,
okay,
but the thing we could do would be to talk
yep,
a little bit about how you chatted with your boss at Xerox about what you were going to do, and maybe then we
yeah,
can start next time with your career at Rochester University.
yeah, sure, yeah, you bet, I can do that. Um, so yeah, of course, at well, Rochester is not that big of a town. At some point, the folks at U of R let the folks at Xerox know that they were making me an offer.
Ah, okay.
And so they did it before, I told anybody, which I didn't have a problem with that. I mean, I would have liked to have been the one to have broken that news, but I mean, they kind of knew. I mean, they sort of sensed it. And so again, I went to both my boss and my boss's boss, and you know, my boss's boss, he tried to talk me out of it. He said, "You've got this bright future. You're going to make a lot more money if you stay here." And he started calling me the $1 million boy because now remember this is 1970s dollars. But he figured that I would take a cut and pay, which I did. I did take a cut and pay
Sure.
to go to the university, and I was passing up not only my Xerox salary, but they had me pegged for management. And so he just figured I was going to make so much more money if I just stuck it out with Xerox, and it probably would have been true.
Yeah.
But so he tried to talk me out of it. He couldn't. I'd made my mind up, but they were very cordial. And there's two interesting things. I've already tipped you off to one, but that same fellow, some years later, he took a job with MIT. So I guess in the back of his mind, he's thinking, well, maybe I should do this too. I wanted to give him a call up and ask if he was also a $1 million boy, but I think MIT paid him well. By the way, Rochester paid me well too,
Yeah.
because
And
you throw in summer salary and stuff, I was fine.
well, my
But
my guess is that at the university in general, the football coaches pays the most, then the business school, and then the
mhm,
engineers. Well, not we're not talking about medical schools, but I mean
yeah,
that's just my sense. But what would I know?
that's quite true. And Rochester, by the way, Rochester is a great medical school, so there's some very,
Yeah.
very, very well paid people there. When it comes to athletics, they're a Division III school, so I don't know what their football coach makes, but it's not like, say, the University of Texas Austin or
Yeah,
Texas A&M or
SMU.
anything like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
So
yeah,
they took it well. They couldn't talk you out of it. Your wife
no,
was good with it. So
yeah.
you didn't have to pack anything up. You, I guess, put everything in a cardboard box, throw it in your trunk, and
I That was it. In fact, when I was in the final stretch, I gave them some amount of notice. It might have been at least a month.
yeah.
And so bit by bit, I was taking things out of Xerox to take home. Now, mind you, I only took my stuff. I never took anything that would be proprietary or what have you. These are books I'd studied with and the like. And but there was a very careful guard at the front who always took great care to make sure that I wasn't doing anything. She was warned about former employees, disgruntled employees. And so I always got the once over before before I could actually leave. But that's okay. So bit by bit, I was able to take my library, if you will, back home, and then eventually move it over. And I'm also very proud. I've said this more times than I can count, but my very first research sponsor was Xerox. So
Makes sense.
they funded some research for me. Early on, I was there. In fact, what I was trying to do is to get some NSF money, where NSF would support both myself and Xerox. And essentially, it was to do a more advanced studies of making paper move quickly through copiers. Um, and so that's only another year out or so. So so Xerox kindly, was teaming up. I was even doing some consulting work for them. So, I'd solve a problem here and there. And we got good reviews, in fact, very good reviews on the NSF. But I remember a couple things. There was one person who downgraded it, and you have to understand at the time to do industry university research was not that common. And I can almost quote this fellow in his review. He said, "Xerox is a big, rich company. Why are we spending, federal money to support this big, rich company? Let them pay for it all on their own." And so we were turned down. So I had two really interesting things happen afterwards.
So what
So
year was
I
this?
shared
This was
this
19.
would have been my first. Well, it might have been out around 1980. It takes you a while to apply, get reviewed. So
Just after you
80,
show up at Rochester,
yeah.
at
So I'm there,
University of
but
Rochester.
I'm still working with Xerox, right? In other words, I'm trying to get NSF funding to support this project that I would have done in collaboration with Xerox. And so we get these reviews, and so I went to my contact over at Xerox and I said, well, here's the reviews. They're actually good. They're very good, but they've turned us down, and they've suggested that maybe you should just pay for it all yourself. And then they did. So Xerox then just, it wasn't that much money. I've got to be honest with you. It was enough
Yeah.
to support my time and a doctoral student. So my very first doctoral student was supported by Xerox and did good work, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So in any event, I got the funding, but instead of it coming, from NSF to be shared with Xerox, Xerox just paid for it. So I had, and a couple things happened afterwards. One is about a year later, I was talking to the NSF contract monitor, the person who would have been the contract monitor. And he said, "Dick, why didn't you resubmit? We wanted you to resubmit." And I said, "Well, I didn't know you wanted me to resubmit." Keep in mind, I was a naive, very young assistant professor. And no one will say this out loud, but I think sometimes they turn down one knowing that it's going to be funded eventually, but they can show a lower hit rate, which might allow them to then argue for more money. But in any event, I got the turn down, but according to this fellow, they really wanted me to resubmit.
Yeah.
And he was frustrated that I did not. And again, out of complete naivete, I said, "Well, you wrote that Xerox should just pay for it." And I said, "They did." That's exactly what happened. So it was really funny. Again, it was a good project. It ended up well. Nice young man got his PhD, as a result. But, it was just kind of funny. And the other thing that happened is I got a call from the president of Xerox. I mean, sorry, the president of the University of Rochester. And he was nervous because there really wasn't much in the way of industry funded research back then. So even though the University of Rochester is in the shadow of companies like Xerox, like Kodak and the like, he was worried that I come in and I skim the cream. I go to Xerox and I get them to pay, for this research. And then later, when the university would go to Xerox for a charitable gift, they would say, "Oh, we've already given," and I had to assure the president of the University of Rochester that this was okay. This was actually a good thing. But I'm not sure I fully satisfied him. I think he was very nervous that this could be the beginning of more.
That's a great story because I've done some fundraising as gifts, and I'm always aware of the fact that there's some kind of an undefined ceiling where I can't go to Exxon. Not that Exxon would ever give me any money.
Yeah.
But there's a certain level of company that an individual faculty member doesn't ask for gifts from. But you're talking about a grant or a contract, which is completely different. And it seems like the president didn't understand the difference.
No, and again, there was nobody doing this, and so I became known for it. So later, I built a program. In fact, if you look at my CV, I don't look like most people who came up, in mechanical engineering during the time. I had a little bit of NSF eventually, mostly to prove that I could do it. But it came from companies, and it started out local companies, Xerox, Kodak, Bausch and Lomb, and all in my backyard. Gleason Works, a company you've probably never heard of. And later, 3M, Hewlett Packard, and so on. But nobody was doing it this way. At least nobody at Rochester was doing it this way.
No,
that was unusual.
No, that's cool. So I think we'll stop here unless you want to say any final words.
No, it's just to say I've loved every place I've been, every job I've had. It's and so including Xerox, and sometimes so many years later, people almost forget that I had this other life, before coming here.
It's pretty clear that you've enjoyed every experience you've had. Benson, and he's just starting his academic career at the University of Rochester. Take it away, Dick.
Thank you, Bob. I made the move to U of R in the fall of 1980. I had actually taught there the year before as a part-time, as an adjunct, teaching complex variables. So I kind of knew the university. I'd gotten to know some of the people, and I had offers at a number of good places, including, I'll say, Penn State. But U of R really made a lovely offer. It's a private school, and so the teaching load was decent. And I had a real opportunity to launch my research career, which was very important to me. So my teaching load was 1-on-1, and the department chair said, one will be a grad course, one will be an undergrad course. And by the way, that was standard. That wasn't just a startup package. And I was thinking, well, I can do that. That gives me ample time to really make my lectures good. Gives me time to build the research program, which was actually quite a challenge. It's never easy for someone starting out to get research funding, especially from the likes of National Science Foundation and the like. and not to get ahead of my story, but in fact, I didn't do it that way. I ended up being almost entirely industry funded, starting with my former employer, Xerox. I'm very proud of that. And in any event, I went to the University of Rochester, and they had me teaching that same course again in the fall, complex variables. So, I had my notes in place. I was ready to go. Taught a good grad course, the following semester. And of course, this being my first, full-time, year in academia, it also gave me an opportunity to figure out who I might want to take on as a grad student, and the like. So it was an exciting time. It was fun. Still preparing a lot of notes. There weren't a lot like me. I think I mentioned this the last time we recorded that there was only one other person on the faculty who actually had all of his degrees in mechanical engineering. So it was a time when engineering, the pendulum had swung very heavily to sort of the theoretical side. And even my own training was very theoretical, especially Princeton and Berkeley. But whatever, the department itself was changing. We were in the position to hire yet some other people who might be kind of like me. And in fact, I was assigned to chair the search committee for the next hire. I had no idea that this is not normal, to have your youngest assistant professor chairing a search committee. But because the department was so thin on actual mechanical engineers, people connected to, say, ASME, American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and the like, they thought, well, maybe I should lead the charge. And the department wasn't, in fact, trying to fill out some of these other positions. So I then chaired the search for the person who came in next after me. I noticed that you've got a nice Stanford sweatshirt on there, Bob, and the guy I hired was out of Stanford, a very talented fellow who went on to a great career. And then, the next year we hired another, and then we hired two more. One year was quite interesting. Again, we were searching for one person, and it came down to two people, both with absolutely spectacular credentials. One was a woman graduating from Cal Berkeley, and she had the same thesis advisor as me. And then another was a material science sort of oriented fellow who was graduating from Harvard. Again, absolutely stellar career. And I was kind of torn on who to recommend. Of course, ultimately it wasn't my decision. It would, there'd be a vote in the faculty, and the department chair would have an outsized influence. But somebody suggested that I go to the dean and see if the dean would spring to just make 2 hires. And so I went to the dean, a very fine man. Brian Thompson was his name, a wonderful fellow. And I said, look, we've got these 2 spectacular people. By the way, at that point, no woman had ever served on the engineering faculty at U of R. So we were in a position to hire the absolute very first person.
Wonderful.
And I said, look, they're both spectacular. Here's this assistant professor telling the dean, I'd like to have us make 2 offers. We'll be lucky if we get either of them, and it'll be incredibly lucky if we get them both. And the dean, to his great credit, gave me the go-ahead, or more precisely, gave my department the go-ahead. Mm-hmm. But and we did. We made the 2 offers, and they both accepted, and they both gone on to fabulous careers. At the University of Rochester. And this is one of those gifts that keeps on giving. I wasn't even in administration at this point, but yet I'd played a role in sort of attracting talent, right? Attracting and mentoring talent. And it's one of those gifts that keeps on giving. There's a nice little anecdote about the woman from Berkeley. We had a letter of recommendation from her advisor, who was, of course,
my
advisor.
What was her name?
Cheryl Grasuski. She's actually since retired now. Makes me feel old. But Cheryl had her master's degree from MIT, and I'm blanking on where she did her undergrad. But again, PhD, Berkeley. And so we had a letter of recommendation from our mutual advisor, thesis advisor, a man named David Bougie, B-O-G-Y. David Bougie. Yeah. Again, spectacular talent. And I always remember that David said in his letter that she was one of the 2 best doctoral students he had ever supervised. Now pause on that just for a minute. I love the fact that he said two best, because it allowed for the possibility that maybe I was the other one, and I've actually borrowed that line more than a few times in my own career. And in fact, I shared that anecdote. I was at what some people call a Festschrift for my former advisor, who's probably close to 90 years old now. Well into his 80s, let's put it that way. And I shared that anecdote with him, just to say how much I admired his tactfulness in telling us how good Cheryl Grasuski was. So Cheryl went on to a great career. John Lambropoulos, a great career. He's actually served a stint as chair of the department. He's not retired. He's still active and doing great work. So anyway, I was there, and it was a time when the department was changing. I was, of course, building my own repertoire of notes, right? I mean, in fact, I didn't realize until much later in my career, really not until I got to Penn State, that there's a lot of faculty members who they want to prepare notes for, I'm going to say, a handful of courses, and maybe even fewer, 2 or 3. And they get very grumpy if asked to teach something else. And that was never my instinct. I was actually, I preferred the more mathematical courses. So the closer you got me to a lab course, the more nervous I got. But if it was sort of mathematically oriented, then I was pretty happy with it. And I actually wanted to have change. So as the years went by, you teach a course, goes well, you teach it again, it actually goes better. It's like some leftovers are better when they're leftovers. I don't know.
I agree 100%. My experience has been the first time I teach a course, it's a disaster, but if I'm careful, I can keep it hidden from the students. The second time, it needs to be about 20% improved. Third time, you're almost there. Fourth time, you've got a very mature course.
Well, so that's right. My arc might be a tad different. I no matter how many times I taught the course, it always changed though. There was always sort of at least a 15% part that would be new and different. I never just pulled out last year's notes in their entirety. But yeah, you get better by the second. Frankly, you get better by the third. But then at least I would start to get a little bored. I didn't want to teach it again. I mean, not right away. So I was actually keen on being assigned to something else. This is especially true in the graduate level. We were not only teaching courses in sort of theoretical applied mechanics, we were actually launching them for the first time. So there was a whole bunch of courses that hadn't been taught either ever or in recent years at Rochester. Things like continuum mechanics, advanced structural mechanics, sort of structural stability, and any number of nonlinear, mechanic systems and the like. And so we were also building out the courses. And some of the names that I just mentioned, the fellow from Stanford, Larry Tabor, Cheryl Grosowski, John Lambropoulos, others, a fellow named Renato Perucchio, who's the print department chair. He was out of Cornell. He was a finite element expert. But again, we were building this team. We were all young, and it was just exciting. And the other thing we did is that because we were building out the graduate curriculum in what they called the mechanics part, so we had a materials section. We actually had a plasma physics section. We had a fluid mechanics section. And it's not a large department, I might point out. I think it maxed out at 17 faculty. So what would happen is, Cheryl and Larry and Renato and I and, maybe another person, we'd all sit down, and this is on the graduate side, and we would build out a 2-year plan for teaching our courses, our grad courses. And we wanted pretty much everything that we were offering, and almost every last one of them was new within the last couple of years. We wanted them offered on a 2-year cycle because we felt that almost everybody could see every one of those courses in a 2-year cycle. We had some, of course, doctoral students who were going to be around for more than 2 years. And we had quite a few part-time students coming over from local industry, notably Xerox and Kodak.
But it was mostly master's students was the heart of the graduate program.
Well, yeah, but I'll tell you another side to that in just a second. But yes, they were mostly master's students. So there was a wonderful program in place where Xerox and Kodak actually gave release time to their employees to go to the University of Rochester to pick up a master's degree. And they were, it was, Xerox offered, I think, 2 days off a week during this time. And Kodak offered 1 day off a week. I mean, the total number of hours. Uh-huh. And you took courses. You did not write a thesis. It was a non-thesis option. So you took 8 courses. You did have an oral exam at the end, but I will tell you, these folks who were coming over from Xerox and Kodak were very bright, very sharp, mm-hmm. and in some cases stronger than some of the grad students we were attracting mm-hmm. straight in, mm-hmm. Because they were making money, they were making good money, and they were coming out of strong programs, the likes of, I don't know, let's mm-hmm. pick a school, Rensselaer, Cornell, and the like. And so we had this very strong part-time program. Now, although I like to point out that we had part-time students, but in fact, technically, we didn't have a part-time program. They took the very same courses that everybody else took. And I might have mentioned this. We would often offer, in fact, almost always offer the grad courses after about 4:30 and later into the evening. So I frequently taught well into the evening. I would have a very late dinner, just the nature of, teaching that way. But again, the mechanics crew at Rochester would lay out sort of a 2-year plan, and then who would teach it. And then after every couple of years, we'd swap them all around. So Larry Tabor developed the plates and shells course, but eventually I taught it. And likewise, I developed the continuum mechanics course, but eventually Cheryl taught it. And it was nice. It kept you fresh. Certainly was good for me, exposed me to yet some additional grad students.
So if I could interrupt here, you've described a very productive, cooperative faculty, which is often not the case. So what are the elements of that? Was it because you guys were all young, or was it you guys just weren't threatened, or what?
Well, that's a really good question. I would say it's several things. We all were young. I mean, oddly enough, I was like the senior member of the group, and I was quick, to get tenure and quick to get promoted. Keep in mind, I had already had 3 years at Xerox, so maybe it wasn't all that quick. But so it was me becoming an associate professor, and then 3 other assistant professors, and if I may say so, we were doing good work. Our courses were well received. We were doing good research. we're hitting the usual,
Yeah,
metrics of getting funded. And
so you guys
so,
were you guys
so
were feeling you guys were feeling good, which helps build team spirit.
yeah, I think the phrase is esprit de corps. I think we felt it.
Yeah.
And Tabor has moved on. He's now retired. Cheryl Grosowski is retired from Rochester. John Lambrapel's still there. Renato Perucchio is still there. Of course, they're now the senior members of the department. But it was a fun time. And I mean, like every assistant associate professor, you have your moments of anxiousness, right? I mean, or I think the word is called anxiety. I just made a word.
Yeah.
But it's but yeah, I think there was even an element of cockiness is not the right word, but confidence is a better word. I think we kind of knew that we were, pretty good, and we could do this, and it was fun. It was, we had a good time.
Yeah.
If I may add one twist from down the road, at some point I became the associate dean for graduate studies. In fact, it was my very first administrative job.
What year was that?
And I think I had just become a full professor when that was offered to me. And
so what year would that be?
That would have been 1989. So I had started in 80. And so by the fall of 89, I was a full professor, and I guess it was considered a bit precocious to be an associate dean at that age. I mean, just like everything else, but it was offered to me, and I think I shared the story that my department chair thought surely I wouldn't want to get into administration. Just because I so enjoyed the teaching, which is true. But in fact, I was starting to evolve, I guess, and I did have some desire to be able to play a role in kind of the administration of things, to how the place was run. But so I came in, and there was this program in place, a Special Opportunity Graduate Program, SOGP. And it's what I just described to you, where students from Xerox and Kodak could get time off to pursue a master's degree. And I then created a version for doctoral students. And I guess we didn't have a snappy, acronym for it, but it went something like this. Instead of, there would be 2 years pursuing courses. There would be another year pursuing some more courses because you'd have to take it. And then there would be another year, actually, I guess it would be 2 more years taking courses. And then there'd be a year or plus of working on the thesis. And keep in mind, Rochester at the time had things like residence requirements. And that didn't mean just living in the city of Rochester. I mean, you sort of kind of had to be a quasi full-time student. So we actually had an administrative battle that we had to fight. So what the plan was, we would take the SOGP program, the master's level, double it for courses, and then add a thesis component, which would also count for residency. And the way it worked was like this. The students who, keep in mind, were working professionals at Xerox and Kodak, would spend 4 days a week on their thesis. They would spend at least 2 days a week actually on the campus at Rochester. They would spend at least 2 days a week back in their company, Xerox or Kodak, and then the 5th day could be wherever. And so this met with the agreement of both Xerox and Kodak, and it also met with the agreement of Rochester, the University of Rochester. But here's why it worked. And at this point, I was already doing a lot of funded research from those companies and others. There's a boatload of fabulous, wonderful, fascinating, interesting thesis topics that are also practical. And so I would have this funded research, in nonlinear mechanics, again, coming from these companies and others. Bausch and Lomb was another. And they were more than worthy of being doctoral dissertations. And so what you would do is you would pick a topic that was of interest to the company, and it more than satisfied the needs, for the PhD. Now, what I would do, and I would always negotiate this up front, there couldn't be anything proprietary. And I would tell my sponsors, you need to understand that when this is done, we are going to publish it. It'll be out there. So your competitors will be able to read this. So you need to understand that part of it. But we could still make it work. And here's a perfect example. I had a doctoral student who studied how a fast-moving magnetic tape passes over a recording head. And we don't do so much of that anymore, but you may or may not know that these tapes actually entrain air, which acts as a lubricant. So the tape flies almost at a submicron level over the head, but actually doesn't touch it. Yeah. So if you've ever seen one of these air hockey tables, where, of course, they force the air, the way the tape works, the tape is actually, you don't even need a motor to force the air. The tape is actually dragging air, into the interface. The pressure builds up, lifts the tape slightly, ever so slightly off the recording head, which is absolutely brilliant design. So for magnetic recording, you want that recording head to be as close to the surface as absolutely possible, but without touching. Because materials that are good at, taking a magnetic charge tend to be rather poor in wear resistance. So again, you want to get real close, but not touch. So, and we didn't invent that. The folks at IBM and Ampex and others were the ones who first developed it. But here's what I did with my thesis, my advisee. We looked at very exotic versions of different shapes of recording heads. So the standard practice was a cylinder. Tape flies over a cylinder and, you get certain, profile. We looked at all sorts of exotic shapes. And we also, if I may say so, came up with a pretty robust numerical solution to this highly complicated, highly nonlinear system. It's not easy in getting converged answers. I'll just say that. And so we could look at all sorts of exotic shapes, but we never published that. We published the algorithms. We published the methodology. We certainly published results for sort of generic geometries. But then Kodak could then use this to study all sorts of other geometries that was of interest. So everybody came out ahead. My student got his thesis. I got a few papers published. Kodak certainly got a lot. And even though I had always said, well, we're going to publish, which is true, the one thing I would never do is I would never give code to a non-sponsor. So if let's pick a different company, if 3M paid for something, I would share the code with them, but not with anybody else. And I would tell them, read our papers. From those papers, you can write your own code, but I never, ever just turned around and gave away, computer code. So, this was an interesting environment. And the city of Rochester was, Rochester, like a lot of places in New York, kind of fell on some hard times in the 80s and 90s, but Kodak was still strong. Xerox was still strong. And they were doing really cutting edge research. So I was in this wonderful niche where, in fact, that's one reason why I chose Rochester over other universities. I think I actually sensed that I might be able to tie in to the Rochester community. Keep in mind, when I started, Xerox knew me, no one else knew me. But in short order, Kodak kind of figured out I was there. And Bausch & Lomb was the other local sponsor that, played a key role. But this is what we were doing, and the sorts of problems we were working on. But I'm very proud of the fact that I was able to do a lot of work with non-traditional students, including non-traditional doctoral students. So I turned out 14 PhDs in my 15 years at U of R, and 3 of them were part-time. So and if I asked you to pick them off the shelf, you wouldn't know which ones were part-time or not. They're just good.
This seems like a really useful model for young engineering students, certainly, but also other people. Spending those 3 years making an impression at Xerox and then moving over to university, you carried those ties with you. And that's always been the problem for those of us that have always been in academia is how do you make ties with industry? And it takes a long time, but you short-circuited it. You basically...
it kind of helped because it was almost like a postdoc. It wasn't, in my time at Xerox, it wasn't intended to be a postdoc.
Yeah.
In fact, when I went to Xerox, I was perfectly prepared to be there for the whole of my career. But afterwards, when I went to over to academia, it did help. and I had a certain situation, and let me I'll give you an example. Forgive me if I already told you this story, but I called it taming the dog. So if you've got a dog, it's kind of a stray, and it shows up on your porch, and you want to maybe adopt the dog, and you're going to be nice to the dog, and you're going to feed the dog and pet it and do. But the dog is going to be nervous and wary, and you kind of have to make no sudden movements, and you got to maybe go gently, and eventually you tame the dog. So this is my metaphor for attracting industry investment in an academic's research, right? So what happens is if I show up and I'm new, so Xerox knew me, but others didn't. So pick another company. I was going to say Company X, but that sounds like Xerox. Well, let's say Hewlett Packard. They became a sponsor. So you have your first sort of intersection with Hewlett Packard. Now, what happens is everybody has sort of a stereotype of the other. And so the typical professor, when viewed from industry, is seen as some theoretically minded person who oversimplifies everything and couldn't solve a practical problem, if their life depended on it. And so it helped that I had actually had, a couple of years with Xerox. It helped later on where I also had, I was starting to develop a name, and people could see that Kodak had bought in, Bausch and Lomb and, others. And so I could do the taming part a little bit quicker. So what I would often do is I never ever wanted to be a consultant. I could have made a lot more money if I did it, but I would occasionally do a consulting job just to prove that I could do something valuable. The other thing I did is if I convinced them to fund a doctoral student, which was going to play out over say 3-4 years, if at all possible, I would have my brand new doctoral students. Sometimes they're from outside the country, right? I would have them go work at the site of the laboratory, the research lab, the industry research lab for what I called their 0th summer. And so it'd be like they'd have a summer job. They might have a summer job over at Kodak. So they'd hang out with the Kodak folks and they would just do whatever Kodak wanted them to do. And this was a way where that research team would get to know the student rather than just a name that they couldn't pronounce from a faraway country. They probably get to like them.
Yeah.
They were mostly hymns, one her. It was just a great way to sort of get started. And then when you launch in and the student has to load up on courses and they're in the early stages of the research, at least the company kind of already knows who they are. In an indirect way, they know a little bit more about me and the kind of work that we're trying to do. And so it kind of worked,
No,
the first couple of years were all Xerox. All Rochester based, and later, I expanded it elsewhere across the country.
No, it's a good model, and we see so many assistant professors coming in, and they're very focused on the National Science Foundation or NIH or these other things, and in fact, there are roots in the Dallas area to work with industry, but we don't really. At least I'm not aware. I mean, the engineering program, I think, has much better ties with industry than the natural sciences and mathematics. But anyway, there's a lot to be learned from that experience of yours.
Yeah, it's funny because when I was applying for the job of president here, it came up in the interviews. But so, I was going to Princeton in 1969, right, for my freshman year, and that was when UTD was created as UTD. And of course, UTD also had this rather distinct characteristic that a lot of it was industry connected, and this ties back to TI, but also some of the other companies that were making major investments because they saw the need. Meanwhile, I'm sort of doing the same thing as one individual at the University of Rochester, and it was somewhat unusual, by the way. I mean, there weren't many doing what I was doing. And I was kind of winging it, by the way. I mean, it's not that I was utterly brilliant about this, but I guess you said something salient here. I mean, I had the 3 years with Xerox, and it gave me kind of a comfort level, and it also gave me a willingness to pursue research funding that wasn't standard. In other words, my first proposals were not to NSF. I got a little bit of NSF, later on, but it was never a big part of my funding. But it was just different. We see more of it today than back then. It was pretty rare. But as I mentioned, it was a kind of a win-win-win thing. My career flourished. My students did well, and the companies came out ahead. I mean, it was so. Many people just assume a priori that the Venn diagram doesn't touch, right? The industry needs are so distinct, so different from the university that there's no common ground. But that's really not true. And in some cases, you just have to work a little bit at it. Like I mentioned, the example of that one thesis topic where the proprietary stuff was kept proprietary, but the core research we could publish. And
along these lines, one of the things I've noticed in my life is that institutions matter less than individuals. That the connections, between, vertically in a hierarchy and across different organizations, those personalities, the trust issues, the respect, those things are more important than any institutional priorities. That's been my experience.
Again, you're on target. So when I talk about I did this with Xerox, I did that with Kodak, I did this with Bausch and Lomb, there were individuals that I worked with. So there would be one person whose responsibility it was to sort of manage what we were doing on their behalf. Oftentimes, they had an education comparable to my own. They might have a PhD in engineering. And so, we could talk shop, right, at a pretty high level. What they didn't have was the luxury of time and additional talent. What I could bring to this is almost a multi-year approach to this, whereas they're trying to meet quarterly targets, one after another, after another, after another. Very hard to take a 3-year look at something. But this is the sort of thing that they could offload, to me and my students. But when one of those individuals would move on, God forbid they get promoted or retire, I had to tame a new dog, so to speak. So it's not. I wouldn't call this setback, but there were a few moments where a new person, new sheriff in town, and again, they were mostly all he's, not so many she's, but they would need to be reconvinced, that I was doing good work for them. As I told you, some upstate New York, downstate New York City fell into some hard times in the 80s and 90s, and sometimes some of these companies had to make cutbacks. It just I was honored by. I was never cut, even if they were doing really painful things. I think they still found value in working with my smallish group. Me, maybe another professor, a couple of grad students. I think in part because it was so cost effective. But they keep us on.
If I can interrupt, you had 14 PhD students, and how many? I guess you don't have master students because they're not. But of your PhD students, how many of them went to these local companies?
Quite a few did. So that was the other thing. I didn't put too many out into academia. I'm trying to think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who am I leaving out here?
So these companies got the benefit of
10 out of 14. Went into industry positions.
So these companies got the benefit of this prolonged internship. And they were just, they were obviously keeping their eye on this talent, and the source of talent is an increasing issue in the United States now with what's happening with immigration. So, identifying and nurturing talent is one of the things I particularly enjoy at this stage of my career. That I think I enjoyed it earlier, but I really enjoy it now.
it's hard to surpass this. Again, I think I told you the story that quite recently, I mean, since the time I retired, right, which was August 2nd or 1st, depending how you count, I've been in touch with some of my doctoral students. One of them, made mention that he was retiring too. And before I knew it, the doctoral student who was, emailing me made a point of trying to track down every other doctoral student I've ever had. Now, two are deceased, so, we can't track them down. I have one in China that I just can't find. I can't find a web presence for him. But we've found every other one. And we've just had this email exchange, and it was the most marvelous, beautiful thing. They've done well. There was no format to this day. After we would make connection with one of them, and sometimes, of course, across a 15-year span, not everybody knew everybody, right?
Yeah.
So some of the older ones were getting to know some of the younger ones, and of course they're all old at this point. But I just had the most wonderful month. It just ended, and maybe it's going to continue. We'll see. But they're doing well. They're happy. They love the University of Rochester. They love what it made for them, for their careers, and they're happy.
Well, it speaks very well to your mentorship. I mean, you should feel good about the fact that your students are doing well and want to keep in touch, I guess is the way to put it.
Yeah, no, it's very sweet, and I have to be careful because it sounds so terribly boastful. I apologize, but we did. I'm going to use that phrase again. Have an esprit de corps. We were working hard, right? My students, God knows, were working hard, and it was just so nice to touch base, and whatever. It's good times. Who knows? Maybe we'll actually have a physical reunion one of these days. I guess we'll have to go back to Rochester for that one. So.
Yeah, that's cool. No, I'm getting a very good sense of your academic career at Rochester and the sort of the watershed moment when you were promoted to full professor and the dean comes a knocking.
Yeah.
So I wonder if this isn't a good place to wrap up this, and let's come back because it sounds like we're on the doorstep of the beginnings of your leadership career, which is a whole new chapter. But I mean, the fact that you came from the fact that you came from this strong industry background and academic background. I mean, it's you had no imagination that you were going to be the president of a university, but it was actually extremely good preparation for it because you know the stakeholders.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. A college president has an outward-facing role, right? And the provost has a more inward-facing role, right?
Yes.
The chief academic officer, has an awful lot to do with who gets hired and what's in the curriculum and promotion and tenure and all those other good things. The president, of course, has ultimate responsibility for all sorts of things, but it's the president who's out dealing with alumni, other benefactors, especially corporate benefactors, working with agencies like, in our case, the Dallas Regional Chamber, the Dallas Citizens Council. And so, it helps when you're not figuring out how to do that on day one in the job as president. So, so I think all of those hours that I put into public service, paid many dividends.
No, it's pretty clear you're enjoying the fruits of your labor. So we're back with Dick Benson. He's in Rochester at the university, and he's just starting his leadership career there. So take it away, Dick.
Well, thank you, Bob. I went to the University of Rochester in 1980. I had spent 3 years at Xerox prior to that. And a major reason why I made the move is because Xerox was moving me into more and more administration, if you will, which was flattering and interesting, but I felt unfulfilled as a researcher at the time. And so I felt that I needed to move to academia for no other reason than to be able to sort of act on that. And I tell you that because it's kind of an important backstory to what happened later. So, time rolls by and everything I could have hoped would happen happened. I taught, it was well received. I built a research team. I had some great doctoral students. I'd been on a sabbatical. I even became a father at one point. My children were starting to be born, and so all was good. And I certainly could have run the string as a regular professor, and forgive the lack of modesty, but I was well received at Rochester. I was in kind of a nice spot. But a couple things were happening. I found myself often being selected to be on ad hoc special committees, including a search for a new president at the University of Rochester. I used to joke that it was half of Noah's Ark. There would be one of everything, not two of everything. And I was often the one engineer. And what would happen is I'd be on one of these committees to maybe, re-examine the curriculum or some other important factor. And alongside with me would be a professor from the Eastman School of Music, or maybe from the medical school, or just from English and sociology. And I so enjoyed my time with those folks. And I also enjoyed learning much more about how a university is run, to get beyond sort of the boundaries of my own department and my own college. And there came a day, I guess it was in '89. I was now a full professor. I'd had a sabbatical. Things were cruising along, and my name bubbled up to be Associate Dean for Graduate Studies in the College of Engineering and Applied Science. And I think I might have shared this anecdote, but my department chair at the time told the dean, "Well, don't even bother asking Dick Benson. He won't have any interest in that. He's having too much fun as a teacher and researcher." But the fact is, at this point in my career, I kind of was ready, and it appealed to me, and to be able to put my hand on, if not the levers, at least one lever or two levers, that might determine the direction of the college was quite appealing. And so I let the dean know and my department chair know that, in fact, I was interested in this, and they made the appointment.
So this is like 1985 or what year?
1989. 1989. So,
okay, thanks.
Again, I started in '80, fall of '80. Actually, I taught even before that in '79 as an adjunct. And but so
you'd been promoted to full professor by
I was
this
full
time.
professor. Yeah, I was full professor by
Thanks.
then. And so I went in as associate dean for graduate studies, and it was a great job. It was important. Like every university, the graduate programs are vital. And for the first time now in my career, I was working across more than one department now. So it was the scope of the College of Engineering and Applied Science. And again, it's a private school. It's not enormous like some of the places I've been since, but my home base is mechanical engineering, material science, electrical engineering, chemical engineering, and optics. The School of Optics, the Institute of Optics was part of it. And so, I was in a position to provide support and services across all of these departments. And this includes things like graduate admissions and making sure that people are successful. And I quite enjoyed it. And I might have also made allusion to this, but there was a very sizable population of non-traditional students. So we were in the city of Rochester, which is then and remains a great engineering city. So home to Kodak and Xerox and Bausch and Lomb and others. And some of those companies have fallen on hard times, I'm sorry to say. But again, there was any number of people interested in pursuing education who were working, say, full-time for Xerox, Kodak, and so on. And of course, I had started my own career in kind of that fashion by teaching on a part-time basis out of Xerox. And I also did something rather novel. Some of my first funding, in fact, most of my funding came from industry, including those local companies. So Now, as associate dean, I was in a position where I could act on those instincts when I talk about moving the levers and do it for other people, not just for me, but to really build strong partnerships with the high-tech, community of Rochester, New York. And, I'd like to think it went well. So whether it was industry-funded research or providing opportunities for the employees of those companies to get a master's degree, on a part-time basis, that was a big part of the job that I had. And so it was fun. I didn't do it for terribly long. I was in the job for 3 years. Most of every appointment I've had since went longer than that. But what happened, which sort of moved, my trajectory a little quicker, is the position of department chair came open in mechanical engineering. So that would have been in 1992. And again, there was some thought that maybe I would want to be the next department chair. And again, I gave some thought to it because, first of all, I was still young. I had only recently become a full professor myself. And of course, I had grown up in the department. Everybody watched me grow up. And all of a sudden, I might become now the chair of the department. I'd be the one setting the raises and making the teaching assignments and such. And so, I was wondering if the time was right. If anything, it might have been too soon. But it appealed to me. And if I may get into a little bit of business management, the military speaks of line and staff positions, right? So a line position is you are responsible for the people who are reporting to you. You hire them, you promote them, you assign them to whatever tasks and so on. And that's what a department head does, a dean does, a provost does, even a president to some extent. But then there's the staff positions where you're not really the boss of anybody, but you provide service to many, many people. And that's what I was as an associate dean. So I was providing services with a very tiny staff. I had one secretary, that was it. But you're providing, assets and services to all of the departments. But I didn't play the role of, say, the department heads or the department chairs. And so this was an opportunity for me to move from a so-called staff position to a line position. And that also had appeal. I thought maybe that's something I might want to do. So I did do it. So I became chair of my department. It was an interesting time. We were doing well. Again, I tried to act on my instincts of building bridges with the community of Rochester. I know I've mentioned this, but what I was doing with the local companies was actually not that common. Back in the day, you mostly sought research funding from the likes of National Science Foundation or Department of Energy or what have you. And there weren't a whole lot of people doing what I was doing, which is sort of going across town to, again, some very high-tech companies and building bridges. But I thought, again, that was a special experience set that I had, and I could act on that to help others in the department. So we were building out things like internships for our students, and again, I was trying to build out some industry-funded research programs. In this case, now in mechanical engineering for my colleagues.
Let me ask you a point of clarification. So,
sure.
UTD has department heads,
yes,
and they serve at the pleasure of the dean.
Yes.
Right. The deans will often consult the faculty, but the faculty doesn't make the decision. In the case of a department chair, do you serve at the pleasure of your faculty, or how's it work? What's the difference?
Yes, you just about have it. That's really what a chair does. And so, in other words, when I became chair of my department, the department voted on whether or not they wanted me to be chair. Now, ultimately, the dean made the appointment, but the dean was going to listen very, very carefully to what the department recommended. And it's a pretty good bet that if the department had not voted for me to be the next chair, then I wouldn't have been. So, the former chair kind of cycled out. That's another difference between a chair and a head. At Rochester, which is not uncommon in a lot of private schools, especially the Ivy League, you might be chair first among equals, if you will. So you sort of preside at a faculty meeting. yes, you do these responsible things for the department, including setting raises and the like, but it's understood that it's a temporary assignment. You're going to do it. At Rochester's case, it was typical to do two 3-year terms. So you might do 3 years, assuming you didn't mess up, you do another 3 years, but under the, you just don't do 9 years. I mean, at some point, you go back to the faculty and you let somebody else step in and do it. And that had been the pattern, before me and frankly after me.
So
So
let me ask
yeah,
you one last thing about
sure.
this head versus chair.
Yeah.
Which one do you think is better and why?
It really depends on the group. I think, my next appointment was at Penn State where it was impressed on me. I mean, almost heavily impressed on me that you are now a department head and we expect you to act like a department head and be a department head. And I used to joke it was the Idi Amin School of Management, president for life. So you go in and indeed as department. So when I go to Penn State, I'm jumping ahead on the story, but and of course everyone knew what I had done before in my career, but more than one person impressed upon me that you are not a department chair. You're serving at the pleasure of the dean.
Yeah.
And we expect you to make important decisions. And one of the things that was impressed upon me is that when it came time to hire new faculty, we did not vote on whom to hire. Now, mind you, this is at Penn State now. We would vet people thoroughly, right? We'd have an opening, we'd have 4 finalists, they'd come to campus, they'd give a talk. We'd have a faculty meeting, we'd discuss it publicly, and people could come talk to me privately if they cared to. But in the end, there was never a vote. It was, up to me to sort of sense the room.
Hmm.
And if I wanted to pick somebody who was maybe not the top candidate, that was my prerogative. And in fact, I think it's important. And so to answer your question, here's when being a department head can be important. When you do everything by majority vote, it's very easy to kind of always revert to the familiar. So I'll give an example. And if I'm going to use mechanical engineering speak, if I have somebody retire and say heat transfer, the first thought would be, well, we're down a person in heat transfer. We better go hire another heat transfer person. But in fact, the department might be better served by maybe making a hire in something new and different, like nanotechnology or something that sort of broadens the boundaries, say biomechanics. And so, the department head is expected to use their wisdom to sort of figure that out. And so when I was a department head at Penn State, more often than not, in fact, every year we always had an opening or two or three. We once had 4 in one year. And on more than a few of those occasions, I did not determine the discipline a priori. In most searches, you say, all right, we're going to pick someone in robotics. And then you go find the best roboteers that you can find and you pick the best one. But there were a number of years where I had open field search. So the person hired could be someone in robotics or vibrations or fluid mechanics or heat transfer, you name it. And then what happens is at the back end of the interview, normally you pick the field and then you pick the best person on complete opposite ends of the search. When you do an open field search, you put them all at the back end. And then the faculty meeting gets pretty darn interesting because different camps, have their favorite son or daughter that they want to promote. But then if you're a department head, ultimately you must synthesize that and then make the decision. So which I would do. And it was interesting. Of course, I'm a little biased on some of those decisions. I think ultimately I made good decisions. But keep in mind, I didn't do it, in a vacuum. I had all sorts of input. But again, no vote, no majority, this or that. It was almost like a corporate model if you think about it.
Yeah.
And so that was the style. Now, again, going back to Rochester, it really was, first among equals. If they wanted you to be their chair, then you got to be. But it was also expected that you just wouldn't do it for a long time. And so that's the role I was in. And so as time moved on, we were getting up towards, I guess it was 1995 for a variety of reasons. Rochester had gone through some interesting changes. There was a very large scale merger where the College of Engineering and Applied Science was merged with the College of Arts and Science. This was the wisdom of a newly hired president and his provost. And it was a little wild and woolly, and it was, in some cases, a little hard to navigate. So I did something that I, at one point, thought I would never do, is I kind of put my hat in the ring and started looking at other positions. And this is when the Penn State opportunity came along. But my colleagues at Rochester had voted for me to have a second 3-year term. So had I not moved on, I would have done 3 more years and then dutifully, gone back to the faculty.
Well, I sympathize with the desire to consolidate, the dean's office.
Yeah.
But those cultures, between the arts and engineering couldn't be more different.
Well,
right? The sciences are kind of in the middle. But I mean, in one case, you have a very exacting mathematical, laboratory intensive activity or computationally, and the other one you don't. And my goodness, that what kind of leader? I mean, you're going to get a leader from one camp or the other, and they're not going to understand the other camp. So it's like, I look at SMU and they've got a School of Arts and Sciences, and I'm going, my God, that, when you compare that with us, we, for historical reasons, we have natural science and mathematics as separate from the Bass School, which I think makes a lot more sense, even though there is some replication in administration, but I think it's a better system than combining them.
Yeah, I mean, our new president at the time, Tom Jackson, he had been provost at UVA prior. And by the way, I was on that search committee. And just like everything else, I never voted, to see who the next president would be. The board of trustees, figured that part out. But where was I going with this? Yeah, the merger was not handled very well. Largely, it was here's the problem. The provost, who was also new, just time and again was to say that they were trying to save money. That Rochester needed to save money. And I had come to know the provost well. He and I were both on that search committee, for the new president. So I'd come to know him, and I was a sitting chair of my department at the time. And the problem we had is, as they merged, they made it very clear that they were going to save money by forcing some people to lose their jobs. They wouldn't need 2 of this and 2 of that and 2 of that, and only one would prevail. And so, can you imagine how hard that made it for the people to work together to build something sensible? In the new merged unit, knowing that one of them was going to be gone. And so I remember going to the provost, and I'm going to tell you a story that's important because it played out again later at Penn State, but in a far better way. I went to the provost and I said, I can motivate my people, only so far, to avoid something bad. In other words, to fix a problem. But we really need to be inspired. What I need from you is a vision as to how this merged one college, it provides great opportunity, new things, something that might excite people. Please give me, some examples that I can then take back, because I can work with that. I can help you. I will do my duty and help make this merger a success. But please tell me something other than you're trying to save money and reduce, the head count. And he never did. I don't think he could. And and it was very difficult, very difficult. And a lot of people either found themselves walking away from leadership because it just wasn't fun. And I suppose that played a role in my decision. I mean, I didn't need to leave Rochester. My research was going well, and I had a nice position. And but I remember it was around Christmas time. I finally kind of picked my head up from all the noise, and during that break is when I realized maybe I should see what's out there. And so that's when I put my name in for a few positions, and got the Penn State position.
Let me follow up on one thing you said that was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
That leadership could be fun. I've never heard anybody say that before. Could you expound on that?
Well, if you're part of an organization, it's what people will call esprit de corps.
Yeah.
Or sports analogy, it's the pride in wearing the letter sweater. So
Yeah.
there are people who, if they're at, say, some of the really stellar universities, I don't know, MIT or Stanford, or I
Sure.
mean, pretty proud of the fact, right?
Yeah.
And
Right. Pride, I understand. The fun part was a little bit
well, yeah, I know,
to
but
me.
sometimes there's a sense that you've got the people you need, you're good, you have the ability to do some really marvelous things. And engineering is especially true that way. The discipline of engineering advances at an absolutely furious pace. It's driven
Mhm.
by maybe greed, I don't know, the desire for people to make money and be able to make gizmos that you and I would want to buy. But the point is, if we think back to the technology that was in our hands when we were, say, students,
Oh my goodness.
or I mean, it's crazy, right?
Yeah.
But so at least in engineering, there's this hard driving force, and it's happening everywhere, not just in the universities, but as I've alluded to now, I was working with some pretty fine industry research labs. I keep mentioning Xerox and Kodak, but I worked with 3M and Bausch and Lomb and others, in my career. And so, it's exhilarating. It's a little scary, right? The fact that you might fall behind, but if you have a sense that you can do it, it can be fun,
Yeah,
and
I see
and it
what
makes
you mean.
going into the office fun. And even when an opening would occur, say a faculty position would come open, for me, this was always like Christmas Eve. I could imagine what I could get, you know, and I could imagine that we were going to add some other really fine person, to the group. It was an opportunity to, have something new and shiny and bright, to be part of it. Or you get a new research grant funded, and we would celebrate our colleagues' successes. Or, I mean, in fact, the worst thing you can do as any kind of leader is to just have everybody working in their own silo. I mean, and again, science and engineering especially has become large scale enterprise where you really need to work across multiple units. In fact, that department of mine at Rochester, we had major functions. I talk about my own research. I was working with the industry of the city of Rochester, but we had major components with the Institute of Optics, with the School of Medicine, all sorts of good work going on in biomechanics. And we had believe it or not, a major footprint in plasma physics and fusion energy. And so, if I were to ask you, name four things that mechanical engineers do, you might not have picked fusion energy.
No, I don't think I would have.
Yeah, and so the point is, we had these good cohorts, cadres of people who were working in these really interesting areas. It's one thing I really liked about Rochester. Um, it was just a fine university with really smart people. And so, yeah, being in a leadership role could be a lot of fun. Every job you go into, hard times can come. The downturn in the economy or enrollment numbers aren't what you wanted them to be. God knows, recently we had to live through a pandemic. And so there are days that are hard, and they're not fun. But even most recently, though, even during COVID, I was knocking myself trying to look beyond and to find those points of inspiration. The same question that my provost at Rochester couldn't answer. I wanted to make sure that I didn't fail that test myself. So I was trying pretty hard recently and even at other spots to, find those bright, inspiring things to work toward.
So we're getting close to the end, but I've got a couple of questions I want to
Sure.
bounce off you. Well, one of them is a piece of information. I looked at the University of Rochester site, And the schools are engineering is separate from the School of Science and Art and Science. So
Well, yes
obviously
and
they
no.
backpedaled at some point.
Well, yes, they sort of did. So there had been the College of Engineering and Applied Science and the College of Arts and Science. They merged them to form the college. And I'm not joking, the college. And if you remember John Belushi in Animal House, we had a T-shirt that said college. You know, I just I just remember college. And the leadership, by and large, came out of the old arts and science wing. But over the years, I think people realized that they had kind of fumbled it. And so they then created within the college two schools. So that's what you discovered. You found a
Okay.
school of engineering and applied science and a school of
Yes.
arts and science is still within the college. So there's still
Oh,
leadership. And the schools, at least last I looked, they have what they call weak deans. So it seems strange you would want to characterize anything as weak, but there is a dean for the college, but then there are these two so-called weak deans, and they probably would be better called associate deans or something. But so they preside over some functioning, but ultimately it's the college leadership that sort of calls the shots. Now, you've checked in on them more recently than I have, so I'll have to go back and look. But as I say, we were struggling to find a way to all work and get along with one another after this merger, and still during the fallout where people knew they were going to lose jobs, as a result of it. So
yeah. That's that's interesting. So that it's always the challenge with all of these big organizations, including universities, is when they screw up, nobody ever hears about it, right? It's they always paint it in a different way. So we don't really get the chance to learn lessons except in these private conversations, right? So, the UTD has an impressive, like all universities, has an impressive press arm, and they're always spinning it, in one way. So, it looks different. But along those lines, one of the things that's driving universities these days is rankings,
yep.
and I know Rochester was highly ranked, but when did you start noticing that the upper administration was paying a lot of attention to these rankings, the U.S. News and World Report, for example?
It's interesting because the U.S. News rankings. I'm actually older than the rankings, as are you. So,
Me too.
so when we started, there was no U.S. News rankings. There was what is it, the Gorman report, and it just wasn't quite the same. And even when U.S. News came out, whatever. I mean, but so I would say, well, maybe the U.S. News thing was taking off during the 90s, and really
Mhm.
sort of taking over the conversation, which is unfortunate because you really need 30 different rankings,
Yeah.
because so much depends. I mean, you know this, right?
Yeah.
So depending on the student, to say, let's pick some other school, Yale is ranked this. Well, okay. But what if the kid has, other interests? I mean, it may very well be that Pepperdine University would be a whole much better, a much better place to be.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And so a lot depends on your interests, what you want to study, and maybe even the things that are off the main drag, right? So you're going to get a degree in, say, physics, but maybe you're also going to play music or play sports or, you know, um, again, the environment matters a lot in terms of the success that people had. It is one of the benefits I've had in a long career is that I've seen how lovely a college campus environment can be when done right. So, Penn State couldn't be more different from Princeton, right? And but yet I can tell you there's just uncountably many Penn State graduates who just adore Penn State. They loved every minute they were there. Likewise, my Princeton graduates, we loved it
Sure.
too. And
Yeah.
so you learn that there's many ways in which you can provide a great learning environment for people. So yeah, the whole ranking thing. One of the quirks that I've had, and I actually got myself into a bit of an argument with some people, is that I've written a lot of strategic plans in my career now. And I decided early on that I was never, ever, ever going to make a ranking the goal. Now, I might have as a goal research spending of a certain amount, time to degree of a certain amount, right, and the like. These things that sort of measure whether or not you're having success, but never, ever, ever would I pick a ranking. And the reason is, first of all, I might not agree with a ranking. Second of all, there only seems to be one ranking that people talk about. And so why should I let these people, I don't even know who they are. They know nothing of my department or my college. Why should I let them decide the weighting factors, for my school? So I will do that. And then my colleagues and I will do that together as we write a strategic plan. But I've made a point of never putting it into the strategic plan, a ranking into the strategic plan. So one of my anecdotal stories is that at Penn State, the dean, I was department head, the dean, although maybe had a different opinion, so he had boldly declared that Penn State as the college was going to be in the top 10 by a certain year. By the way, there's probably about 80 schools have made that claim. They're all going to be top 10.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, you got that problem. In fact, I used to say to this, well, who are we going to move past? So we might have been ranked around 20th at that point. Well, okay, you're going to move past now Wisconsin and, Ohio State and, to move in. But I had a guy on my advisory board, an external advisory board. He was an alum. He worked for GE. For some reason, I remember he was a GE guy. And he was quite put out that I did not have a ranking goal. And so I explained to him what I just explained to you. Well, he didn't like that at all. He didn't think that that was good leadership at all. He noted that the dean had declared that the college was going to be top 10. And how come I wasn't declaring that my department was going to be top 10? And so it was one of those, we're going to have to agree to disagree. I never satisfied the poor fellow, but I've held true to my to my instincts. Now that I'm retired, I've never ever put a ranking, down as my goal. Now, mind you, I'm always happy when the rankings go up. Don't get me wrong.
Sure. But
So,
yeah, no, you get yourself in a lot of trouble when you start playing games,
well, yeah,
and ranking
again,
is a game.
well, maybe it's just the engineer in me, but even though I jokingly said it, but if you rank 20th and you say you're going to be top 10, well, you've got to move past 10 people. And they're pretty good, right? And they're probably aspiring to getting better.
Yeah.
There's a sort of a second 10 syndrome, I think, where everyone wants to be in the top 10. And then, by the way, there's probably a second 20. So if you're ranked 35th, you want to be in the top 20. You can scale it. And God bless you. Have at it. But you just can't put yourself at the mercy of these other people. And you also have to be respectful of the fact that there's other good schools out there. And they're not just going to roll over and let you just sort of, pass them by. They're also going to be good, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So anyway, it's an interesting game that we play. I know it's important. I know, especially for international students, the kids who come to the U.S. for an education, they pay a lot of attention to those ranking numbers. So, I mean, as a pragmatist, I know that it matters, but that doesn't mean that I have to like it.
Yeah. Well, I think we've covered your career at Rochester very well with a couple of, or maybe three. I forget how many of these conversations. And I think next time we should go on to the University of Pennsylvania.
Sure.
And does that sound good? And
well, yeah, except you made a classic blunder. I was at Penn State, not you, Penn.
Did I say
you said
Penn?
University of Pennsylvania.
Oh, yes, that's in Philadelphia, right?
Yeah, it's okay.
Penn State's not.
It's a running thing. The two schools just, their teeth jar, when they get confused with the other. So So
Okay, thanks you for correcting me. And
yeah,
I'm going to stop the recording button.
sure.
And always takes me a while to get it off. Stop recording. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, this
Benson, and he's just completed an 18-year stay at Rochester, and now he's moving south to Penn State to become department head in mechanical engineering or engineering.
Yeah, it was mechanical engineering, at least for the first couple of years. Then, through a shotgun marriage, it became mechanical and nuclear engineering. I can tell that tale in a bit, but yes, I went there to be the ME department head.
Yeah, so take it
So,
away.
well, okay, well, thanks. It was an interesting time in my life. Post PhD, I'd spent all those years in Rochester, New York. 3 years with Xerox, 15 years with the University of Rochester, with a 1 year sabbatical out in San Diego, which was lovely. And so we were off to Penn State, and it was, a very different environment. Um, Rochester is just a jewel of a private university, wonderful place, a little bit off the beaten path. I often found that when I would be at national meetings, for whatever reason, I kind of had to explain where I worked, the University of Rochester. I remember one very distinguished professor, in fact, who had taught me at Berkeley. I won't say his name, but he said, "Oh, that's a state university, SUNY Rochester." And I said, "No, no, no, we're private." And he then corrected me to say, "No, no, you're a state university." And I thought, I work for the place. I'll show you the tuition bill to prove it. But many times it just became instinctive. I would sort of explain what we were doing up there in the far reaches, the cold Northeast at Rochester. And by the way, I had a great story to tell, so it wasn't really a burden. But again, it's not one of the most famous, celebrated schools. By the way, I would correct that in certain areas: physics, optics, medicine, the Eastman School of Music, all stellar, highly regarded, well-known parts of the University of Rochester. But it was just amazing to go to Penn State, because now I was going to a very large, one of the very largest public universities, and very well known. I mean, everybody had an opinion about Penn State. It tended to be quite positive, an absolutely ecstatic alumni base, huge, and passionate. In fact, I joke that in all my time there, and frankly since, I never once met a disgruntled alumnus of Penn State. And I'm sure there might be one or two or three who are out there, especially this year with their football season. But again, it was just big, powerful, dynamic, energized. It was really quite something. And starting then, if I went off to national meetings, never, ever, ever had to explain who I represented. So it was kind of nice wearing the letter sweater, so to speak, to be, part of a university that had such a fine reputation, but a very, very different place. So very large numbers of students, frankly, of everything. And again, high energy levels. And furthermore, Penn State had just joined the Big Ten Conference. Now, you might wonder why an engineering educator takes note of being in the Big Ten. And the Big Ten, by the way, was 11 schools back then. Penn State became the 11th of the Big Ten. But in addition to all the athletics, there was a lot of academic partnering across the Big Ten. So I discovered in my first year that one of the things that I was called upon to do was to go to Chicago O'Hare Airport for a day meeting. We'd all fly in, all of the department heads of mechanical engineering, that is, would fly to Chicago O'Hare, or in some cases drive, and we would meet for a day. And this is long before the widespread use of the internet. So I would bring, 10 copies of all of my data. I mean, a lot of it. It was a sizable document showing my faculty, what our research numbers looked like, student numbers, retention, graduation rates, as I said, research spending and so on, and we would share it. So we'd all swap around. But if you think about it, some of the most successful, high-performing mechanical engineering departments were represented in that meeting. So, Michigan, Illinois, Purdue, Wisconsin, on down the line. And I'll tell you, that was also energizing. So I love being part of that larger group. I love being able to show off when Penn State matched up well. But I also appreciated learning where maybe we had some work to do, right? If we really wanted to be considered part of the most elite programs in the country. So, once a year, I would have this meeting, and I contended and would still contended that it was the single most valuable day in the year for me. And furthermore, they were nice folks, good people, all sharing, the same challenges. There was really not an element of competition. I think we all kind of rooted for each other to be successful. So in any event, I was immersed in that. And of course, when you go to Penn State, you get all the other stuff. You get all the rah-rah school spirit, the football team and the marching band and the basketball and the volleyball. I'm giving you all sports, but it's more than that. Again, it's just this very dominant enterprise that really just exists across, the whole country, but especially in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And you may know, Bob, that Penn State divides up its public universities in a way that is different from, say, the UT system or the California system. So, here in Texas, we have the flagship university, UT Austin. We've got UT Dallas, UT Arlington, et cetera, and they're all standalone universities. You go out to California, you've got Berkeley, UCLA, San Diego, et cetera. But Penn State, now there's multiple public universities, not just Penn State, but Penn State had the Commonwealth campus system. And what happens is they had campuses, 24 maybe, I don't remember the exact number, in every corner of the state. And they were very proud of the fact that there was a Penn State University campus within, 30 miles of of 90% of all of the population of the state. And so when kids would apply, I'm thinking now undergrads, so teenagers would apply to go to Penn State. And a good number of them would be admitted to the central campus at University Park. But others would be admitted to one of the Commonwealth campuses. And these were all 2-year programs. So, if everyone else cuts it.
Like our junior college system, in a way.
Kind of like junior colleges, yeah, except they were all part of Penn State. Your degree ultimately was a Penn State degree. And you ultimately, with very few exceptions, finished at the main campus. Oh. So we had freshmen and sophomores all around the state. And then, of course, every junior and senior, give or take, would be at University Park, the main campus. So in addition to presiding over a very large department, I had students all across the state. I had faculty members all across the state. And we were obligated, if we had, say, a required sophomore year course, it had to be absolutely identical in every campus. It had to use the same book, the same syllabus, and it then fostered the ability of the students then to transition into the main campus in their junior year. And then, of course, for junior and senior year courses, I had just staggeringly large numbers, of students, and by the way, a staggeringly large faculty to teach them. So, I went in to this kind of environment. I was forever grateful that I had an earlier experience at the University of Rochester. So I considered it sort of a bonsai experience. So bonsai is a fully mature plant, but small, right?
But small.
So I was a bonsai department chair, fully mature, but small-ish. In fact, Rochester is sort of a medium-sized private school. But the point is, I had to do everything required of a department head. I had to, set the teaching assignments. I had to give raises on a limited pool. I had to do, annual evaluations, space assignments. And so I had a 3-year warm-up act before going to Penn State, which was a good thing. became chair of my department at Rochester, they all knew me. I'd grown up there. I'd been an assistant professor, an associate professor. When I went to Penn State, it was kind of interesting. I was the boss, so to speak, but I was also the newest employee. And so I'm simultaneously making some big ticket decisions while still learning where the bathrooms are. I mean, so it was very energizing, very, very energizing, exhilarating.
Can I just
Loved it.
interrupt and ask how many
Yeah.
faculty were you in charge of
Well,
at Rochester
pre-merger,
versus Penn State?
well, so at Rochester, I had 16 or 17, depending on the year. And when I went to Penn State, I had, I think, 47, 48. Now,
Wow.
but then add 10 after the merger. So I'll
Wow.
come to that. But I later added roughly 10 nuclear engineering faculty members. And that was one of the largest ME departments in the country at the time. Not the very largest. Georgia
It's
Tech
huge.
would have been bigger. Purdue would have been bigger, but quite sizable. And the thing is, when I talk about Penn State's impact around the country, of course, it all devolves to people, right? And so when you've got 47 high performing people, each going to all their own conferences, and sooner or later people figure out what's going on at Penn State. And so size can be a big contributor to reputation.
Oh,
maybe that
absolutely.
shouldn't be the case.
It is.
But-
It's number
but,
one.
like-
There's no question.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, people have done all sorts of correlations, and it's absolutely true. So, I alluded to the fact that when I was at Rochester, now the quality level at Rochester was terrific. But again, I would often be the only one in the room that people had ever met, from the University of Rochester, whereas that was never, ever the case with a big school like Penn State. So, that was really interesting transition. So I guess, what was the year? That would have been 1995 is when I made the move there. My kids were still quite young. My daughter, I think, was in fourth grade. My youngest, Kenny, was not yet in preschool. And Jimmy would have been in first grade, I figure. So the kids were little. So even though they were all born, essentially in New York, in essence, they all sort of grew up in State College, Pennsylvania, and went to school there. Although the two boys finished high school, in Blacksburg when we, went off to Virginia Tech. But Penn State was
let me just
lovely home for the
interject
family.
here. Your family, the kids were too young to have the strong attachments to their friends that they have in their teenage years. How'd your wife feel about the move?
I married well. I have a lovely wife. I mean, just a wonderful woman. I never ever just made decisions unilaterally. In fact, I had one case where I had a lovely job offer. This was for a deanship later on, and it wasn't right for the family, and I didn't take it. And I vowed never to make that mistake again. That is, to never allow myself to go too far into an interview without checking out, say, the quality of the schools, the opportunities for my wife, and to know that ahead of time. But so my wife is a very talented woman. She's bright. I mean, she's a Cal Berkeley grad. Economics was her degree, although she's really made it, whatever a professional career has largely been in computers and programming and the like. And but she's also a string bass player. And the reason I tell you that is that every time I would move for my job, Leslie, of course, and this sounds pejorative, it was the trailing spouse, so to speak.
No,
But music was often her very first entree into the community. So she was playing in the community orchestra in Rochester, which was actually a very strong one. Not easy to get, to audition and be accepted. But so when she went to Penn State, she essentially did the same thing. Her first entree was into music. But of course, the kids being little, Leslie is quite the volunteer. So, in short order, she was serving on, the PTA and things like that. And, getting involved with the library. I mean, again, a lot of volunteer work, in and around the area. And forgive me if I told this anecdote before, but one of my favorite family memories is there was like a holiday. I think it was they called it First Night. It was like a winter holiday, and I was walking down the street, the main drag, paralleling campus with State College, the college town, if you will. And as we walked down the sidewalk, my son Kenny was holding my hand. He was a little guy at the time. He's maybe in kindergarten, maybe first grade. And we were passing people on the street, and it turns out that more people stopped to say hello, essentially to Leslie, than to me, because they knew her. They knew her through the music, through the schools, the volunteering. And my son Kenny looked up at me and he said, "Dad, Mom is much more famous than you." and I thought, yes, you're right. So, if keep you from having a swelled head just because you're a department head, you think you're, some great shakes. But the fact is, Leslie is just a smart, I'm proud of my wife, generous person who just instantly engages. And so her transition was quick. And by the way, you never lose your friends. So to this day, of course, we have some very fine friends from Rochester, from Penn State, from Blacksburg, Virginia. In fact, in about a month, my wife is going to make her own personal trip back to Blacksburg, Virginia, to engage in a charity program that she's done ever since we moved there. It's called the Christmas Store. So it's a defunct department store where people bring clothes, donations, casts off, and they actually stock the store, and they make it available to people who are, quite poor. And it runs during the Christmas time, and you get a certain amount of, not funny money, but I mean, the equivalent of money. So you can buy things. That way you can't just take everything off the shelf. But I'll tell you what, it makes a world of difference at Christmas time.
Oh, yeah.
For a lot of people in Southwest Virginia. And so Leslie, we've been in Dallas now for almost 10 years, and she still goes back and volunteers in the Christmas store back at Blacksburg. So, yeah, so, I'm jumping forward and back in my, my chronology here, but Leslie really, it becomes a welcome member of the community. I'll tell you one more, if you bear with me. When we came to Dallas, we were house hunting. So it was Leslie's first visit, my second. I wasn't yet in my job as president. And we were staying in the hotel opposite the Iceman Center. I probably told this story, but after a day of house hunting, we walked into the Iceman Center, which for listeners is a music and performance venue, in Richardson. And I just said, that looks interesting. I bet we're going to enjoy this once we move here. So we walked in, and somehow someone sort of figured out that I was the new guy, and at UTD, and so we got to talking. Lori Garvey's her name. She's become a dear friend. And, we sort of explained that, we enjoyed music, and Leslie was a string bass player. And so Lori said, well, you need to meet Chuck Eisman. So we met Chuck Eisman right away. Chuck gave us tickets to the evening's performance, and wouldn't you know it, the soloist was a string bass player. Mm-hmm. And today Leslie is the president of, the advisory board of the Richardson Symphony. So, she's president of her Rotary chapter. This is just how she works. So every place we've gone,
it's a great story because when you're moving around so much, you got automatic colleagues and she doesn't, but she finds a way, to get involved. I love that story.
Yeah. So anyway, that's what we did. And so again, back in 95, 96, 97, we're there at Penn State, and it's exhilarating. One of the interesting things, which foreshadowed an even more interesting thing, is in my first year, I was making the rounds. So I made a point of visiting with every other department head. And again, the college is also enormous. I think they must have 13, 14 different programs and a dozen different departments, not unlike Virginia Tech, where I ended up as dean. But so I sat down with each and every department head. I made a point of making the rounds.
You're talking about in the School of Engineering, not the entire university.
Yep. So I show up at Penn State. Of course, I meet with every faculty and staff member. I'll tell that story in a minute. But I also met with every other department head. So chemical engineering, electrical engineering, computer science, etc. And but when I met with the nuclear engineering department head, it was interesting. He said, "Well, we're kind of struggling. Enrollment numbers are down, and there's rumor that we might be merged with you, nuclear with mechanical." And I remember thinking, "Well, heck, that's not going to happen." And and wouldn't you know, I was a year and a half in. I get called into a meeting with the dean, who did not consult with me for even 1 minute prior, but he announced, and the nuclear engineering department head was also in the meeting. So the dean announced that he was merging our two departments, and I would be the head of the new department. And he gave us almost a year and a half to work out the logistics. So we had a long run up. But, it was interesting. The dean, by the way, is a superb individual, a great leader. But he didn't ask my opinion on this. In other words, I was brought in and just informed that this was going to happen. And when it happened, the head of nuclear engineering would retire on that day, and I would now become the head of the combined department.
Did that decision without consultation bother you?
I would say it informed me. In other words, I'm not sure what I might have said that could have changed it. And by the way, the dean, in his wisdom, saved nuclear engineering. And frankly, it would have died had the merger not happened.
Yeah.
Interestingly, the two departments have now since been picked apart by a subsequent dean. So they're back to being separate departments.
Oh.
But it was a hard time for nuclear engineering back in the late 90s. The kids just wouldn't choose the major. They were too fearful about lack of jobs.
Yeah.
And the dean figured out that this was the only way to do it, was to merge nuclear with mechanical. By the way, the talent level was superb. It was excellent. Great faculty. The students who were there were great. They were just very few in number. So as I mentioned earlier, they had about 10 faculty members. And there was 1 year when 5 students chose the major. Now, a student to teacher ratio of 0.5 to 1 just doesn't cut it. And certainly not in an enormous public university. So hence the need to make that merger. So
I understand, as a member of Geosciences at UTD, I understand very well what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, and the dean felt that we had complementary interests. I mean, a lot of our students would take the same courses in, say, thermodynamics and the like, fluid mechanics, and there was a logic to it. Now I will say, though, my style is a little different. So I presided over a merger at Virginia Tech where I mushed two departments together. I had a lot of consultation ahead of time. Nobody was caught off guard. They knew it was coming. And that's not to say that they all liked it. But that was just one way where my style was different from my former dean at Penn State. I will say one thing for the dean at Penn State. And I think I made allusion to this with another maybe unsuccessful merger at Rochester, which is one reason why I didn't stay at Rochester. So when the time came to merge mechanical and nuclear, I remember thinking back to Rochester where they merged two colleges, and I told this story. So I was head of my department, and it was hard for me to motivate my colleagues because there was nothing inspiring about the merger. It was always couched in the idea that we're going to save some money. And the way they were going to save some money is that we wouldn't need 2 of this, 2 of that, and people would lose jobs. And that's just, who enjoys that? So I remember going to the provost, this is back at Rochester, and saying, give me something positive to work toward. In other words, what is some good that will come out of this because we merge? Well, and the sad thing is he never could tell me that. I never got an answer. So now I'm at Penn State. The dean has announced this merger. And actually, the first words out of my mouth were, no one loses a job. Because I was thinking back to Rochester. And he agreed. No one will lose a job. We'll have two of everything for a while. Over time, it doesn't take long. People move on, they get promoted, but I wanted the people who had to execute the merger, I didn't want any one of them fearing that they were going to be out of a job. And so the dean had the good wisdom to accept that. And whatever we did, we worked it in such a way that no one would lose a job. And the other thing I did is I said to the dean, I need for you to come to a joint faculty meeting. And I need a positive vision. In other words, it can't just be we're saving nuclear from low enrollments. I need a vision as to the good things that will happen, because now we're going to be keeping close company with one another. And he did it. He did a great job. He came to the faculty meeting. He was clearly prepared, and I really, really appreciated it, and I admired him for it. And by the way, he didn't win over everybody. There was a very sizable number of people did not want that merger. The nuclear engineers were just so sad that they were losing their identity. The mechanical engineers were feeling put upon because they were being asked to solve somebody else's problem. That's how they saw it. But God bless the dean, David Wormley is his name. He came in and he said, here are the things that you can do. Here are the positive things. So I really appreciated that responsiveness, and I tried to, build on it. And I also tried to remember that for the future when it was my time, to merge units together. So,
that's a really useful lesson in leadership. I agree. Consultation, if not agreement, is a key part of leadership.
It really is. Boy, it really is. And again, there comes a moment when you have to make a choice. Not everything is going to, please everybody. 90% of the time, maybe 95% of the time, you can make a decision that will please 90% of the unit, right? I mean, you know, but there's going to be a few where it's going to be pretty binary, where there's not much middle ground. Mm-hmm. And so it's an A-B kind of decision. You do this, which means you don't do the other, or you do the opposite, and then you have to pick. And as I say, people in positions of leadership are the so-called deciders. I always flash back on President George Bush the Younger, who declared that, he was the decider. And so for a department, for a college, for a university, I've had opportunities to be the decider. And when it came to nuclear, again, I remember going to my first nuclear engineering faculty meetings before the merger. And they were not a happy bunch. I show up and they were just grumbling and wondering how to get out of it. And God bless one other guy. He was retired, a very senior emeritus professor who was in the room. And, he listened to this for a while. And like maybe half an hour, he wanted to say something, and he was so respected that, of course, everybody listened. But he said, I've listened to this young man, meaning me. I was young then. And he doesn't want this merger either. However, he is responsible for making it a success. He is responsible for making you a success. You are responsible for making yourselves a success. The merger is going to happen. We are wasting time if we talk about trying to not do it. It is going to happen. He said, I think what we need to do is get behind our future department head, words to that effect, and find a way where he and we can all be successful. And I remember thinking, oh, thank you. Again, he was a former department head himself, and again, highly respected. But he was a pragmatist. He understood this happened. The merger is going to happen.
Well, the other thing that attracts me, that I like about that story, is that's an example of the role of senior faculty in a department. Is a junior faculty member, even somebody in the middle, would never say that, but somebody who's, way up there in age and respect can say that, and it'll have just a
Yes.
huge impact.
I had, in fact, thinking back to my mechanical engineering, but later mechanical and nuclear, I had some very senior faculty. They didn't have positions of leadership. In other words, they weren't associate department heads or whatever, although in some cases they might have had a role at one point. But they were highly respected researchers and teachers. And they were my kitchen cabinet, if you will. So when I had a tough decision, and remember, I told the story. I'm the boss, but I'm also the newest guy. So I could go to these individuals, and I could just say, "Tell me the history of what's going on here." I'm new to Penn State. What's going on here? What do I need to know about? And I got good advice. I mean, very good advice. Sometimes when I was feeling stressed about some difficult issue or decision, again, I would go to them. And by the way, my regular cabinet was also a terrific group, my associate department heads. But again, I had these senior leaders, and I remember in particular, it was at the end of my time, so it was probably years 9 and 10 when we made a change in the curriculum for mechanical engineering. We took a few credits out, added more design, moved a few things around. Bob, I don't know if you've ever gone through a curriculum reform, but it is just
Yes.
the hardest thing you do. And in fact, you'll discover that no department head ever does it twice, because it is so hard. And so we did this. And of course, I can't do this unilaterally as department head. I can't just dictate that we're going to teach this design course or not that one. And in other words, this is one where you do vote, right? I mean, where the faculty has to vote and say, this is the curriculum. It took us 2 years to do. I thought we could do it in 1 year, but it took 2 full years. But I'm proud of the fact that we made these reforms before I handed it off to the person who then followed me. But I'm telling you that story because, again, I had my kitchen cabinet. And another phrase I had for them was the Amen Corner. And I went to them and I said, look, we're going to get to some hard moments where the time comes to vote. And I'm going to need you. I'm going to need you to speak publicly and endorse this because, you have such clout, such stature that, if you say we're going to do this, that will really help. And again, by golly, some of them did it. I remember one guy, he was quite the theorist and experimentalist, and he had never taught a design course in his life, but we were adding some new design material. That was part of it. And, he did what I wanted him to do. He said, we need to do this. We're going to do it. And he volunteered to be one of the first teachers on this new design course that was being added. And again, I had others, and by golly, it passed. We had the vote, and we were able to make a change in the curriculum, which was it was just crazy. We had a required curriculum of 137 credits. When I got there, that's just crazy large. It doesn't allow for anything in the way of free electives and the like. And of course, I had members of my faculty who were very proud of the fact that we had the hardest, the toughest degree program, in the college, because others might have been 128 or what have you. And 128 is pretty common. The dean at one point was suggesting we should all try to get to 120, which was, it created apoplexy among some of my colleagues. In fact, there was one time when a 4-credit physics course, which had like 3 lectures and a lab, somehow, and it was required, switched to a 3-credit lecture lab. So our total requirement went from 137 down to 136. And I had one faculty member who came to me to say, we've got to get it back to 137. I said, why? And it had nothing to do with us. The physics, department had, changed one of their, offered courses, core courses. And somehow I had this person who just was so fixated on the 137. I remember as we were debating this, I did a little thought experiment. I said, for some of you who really like the 136, 137, you would agree that 138 would be even better, right? And and then and you see where I'm going with this.
Oh yeah.
And I said, well, and then 139 would be better. How about 179? Yeah. And I said,
reductio ad absurdum.
Would you allow for the fact that when you've only got 4 years, there's a peak, right? And your peak and my peak might be different, right? There may be some people who think 120 is perfectly fine. Others who really like 128. But let's not get so fixated on 136 that that we can't allow for the fact that we could emerge with, say, 132, which is, by the way, where we ended up, and it might have actually been better. So again, if there's a local maximum, there's no God-given reason why 136 is that number. So whatever. I'm compressing 2 years of debate and argument, into minutes of discussion.
It's a great story because you are talking about the realities of education. The coming to even this small group of experts coming to an agreement about what is needed to be taught. And
yes, this is one of the
nice.
most fascinating things about university life. And then I talked about strong head model versus not strong head. But when it comes to the curriculum, deciding what our students should know, this truly is a collective decision and a collective effort. And very good people can strongly disagree about, this course should be in. By the way, almost everybody can agree on adding a course and the value of adding a course, including outside the department. I mean,
Yes.
Should there be a business course, right? An economics course? You betcha. More math, yes. But taking something out, especially if it's already been in, it's next to impossible to get people, to come to grips with that. And the point is, we can't. There have been some engineering programs that have attempted to go to a 5-year program just because they recognize the difficulty of.
Yeah.
But you know what? You don't last long. I believe it was Ohio State for a very short period of time decided that they were going to have a 5-year mechanical engineering curriculum. And guess what? People, if say you're from out of state, you can go to Ohio State and take 5 years to get your degree, or you can go to Penn State and take 4 years to get your degree. Guess what decision they would make?
This is not rocket
So
science.
in other words, you can't just do it unilaterally. There are some programs, architectural engineering, for whatever reason, almost everywhere is a 5-year program. So, but again, it has to happen everywhere. And it's usually the more boutique programs rather than the mainline, EE, ME, ChemE, it's so it's an interesting thing to have this. And I remember a corollary. Virginia Tech, while I was there, created a school of medicine, and they built the school of medicine essentially with faculty cherry picked from other programs, and it's really kind of a complicated story. And I remember talking to the dean, the new dean, the inaugural dean of this new school of medicine, and she was proud of the fact that she didn't have a faculty. I mean, there was no faculty meetings, and I remember thinking, this is almost sad because this is where the debate happens. This is where the energy happens. And so she was proud of the fact that she had essentially, borrowed or dragooned faculty members from all around, Penn State and from Virginia Tech and beyond. And I remember thinking, well, how do you decide what's in the curriculum? I mean, if you're not if you're not gathering the faculty together, in a room. So I just never quite understood that.
Yeah, that dean doesn't sound like she had her head screwed on, right?
Well, no, she was a very good person, very, a good leader and the inaugural leader. So she was figuring that out as she went.
Yeah.
But I just remember thinking, people tell jokes about this, right? Herding
Sure.
cats, right? A faculty meeting is like herding cats. Well, there is some truth to that,
Yes.
but I often joke that everybody in the room has their doctorate in philosophy, and everyone's day job is to profess, and they like to profess. And so, yeah, a faculty meeting can be quite quite the environment, with one person after another professing to the rest of the room, what needs to happen.
So let me follow up. So how often
Yeah,
would you have faculty meetings as department head of
they
Penn
were
State?
monthly. They were monthly. I found when I got there that the Penn State, the mechanical engineering department, did not have a good grasp of how to have a faculty meeting. And I guess my predecessor, I hate to say anything untoward about anybody, I won't name the name, but I guess he used to kind of harangue the group. He did all the talking and whatever, and people just hated going to faculty meetings.
Sure.
So when I got there, I realized that, by contrast to Rochester, which had very well run um, faculty meetings where we got real work done, I
But once a
realized
month
it
there
dawned on
too?
me.
Once a month at
Pardon me?
Rochester as well? Your faculty meetings at Rochester, were they
Oh,
once a month
I'm sorry.
also?
Yes, they were also once a month. And again, we followed Robert's Rules of Order, and there was a posted agenda, and we just kind of knew what we were doing. And so when I got to Penn State, I realized that people didn't have a clue how to operate under Robert's rules. Now, I was presiding, so in essence, I was kind of educating people as to, well, it's not your turn to speak yet, and we have to do this. But I also tried to do as little talking as possible, because I was presiding over the meeting. And so, we would have reports from standing committees and the like. And I actually went out and got a copy of Robert's Rules and distributed it to the group
Oh,
when I realized they'd never seen it.
yeah.
And we did a couple things. One, for example, you don't have to do this, but as a rule, if we were making any change that required a vote, we would never have it on the meeting when the motion was presented.
Good idea.
We would have a so-called forensic discussion, and it was understood that there would be no vote that day. And it's to allow people to sort of synthesize and then have a month's
Yeah.
worth of time in the hallways to debate and maybe
Yeah.
change their mind.
Yeah.
And then you would come back a month following and you would call the vote.
Yeah. Great. Great
And
idea.
and usually they went through like that because people had time. And so you didn't get just all hung up on a back and forth sort of argument
Yeah.
going on. So, and again, this is it's not, maybe not a strict rule. You don't have to do it this way, but this was one of the things that we adopted. And people quickly realized that as
Yeah.
chair of the meeting, I was going to have this structure, but also I wasn't going to waste their time. We had work to do, and it wasn't just to opine about this and that, but rather to take care of the business of the department.
So
So
let me just interject. So it seems to me that your experience at the smaller department as head for just 3 years or so, or is that right? At Rochester, you were department head for.
well, yes, but of course I was in those meetings as just a member for 15 years, right? I mean,
Okay,
so
so you
but I chaired
you got your
for
ideas
3
about how to do a faculty meeting at the smaller institution, and you brought them to the larger institution, and
correct.
that made it, I think, in a lot of ways possible for them to accept you as a leader. Was you gave them something they didn't have before.
Yeah, I think so. Again, when you're the new guys, some people they're feeling you out, right? Sometimes it's quite overt. They might even challenge you, and other times it's quite private and quiet. But of course, they're all checking out the new department head, right?
Yeah.
And so yeah, people are forming opinions early on. Um, I like to think that I'm a likable fellow, and but they also want to see some backbone, right? I mean, they want to make sure that you're on top of
So
what needs to be done, right?
so
And
let's just to follow up. in a department the size that you're talking about, there must have been several that wanted the position that you came in on. And then those people would have been interesting challenges, I
Yeah.
imagine. Is that something
Yeah,
you?
yeah, I did not have. Yeah, that's of course true. I have benefited. Yeah, there was a person or two at Penn State who I think might have aspired to the job. Now, again, the dean makes those decisions, and it's quite likely. Well, I mean, I know for a fact that they didn't persist very far. I know that all of the finalists ultimately came from outside Penn State. A more interesting experience for me is when I became a dean at Virginia Tech. I was one of four, and there was one internal candidate. There was one guy who had degrees from Virginia Tech. There was me, and then a fourth person, and ultimately the job came to me. So the one guy with 3 degrees from Virginia Tech was just absolutely lovely. Reached out to me right away. We became very close friends. Ironically, he finished his career at the University of Rochester. He was at Duke at the time. So we had these passing in the night experiences. But I remember he sent me a bottle of wild turkey bourbon, and the Hokie, the Virginia Tech Hokies. That's a turkey. But he became good friends. We communicated often. We would see each other at meetings. And then there was another fellow who at the time was head of civil and environmental engineering, and God bless him, he just became a tremendous supporter and helper, and I mean a dear friend. And so yeah, they would have liked to have had the job.
Yeah, that
But
that, it seems that's a different challenge because you can see the desire of a university, any organization, to bring in outside talent
yeah,
over equally qualified or even more qualified internal
yeah.
candidates, just to get some new ideas circulating.
So when I ran searches, especially when I was a dean running searches for department heads, I always ran a national search. Yeah, I mean, that's not to eliminate the internal candidate, but I always had 3 reasons for it. There was 3 reasons why a national search was better than an internal search. First of all, the pool of candidates becomes enormously larger, much, much larger. You might have 2 or 3 top-notch people at home that you could maybe choose from, but now you're going to have 50, right? And you winnow that down. And it's also a more diverse pool that way. Number 2, you get to brag on the department. You put out advertisements. You do all sorts of things. You go to national meetings, and there's some number of people who are thinking, yeah, I might apply for that job. And then there's others who they're not going to apply because they're happy doing what they're doing, but they take note of the fact that the job is there and that it's a good job and that the place is good. And then thirdly, you make the pick, and the person who comes in has the clout of having emerged from a highly competitive broad-based search, even if it's the internal candidate, right? So the internal candidate, if he or she gets the job, also benefits from the fact that it was a national search. So without fail, even in the worst of the recession of 2008, 9, I'm thinking back to my Virginia Tech days, even during COVID, right here, I've always done national searches, and it's for those 3 reasons
Yeah, that's a great.
that I
I
gave you.
never heard that before, but that certainly resonates. So we're getting close to the hour, and I'm not sure how far we are through your Penn State experience. Whether we need to tie a bow on it today or think about continuing it next time. What do you think?
Well, I'll tell one more bow-worthy anecdote. It has nothing to. Well, I guess it's leisure. I learned early on that at Thanksgiving time, on Thanksgiving morning, members of the department would climb Mount Nittany. So everyone knows that Mount
Oh,
Nittany is, you know, and again, forgive me if I've already told this story,
so that's where the
but
Nittany Lions comes from. I did not know that.
that's where the
So,
Nittany Lions.
oh,
It's Nittany
okay.
Valley. There's Mount Nittany. So if you watch a football game, off in the distance, you see Mount Nittany. And so there was one year where 2 of the faculty members, one guy was bugging his wife about when dinner was, Thanksgiving dinner was going to be ready. And she told him, not until 5 o'clock or whatever. So go call up your buddy, go climb Mount Nittany, and then when you get back, dinner will be ready. Thanksgiving dinner will be ready. So they did that. These two guys, these two faculty, they on Thanksgiving morning, impromptu, they climbed Mount Nittany.
Oh.
Well, a year later, they decided that was a lot of fun. So they invited a few others and a few others and a few others. And then when I arrived there in 95, someone tipped me off that this is what we do. And it was a lovely bonding experience because not everybody did it, but most did. But it was you could have retirees, you could have obviously spouses and kids, dogs. And
but this was just the mechanical engineering department or the engineering school?
Just mechanical engineering. As I said, I have 47, give or take, faculty members. Not everybody did it. But maybe 15 to 20 of us did. And then you throw in the spouses. And so we did this. And I did it every year I was there. And we loved it. Yeah. In fact, one of my colleagues would always get a bottle of Beaujolais Nouveau wine and lug it up. Actually, we needed 2 bottles, and we'd all pour, a little cup, take a sip, and celebrate all the things we had to be thankful for. And so it was just lovely. And it was one of my favorite things about that Penn State community and, the people there. Yeah. So I'll just tell one sort of, happy anecdote to wrap up this session.
So this is a great story, but so we're near the end, or at the end of this session, and you're about to go somewhere to Virginia Tech, and so we'll need to get that story, maybe next time. What happened that made you go? It looks to me it seems obvious, right? Department head to dean, that's a leadership, evolution. But thanks so much, and. We're back with Dick Benson, and we're leaving Penn State and heading for Virginia Tech. Take it away, Dick.
Well, thank you, Bob. So I guess the year was 2005 is when I went to Virginia Tech. I know it well because as the years rolled by, when I was at Virginia Tech, I had graph upon graph upon graph charts. They all started in 2005 because that's when I started having the data. And I refer to it as the dawn of time, which I think came to annoy a lot of my friends. They were tired of hearing about the dawn of time. But it was 2005. By the way, I was having a great time at Penn State. I love Penn State. There was certainly no, when people talk about push and pull, there was no push. There was nothing driving me away from Penn State. But what I wanted was change. In other words, I'd been department head, for 8 years, 9 years, 10 years. In fact, it was around the 8-year mark. I went to my dean and just said, U.S. presidents do, maybe 8 years, but no more. And I said, this feels about right. He asked me to continue on, which I did. And by the way, I was exploring deanships. So I had put my hat in the ring for a couple. And the draw, the pull was to work across a larger playing field. So not just mechanical engineering, or in my case, mechanical and nuclear engineering, but electrical and chemical and civil and, on down the line. And I even had an offer, I think it was around 2003. Even now, I'd rather not say the school, but it was a very fine school, very fine school. And I had the offer in hand to be dean. But it turns out it wasn't right for my children, and they were still young. They were still in school, and they were going to miss out on some very high quality teaching that they were getting in State College, Pennsylvania. And it really caused great anxiety. I turned it down, which surprised me because, again, if it were just me and my career, it would have been a great career move. But it wasn't right for my 3 children. In fact, I came up with this metric, if you will, kid years versus professional years. So however many years I thought I had left in my career, and I think I mapped it out to 65. By the way, I'm 74 and I'm just now retired. Yeah. But I also did so-called kid years before my children would all have graduated high school and gone off to college. And at that point, I had, quite a few more kid years than professional years. And look, any father is going to put their kids first. I mean, and so I did that, but I made the point never to make that mistake again. That if I was going to throw my hat in the ring, um, in addition to it being a very appealing opportunity for me, that it also had to be a good community where you'd like to raise a family, where my wife could find, engagement, work, and well, she's a bit of a musician, as you know, and the like. So leaving a few things out, after I turned down this one opportunity, it was I guess very early in 2005 or maybe late 2004 when the opportunity at Virginia Tech came open. The dean there had not lasted very long. He had come out of Illinois, very almost aggressive, hard driving dean. But he managed to pick some fights with the provost and president, which tends not to work out so well. And so after a little over a year, he announced his retirement. I think it was at the holidays, around Christmas time of 2004. And so Virginia Tech went into an expedited search for a dean. And I was actually contacted by Virginia Tech. I had been contacted before when the prior fellow took the job. And I was asked if I might want to be a candidate for it. And I said no, because it wasn't right at the time. And I remember being contacted, and they said, well, we couldn't convince you to put in, 3 years ago, but how about now? And it dawned on me, now was a good time. My kids were in a good spot. My daughter she was in her senior year in high school, so the kid years were starting to, trickle off. But the other thing is I knew something about Blacksburg, and I knew that it was a good community, a lovely community, a place where you could raise a family, where I figured my wife would also find engagement. And so I was willing, and I put it, and it was expedited. So I think essentially it took off around mid-January, and I think it was around March they identified 4 finalists. I was one of them to come in and interview, and they made it public, so the word was out. And happily, I got the job. I was chosen. At this point, of course, I knew that there wouldn't be externalities that would cause me to say no. But the college was in some turmoil. Again, when the former dean was essentially forced out, there were a number of pretty unhappy people at the time. And there was real tension between the college and the upper administration. So I knew going in that I was going to have some work cut out for me. Now, keep in mind, I was in a great job at Penn State, as a department head. And so, it would have been the easiest thing in the world to just stay there and keep doing what I was doing. But I think I've just explained to you why that wasn't such a good thing. I don't like doing anything forever. And so, I was 10 years in. I just didn't want to be 20 years in doing essentially the same job. So change was needed. And by the way, I left this part out. I actually announced before the Virginia Tech opportunity came that was my last year. And so I told the dean that I would finish out the year and then I was going to go back to the faculty. And people were convinced that my resume was on the street, as they put it. And in fact, it was not.
Just worked
so
out.
I was prepared to get back to being so for about 2 weeks. I was starting to think about how to ramp up, be good again, build upon my strengths as I'm a pretty decent mathematician, for example. I've gotten good marks in the past for being a good teacher. And so I was getting ready to do that. I also made a note when I announced to my department that I was not tired of academic administration. And I felt it was important to say that because many people, when they step away from a job like being department head or being a dean, they often say, I yearn to get back to my teaching and research. And that part was true. But I didn't want people to think that I didn't enjoy being an administrator. I did. I just didn't want to do the same job for an 11th, 12th, 13th year. And I kind of imagined that maybe Penn State might choose me to be an associate vice president or, at some point, or maybe I might find that ability to work across the whole university, in a different capacity. People would, of course, ask me, well, would you like to be dean at Penn State? And I think I've shared this anecdote. And my answer was always, well, of course I would. I would love to be dean at Penn State, but we have a dean, and he's a very good dean. And I think he's going to continue to be dean for a while, all of which was true. And so if I wanted to be a dean of engineering, it kind of meant you had to move. And so I was prepared to move at that point. So these are all the things that factored in. It was a good time. I had achieved a lot. Apologies for the lack of modesty, but I had achieved a lot as a department head, and I aspired to now get my hands on the levers, if you will, for a larger college.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
If you could explain in general terms what the issues were at Virginia Tech that.
Yes.
We don't need details, but.
Well, no, but it's important for what I what I focused on when I got there. So the dean at the time, and he was very effective, but he was aggressive, and he tended to ruffle feathers. He was trying to promote a research institute, which was named and still is named the Institute for Critical Technology and Applied Science, ICTAS. And the feeling was Virginia Tech needed something like the Beckman Institute, if you're familiar with the Beckman Institute at Illinois, or the Georgia Tech Research Institute, GTRI. So in other words, to have a research institute where a lot of resources, including things like microscopy, the ability to work at the nanoscale, high performance computing, where those assets would be there, and also to work across disciplines. I know that you are one who does not appreciate siloing. And so an institute is broad, right? It can bring people of, disparate backgrounds and expertise together on maybe a larger, more interesting, more important research task. So this had been identified even before the prior dean. And remember, he was only there for a year and a half. So for quite a long time, the college was trying to create this ICTAS, this Institute for Critical Technology and Applied Science. And so the new dean came in, and he was a ball of fire. He was contacting people, alumni, others, corporate benefactors, and the like, and trying to raise money and having some success because the vision was compelling. The problem is the university never gave him permission to contact some of those potential benefactors, and as you can appreciate, the university holds dear, the alumni, the others with the greatest capacity, and they might have a different attitude, a different opinion about where that money should go, if the money should appear. And so they did not appreciate the dean coming in, especially from the outside, and all of a sudden starting to have conversations with people that others had already had identified, right? And they were going to try to get maybe a gift, a major gift for something else other than this institute. And so what happened is at some point, the dean, in his frustration, put an email out to an alumni group of which they called it the Committee of 100. It's a long story, but it was supposed to be 100 of the most successful and generous alumni of the College of Engineering who would stay closely connected. And of course, they would be stewarded, shepherded, if you will, maybe to give other gifts, and not a bad approach. And it had been around for decades, actually. In fact, when I got there, the Committee of 100 had close to 300 people on it, which was always one of the more amusing things. Yet a different former dean and former president said that, the greatest guarantee of a long life is to be named to the Committee of 100. You're going to live forever. No one would ever die. But and so then my predecessor, my immediate predecessor, in a moment of frustration, sent an email out to all of these alumni in the Committee of 100, telling them what awful people the president and provost were.
Oh dear.
And so this is just an intolerable thing. Even if the dean was right, and many would dispute that. As president, you can't permit that. So in any event, they eased him out. They did it in a very respectful way. I mean, he was, given the opportunity to say that it was his decision, and he had an endowed chair, and he was a tremendous scholar, actually. I mean, tremendous. And so anyway, so he was out on short notice, and hence the expedited search. So you know, I came in. Now the problem was there was all the turmoil that had caused the opening in the first place.
Yeah.
And so two things were really important, or maybe three, depending on how you count. So when I interviewed, I could see that people were really edgy and anxious and the like. But it was a healthy anxiety. In other words, these are engineers, maybe department heads and others. They were chomping at the bit. They wanted to move forward. They wanted to get past this. And so even though it was a real problem, for the next dean to solve, I remember thinking the community, the faculty and staff of the College of Engineering are dying to be successful, to work hard. And so that was very promising. And I saw it in miniature, if you will. I remember sitting down with the 4 associate deans, and 3 of the 4 were with me the entire time. I cannot tell you how impressive they were. So I had an associate dean for academic affairs, graduate studies, budget and finance, and then sort of a catch-all of international programs and other things, distance learning and the like, and a tremendous array of talent. And I remember even before my time was up, I remember thinking, during of course, they're interviewing me, but I was quizzing them. I was asking them, how would you go about solving these problems? What would you like to see happen? And again, they were aggressive in the best sense of the word. They wanted to move forward. They wanted a dean who would, help them do that. And I remember thinking, this is good. And I had a very similar experience when I sat down with the department heads. And at the time, of course, I was a department head. And I remember feeling almost immediate kinship. They just reminded me of my Penn State friends, the other department heads. So I resonated with them. In fact, I'm very, very close to them to this day. In fact, before this recording started, I made an allusion to a conversation I had just this morning with one of those former department heads from Virginia Tech. So that was very encouraging. I saw that there was real talent. So there was talent leading in the departments. There was talent in the associate deanships. And I thought, even though we've got some big problems to solve, most of it was internal. Well, I have to back up. There was an outside perception that things were kind of a mess because the former dean had said that they were, right? And so I had to do a number of things. So I get the job and I show up, and I had to do a number of things.
I'm guessing you showed
first
up
of all,
in August. Did you show up in August?
I showed up. Yes, I guess it would have been. Yeah, I think it was August. I do believe.
August 2005.
2005. Yep, okay. That's right. Yep. And so, I get there, and now, as I say, the good news is, first of all, it was one of the nation's largest colleges of engineering. The faculty was very good. The metrics were good. But Virginia Tech was in transition. It wasn't that far removed from being a largely undergraduate institution. Not much going on at the graduate level. But it was moving in that direction, and the research portfolio was growing substantially. Hence the desire for this Institute for Critical Technology and Applied Science. And so I got there at a time when people very aggressively wanted to continue that momentum. But, the former dean had burned some bridges with some of the vice presidents as well as the president. So it took me a while to sort of win them over because I think when we had our first encounters, they just assumed that I was, the second coming of the last guy. And I think it took some of them were quick to come around, and others took a little longer before they would, open up and maybe realize that I had a different style, different approach. Likewise, I had to be in touch with the alumni, and this was very important. So we had some formal experiences, throughout the year, when this committee of 100 would be brought to campus. They would actually come to campus twice a year. In the fall would always be at one of the home football games, and then there was a spring meeting as well. So that was a very important group for me to meet and make my first presentations of my vision, of course, I made the rounds with the departments. I got out, and they in turn tended to have advisory boards. In fact, I told every department, if your advisory board is in town and you want me to come and present, I will. If you don't invite me, that's okay.
How many departments were there in the school? Are there in the school?
It depends on the year. It was more than a dozen. When I first got there, we had 12, which made for, by the way, a very convenient calendar. We made a calendar, and when I created biomedical engineering, that was the 13th department, and it kind of upset people who put the calendar together. But of course, it was more than 12 degree programs. Many of the departments had multiple degree programs. So, for example, we had civil and environmental engineering, electrical and computer engineering, et cetera. And after a point, mechanical engineering also had nuclear engineering within it. So we probably had on the order of 15 or so degree programs, which, by the way, becomes a very real number when it's time for accreditation. I mean, you've got to get every one of those programs, re-accredited. So, I mean, that was sort of that transition as I came in. So it was different in that the place wasn't just humming along. So tremendous potential, great people. But the problem was some bridges had been burned, with upper administration and with maybe the alumni base. And so that was job one for me, to help get people back to feeling good about Virginia Tech and the like. I'll tell you one alumni visit I made, just because it was very dear to me. And it was to visit Chris Kraft. Now, you're old enough to remember that in the Mercury space missions, the ground control was Chris Kraft. So there was the Mercury 7 astronauts, right, flying up into space. But the guy at mission control was Chris Kraft. And he was the guy that Walter Cronkite would interview, and others. Others celebrated mission control. People came after him. But Chris was that first one. And so I was of an age where I knew that name very, very well. And so I guess I was in transition, and the Department of Aerospace and Ocean Engineering, it's by the way, 2 degrees, sent me a CD with all the brag points about their department. And so, I'm looking at it and lots of facts and figures, but the very end was a scrolling list of famous alumni. And, these names are coming up and you would recognize more than a few. But the last name up was Chris Kraft. And I about fell out of my chair because he was like a hero to me. And so the very first alumnus that I visited, and I had to get on an airplane, that is, was Chris Kraft. I went to Houston where he lived. And I visited with Chris Kraft, and he was just a delightful, brilliant, sweet man. And to be in his house was awesome because, some people have NASA knickknacks that they bought in the gift shop, but, he had some pretty amazing things from those missions. And there was a celebration that came a little later, speaking of Chris Kraft, where he was given NASA's Ambassador of Exploration Award. And forgive me if I've already told you this story before.
No,
but
I think so.
it was essentially NASA's Lifetime Achievement Award. And it occurred, while I was dean at Virginia Tech. I don't know the year. It might have been at around 2009 or 10. And the award is unlike anything else you've ever seen. There's looks like a plexiglass cylinder, which is inscribed with his award, the Ambassador of Exploration. But in it is a piece of the moon with about the size of the end of my pinky. Wow. So embedded in this clear casing is a piece of the moon, a moon rock. And so the award was given at Virginia Tech, and I was the MC for it. And so there were NASA, officials there, and this is a very precious thing. And Chris wanted it to be held by Virginia Tech rather than just stuck on a shelf in his house, which might not have even been allowed. And so it was displayed ever after, still is there, in the dean's office at Virginia Tech, behind bulletproof glass and with cameras. But as I was working through the ceremony, and I was looking back on the audience. It was interesting. Anyone who was about my age and older, and at the time it would have been 50 something, and older. Quite literally, there were tears in their eyes. They were so, struck with emotion. Others, a little more placid. But it was just a wonderful moment. But I remember from at the very outset, I was going out to visit alumni. And a lot of it was like group meetings around the state. So I went to the Tidewater region. I went up to the DC region. I went to Richmond, you name it. And there would be a larger gathering of alumni. So I did a lot of that my first year to just let them get to know me and answer the questions and, and do whatever. And as I say, in a few cases, like Chris Kraft, I got on an airplane and went to see them. So
that's an interesting sidelight, because it always occurred to me that was 50% of the job of the dean was keeping up with the alumni, and that in many cases UTD hasn't done that well. It seems like they're doing a better job now, but the fact that you mentioned that, and you're spending a lot of your time how much of your time at Virginia Tech were you spending, do you think, going to visit alumni?
Well, you can name any aspect of my job, and the answer will be I didn't put enough time into it. And the reason is,
no, I'm just looking for like
I know
10%, 5, 10, 20%.
It was almost a day a week. Let's say 20%.
Yeah,
Now, as you know, none of us at a university work 9 to 5 Monday through Friday. I mean, but let's just say a day a week, whatever percentage that amounts to.
Yeah, that's a very significant amount of time.
Yeah, and sometimes you could double book. For example, if I had a conference somewhere, and maybe it's in California, we could arrange then to maybe have a gathering. I even did this in other countries. I did it in China. I did it in India. So we were going to be in those countries, and we could arrange to have alumni come, and that would be quite a rare event. There was one case where the School of Business had an annual event in New York City, the College of Business, which was very effective with their alumni. And I had one as Dean of Engineering in California, in Silicon Valley, in the Bay Area. And I forget how it happened, but the two of us, the two deans, agreed, let's join up. And so I would be the junior partner in New York. The dean of business would be the junior partner in California. And the point is, there are more than a few engineers working in New York. Maybe they weren't working as engineers, but they were engineering grads. Likewise, out in Silicon Valley, that's an engineering science powerhouse. But nevertheless, there's a pretty strong business component out there.
Yeah.
And so when we started doing that, those pair of meetings were great. People would turn out. They were in good spirits. And they were in two of the hotbeds of the country, just in terms of prosperity and, good things happening. So I quite enjoyed those meetings. But yeah, there was a lot devoted to stewardship. And, there's other ways you do it. Virginia Tech, at least most of the time I was here, was a pretty good football team. So, there would be, 6, 7 home games a year. And we had a box, in the stadium. The engineers we were in the end zone. It wasn't a very good box, but we could have people there, and some of them weren't quasi-regulars. They might get invited twice a year, and we would just hang out. We'd watch the game. We'd chat. They'd feel good about Virginia Tech. More often than not, Virginia Tech would win, which always helped. And So again, and of course, before the game, there would be a tailgate, you name it. So there's all sorts of ways in which you can engage with your alumni and other friends.
Yeah, that's cool. And so, let's see, you were at Virginia Tech for 10 years?
Yeah, 10 years.
So,
yep, 16 is when I left. Oh, 11 years. 11 years. Excuse me, bud.
In those 11 years, what are you proudest of? What things are you proud of that you accomplished?
Well, there's a couple. I'm just going to speak briefly because I almost get emotional. But there was a terrible assault at Virginia Tech,
You were dean then.
and yeah, and recovering from that was
Oh my
a
God.
very big
Yes.
deal,
I forgot
and
about that.
we did. Yeah, so I'm very, very proud of that. But putting that aside, in other words, if I look at the normal parts of the job, advancing the research portfolio was a very big deal. We made great strides on that, and I had all sorts of data. NSF, would tally up how much research spending would be done by different groups, including colleges of engineering. And we went from maybe, I don't know, around the 20th largest portfolio to top 10 by the time I left. And part of it was, in fact, realizing the vision of this ICTAS that I told you about. We built 3 buildings for ICTAS, one which was a nano lab, another was a large scale sort of home base, another was kind of in the bioengineering and science side of that. And there was yet another engineering building, which was more offices and classrooms and the like. And so, maybe as a standalone, bricks and mortar was a big deal for me. We really built the infrastructure out substantially. And it's funny, I didn't go in there thinking I was going to be a bricks and mortar kind of guy, but when now you have those assets, now you can recruit more aggressively, more successfully. You can be doing the sort of research that maybe you couldn't do before. So the research portfolio then followed on that.
So
And
is it
I
fair?
think we
Is it
yeah.
fair to say that your predecessor had the vision but couldn't implement it, and you were able to implement it? Is that fair?
Yes, with apologies for a certain lack of modesty. I've always so it was the elder George Bush, President George Bush, who talked about the vision thing, and I think he even had a little hand gesture, the vision thing. And so I cannot tell you how many times in my life I have declared that I am happy to let other people have the vision. Now, mind you, I've got vision too. I mean, I can envision things. I
Sure.
envisioned things when I came to UTD to be president. But here's where I think I have some skill. I think I'm very good about achieving the vision. And so wanting to build the research portfolio, the vision actually preceded the guy who preceded me. It went back several deans, but yet it wasn't happening. My predecessor, to his credit, got aggressive in trying to make it happen. Where he failed is that he got overly aggressive and he upset some key people. I think perhaps, I had the tact, the skill set, the communication ability to actually bring about the vision. And by the way, it isn't just wanting to do it and saying that you will. It took a lot of money. In other words, it fell to me to find money from the university, from the state, from alumni, to make decisions in my own, assets, to choose to put College of Engineering money in when I could have spent some of that money on something else. And so, if I may quote a different President Bush, the younger President Bush talked about being the decider. And I know I've mentioned this before, but ultimately, as the dean, I was the decider. So people would have a vision. By the way, sometimes the visions compete with one another. So
Yeah.
two good people that can perfectly worthy things that they want to do, there's only one pot of money. And so it falls to somebody to say, we will do this. Give me an example. We pushed hard on research, and I told you that I was working with a lot of alumni. I had a few who remember the good old days when it was largely an undergraduate institution. It might have even been a Corps of Cadets institution, in other words, where everybody was in the Corps of Cadets. And they think back very fondly on that. And the vision that I was presenting to them really didn't align with what they remembered and what they were fond of. And I would have more than one alumnus would say, you realize, Dick, how Virginia Tech made its reputation. And I knew what their answer was. It was on undergraduate education. And I knew that was, the answer. And then it would fall to me to say, this is not a zero-sum game. We can still be great at undergraduate education. And by the way, we were. But we chose to be also a high performer on the graduate side, the research side, and thank God we did. And by the way, it didn't start with the dean of engineering. A couple of presidents, in succession, also wanted to migrate Virginia Tech. There was a time when Virginia Tech looked almost identical to a nearby school, the Virginia Military Institute, VMI. So there was VPI and VMI. Virginia Military Institute, is in Lexington, Virginia, and it's a military school. And everybody's in, the Corps. And it butts up. It's adjacent to Washington and Lee University, which is a private school, and you couldn't imagine a greater contrast between the two. But VMI and VPI were, two sides of the same coin, and they would meet in a football game every Thanksgiving, and they just sort of did everything the same. But it was after World War II when a new president came in. He was very young. He was a physicist. I'm blanking on his name. It's terrible. But he could see a little further over the horizon than most, and he realized that the old VPI couldn't persist. That he had to move into the realm of looking like what we might call a Big Ten university, with the full portfolio, including the research, and also a membership in the Corps of Cadets also became optional at some point. So the Corps of Cadets is a wonderful asset at Virginia Tech, but after World War II, especially with returning vets, the last thing they needed to do was take another turn at being a cadet. Yeah. And so they made membership in the Corps of Cadets optional, and they really put heavy emphasis on starting to build up the graduate side of things. So this actually starts in the late 60s, which incidentally kind of coincides with the space race, and all these other things that were happening in the nation. And so again, that president, I'm so embarrassed. Next time we record, I'll tell you the name. But he started Virginia Tech down that path, and bit by bit, Virginia Tech found its way to where it is one of the nation's, great research-intensive universities. And again, the undergraduate education there is superb. Nothing was lost there.
Well, I think we're about done for today.
Okay.
I want to come back to Virginia Tech next week, but do you have any last thoughts for today that you want to wrap it up with, or?
Just that I've loved every place I've been. I think I might have said this before, but as happenstance would have it, the woman who followed me as dean at Virginia Tech, who's had a great 8-year run herself, Julie Ross, has just been named provost at Virginia Tech. So I'm happy for her. I'm happy for Virginia Tech. And this is what has caused me, to be in communication with her and some of the others. And it's been fun to sort of celebrate this next phase for Virginia Tech, but also to think back on my 11 years there and, just how rewarding they were. And I made some just dear friendships that are still with me.
Take it away, Dick.
Well, thank you, Bob. I think last we spoke, I was kind of wrapping up my experiences at Virginia Tech. And I must say, if I haven't said it already and several times, I just love being at Virginia Tech. I love being the dean there. There were good people. We had just so many successes, and sometimes under the worst of circumstances, the most difficult of circumstances. And but yet we thrived, and the school, the College of Engineering in particular, continues to thrive. So as my next to last stopping point, I still have many friends there, and I stay awfully close to the folks. In fact, one of my 3 kids lives in Blacksburg, and in the house which my wife and I never sold. In any event, I guess, let's see, it would be 2016, actually 2015. I had been in the job. I was in my 11th year, and if you look at my history, that's when the pendulum starts to swing or the clock ticks, whatever metaphor you want. And I was actually approaching age 65, so I was, in my 60s, and the question was, if you're going to be a college president, It might have to be soon. So I was being approached about UT Dallas at the time. And the way I've told it to people, I didn't say no, but I didn't say yes. I mean, I really had to think about it because, as I just mentioned, I loved the job that I had. And as much as I wanted to have the experience of working across the whole university, as president, conceivably as provost, um, uh, I wasn't, putting my resume out to lots of places. Let's just put it that way. So the search firm,
Just to clarify,
asked me on.
when was this? What was
This
it?
would have been sort of the autumn into the winter of 2015.
2015. Okay, thanks.
Yep. And then, so what happened is, the semester was rolling on. We were getting close to Christmas time, the break. And I just remember there was one phone call. It was probably the third one I got, or maybe even a fourth. And the lead on the search said, "Well, the search committee is having its first big meeting tomorrow. So are you in or out?" And I said, "I'm in." And I make it sound like it was a very easy, simple decision. It wasn't. The reason why I didn't say yes or no earlier is because I just didn't know much about UTD. In a non-recorded conversation that you and I have had, we've acknowledged that UTD is so young, so new, not well known. And it's becoming well known pretty rapidly. But we all know that reputation is a lagging indicator, right? A school like ours is frankly better than most people know, and especially if you're, half a country away, in Virginia, some faraway place. So I was doing homework. So when the search firm called me, I thought, well, I should do some homework. So I did, and it was pretty amazing, actually. I could see how young that university was. We were still not 50 years old. And but the growth trajectory was stunning. How rapidly things were advancing during the time that David Daniel was president, my predecessor. I really hadn't seen anything like it. So, as we know from these recorded sessions, I've been at some really wonderful schools, right? I did my undergraduate work at Princeton and PhD at Berkeley and so on. I've been at Penn State and Virginia Tech. And but I had never seen anything like the rate of change, if you will, as at UTD. So it was very almost alluring, fascinating. So the one thing you weren't going to get was the prestige of a very well established, highly regarded university, because it's not that the reputation wasn't a good one; it just didn't exist.
Yeah, it was nothing like
but
the
the rate of change.
There's nothing like the university that you had experienced, right? That was
Whereas others may have been at such schools, I never had. In fact, even when I had my inauguration address, I actually called out the years. I won't remember them all, but I think Princeton was founded in 1747, 46, something like that. UVA was founded by Thomas Jefferson, so you can kind of place it, in the early 1800s. Cal Berkeley is probably the newest, again, mid 1800s, maybe a tad bit later.
1868, I think.
Yeah, actually, you have good memory there. The point is, I was at very well-established universities. Again, Rochester, Penn State, Virginia Tech, all of them. Now, some of them had changed dramatically. Virginia Tech, in particular, was a tiny little, essentially military institute up until World War II, and then very rapidly in the 60s started to advance as a full-fledged research-intensive university, very much by design by the president at the time. So, but that change, most of that change had occurred before I had arrived. Now we advanced it further still. I didn't at Virginia Tech. I didn't have responsibility for the whole university, but if I may maybe immodestly state that I was the dean of the most important college, at least the biggest one. And so, Virginia Tech, the tech part is important. So the College of Engineering was the premier driving college for a lot that went on there. Now, again, I take nothing away from the other colleges. They were superb too, but maybe just not the size and clout that engineering did. So the point is, I had my hands on some pretty big levers. I was able to do some things that, as it advanced the college, could also advance the university. But again, I wanted to be able to work across the whole university, including, in the humanities and the arts and so on. And some people, probably thought, well, why would any engineering educator care to do that? But the fact is, I did.
Yeah, and engineers are almost people.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, who knew? So, in any event, I decided to put in, and so I got invited to the first airport interview. It turns out there were two of them, and again, I did a lot of homework.
Just to clarify, that's the way that when you're searching for somebody fairly high level, they don't actually come into the place of interest. They meet at an airport, and that's common practice now. Just for
that is very common practice, because these things really need to be quite secretive at this level. People do not want it known that they're a candidate. First of all, there's your own sort of pride. Only one person's going to emerge with a job, and you might have people who are already a sitting president or a provost, or in my case, I was a dean. Yeah. And if you fall short, well, you just soon kind of keep that kind of on the down low and not have it be out there. And there are cases of so-called blown searches where the list becomes known, or actually there's some states that actually require it. The problem is if you require it, then you can't get many people to apply. It really stifles it. So yes, you tend to go to an airport. Now the airport could be some other location, but metaphorically, you go to the airport. Now in my case, I was going to an airport. It was DFW. Now DFW is a pretty good number of miles away from UTD. The only risk people ran is that other candidates might bump into me in the hallways or something, out at DFW. And so we sort of, the search firm goes to great lengths to keep the finalists or the semifinalists apart from one another. There's a bit of a ritual, almost a dance of up and down elevators and what have you to get into the interview room. But so I came out, and I want to say it was still in 2015. I don't think the calendar had flipped yet. And so I came out. Steve Leslie was chairing the committee. Steve was also the executive vice chancellor for academic affairs at the time. So he's the person who, in essence, would become my boss if I got the job
at UT Austin. At the system. At the system in UT Austin.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Yes. And I didn't know him well, but Mark Spong was my compatriot as an engineering dean, so I knew Mark, somewhat admired him. And but I did a lot of homework because I wanted the committee to know that I was serious, and it was again an interesting homework assignment because again nothing was static, everything was changing rapidly. So I did as much homework as I could, but I had the most delightful conversation with people. Maybe we should credit Steve Leslie for that, but he put me at ease, and it just felt like a very nice conversation among people that you would enjoy spending time with. There was absolutely zero sense of any, stress, or I was being, I don't know, graded in some fashion. We just talked about leadership of a major university, and they wanted my ideas on a few things that would be germane to UTD. As you know, Bob, others may not know, but we have a bit of an unusual history. In addition to our youth, we were sort of created out of industry, right? Out of the folks at TI, which is most unusual. That's not how things happen. Yes. But yet, not only was I mindful of that, but my own career had actually echoed it. So earlier we discussed my start as a workaday professor and the fact that almost all of my funding came from industry. So from my earliest days as an assistant professor, I was working very hard at that intersection between industry and university and the like.
Yeah.
So, in any event, we had a really good conversation, a really good conversation. And of course, after a period, it ended. And so, I took a flight back and went back to my business.
Can I just
And I
ask
remember
you,
telling, yeah,
how long
sure.
did the interview go on, and how many people were in the room? We don't need a whole lot
Well,
of
the
names,
entire
but
so there were two rounds, and so round number one, the entire search committee was there. And it would have been it's a sizable committee. I want to say, I'm trying to picture the room. I bet there were 16 to 20 people, give or
wow,
take. I
wow.
mean, they had a couple of regents, right? They had Steve Leslie. They had, from system. I think they had one other system individual. They had, I think, two deans. They had two presidents from other campuses,
Oh,
and
wow.
UT system campuses, and of course a mix of faculty and staff at different ranks. And I think there was also a student rep. They made a point of having the speaker of the faculty senate was there. So again, pretty sizable group.
Yeah.
I sometimes jokingly call this half of Noah's Ark, one of everything, one of everything. And so it was pretty broadly representative of what was there. And the way it starts, usually the opening, which might run 45 minutes or so, are actually scripted questions. They already know what questions are asked, and I'm trying to remember if they told me in advance. I think they might have told me in advance that here are the first three questions, because again, it's not supposed to be a gotcha moment. But by having a very set protocol, they can make then comparisons among the
Yeah.
applicants.
No,
We
that's
think that candidate L answered that question better than candidate P. And so in the beginning, it sort of played out kind of in a way that I knew, but it was also a way for me to show that I could do homework, right? That I could prepare myself to address the issues, and so I appreciated that. And then you get into, usually there's an equal amount of time devoted to unscripted questions where the conversation just picks up on interesting things that came up. And so what happened is, I did this. I had flown out. I flew back, I think, later the same day. I'm not sure. I mean, one nice thing about DFW is you can fly in or out pretty easily. Now,
yeah.
getting to Blacksburg, Virginia is another matter. But
Yeah.
I remember telling my wife Leslie just how much I enjoyed it, and again, I had great comfort level in that I love my current job. So if I didn't get it, well, then that's okay because I had a great job.
Now,
But
now,
uh,
so Leslie, what was her opinion upon hearing
well,
we
so
might be
this
moving to
is
Dallas?
well. Let me just say, if for probably the eighth, ninth, tenth time, I married well. My wife is a really
Yeah.
bright, fascinating woman, a musician, well read, cares about her kids, cares about me. Um, um, Part of this was also to sort of prepare her, so I let her know that I thought the interview had gone well. And so this was, I guess, my way of saying, let's start examining Dallas, right, and Texas, and what it might be like to live there. All those things that don't come with a job. I mean, she's not employed by UTD. So, what would her life be like? By the way, turned out great. She's had all sorts of connections, especially in the city of Richardson. So, but it was a starting point. The one thing that had evolved is our children, but at this point, were pretty much through college. So we didn't have to worry about whether the schools were good or,
Yeah.
that kind of stuff, which is terribly important when you're younger.
Yeah.
So, in any event, first round came and went, and then I got a call from the search firm, and they said, well, you did well, and they'd like to bring you back. for another round. And so we prepared for another round. And I think this was in early January. So it was back to DFW Airport. Now, this time, there were fewer of us. I don't really know how many. I'm going to say it might have been 5 or 6. And I met with a search committee, but they broke into 2. So they had half the size. So fewer than 10, 10 and 10 or 8 and 8, something like that. And I met with them. There were no scripted questions, but obviously they had questions that were follow-on to things, that I'd said or maybe didn't address earlier. And I met with Group A, and then after a bit of a break, I met with Group B, and we went a while. We went a while, and it was interesting that the 2 groups did not sort of coordinate. In other words, they didn't divide up the areas. I was asked many of the same questions by both groups, and I know what they did later. They got together as one whole committee, and they compared notes, obviously for me, but also for the other finalists, and started to form some opinions about who they thought might be a good fit.
So if I could just jump in here real quick. One of the major interests, I imagine, of the search committee was building UTD's engineering school in particular, because that school has only been started a few years previously, and in particular, I think we'll get to the things that you added to engineering, but engineering was really an important consideration. That's my guess. Is that right or wrong?
Yes, I think I would agree with that. I mean, in fact, it came much later in my presidency when I started to emphasize this. UTD, we're one of 9 academic campuses in the UT system. Now, everybody knows UT Austin, of course. It's the flagship. But, there's UT Arlington and San Antonio and El Paso, et cetera. And but it isn't that just UTD is a slightly different scale compared to those. I mean, we have much overlap, but we are much more tech focused than the other campuses, even compared to UT Austin, at least by percentage. We are also a school that grew in the opposite direction of pretty much all the others. When we were first created, we were entirely a graduate program. We only later added juniors and seniors, and only later added freshmen and sophomores, along with the degree programs to go with them. So we've always had this sort of STEM-focused, tech-focused, high-end graduate end to UTD, and it is a valuable asset to be different in this way. It gives us some separation, if you will, from the other campuses. Now, by the way, none of my other colleagues, the presidents of these universities, are losing sleep over this. They're happy with their identity too. But the point is, UTD is distinct within the UT system, and that has been quite an asset for us. So to answer your question, I think yes, it made me, as an engineering dean, probably a bit more attractive than perhaps others. And keep in mind that David Daniel also followed that same path. He had been dean of engineering at Illinois before coming in. And David did great things, obviously for UTD, but also for our School of Engineering and Computer Science. And I think people envisioned that I might be, somewhat akin to David Daniel, and that I might have similar, areas of interest. So, in fact, there's a lot of places where if you're an engineer, you probably don't match up very well. Some of the maybe a liberal arts college, smaller, maybe not so much going on in research, and maybe only 1 or 2 engineering programs, if they have any at all. Needless to say, no matter how successful you are as an engineering dean, you're probably not going to look very like a good fit, for these universities. So in a way, I was pretty well matched up with UTD. Its history, its aspirations, and my own background. So it was a good fit. It was definitely a good fit.
Yeah. So
so the next round is, now I've been through 2 of these, and it was it was again, it was January. I actually remember my cell phone rang, and it was Steve Leslie, and I took the call. Actually, sort of. Well, I started in kind of like a rec room that we have, and then I was outdoors, and I was talking to Steve, and it was a lovely call. He was very complimentary of my interview, and he explained that I was being advanced to the next round, and the next round was an interview with the Board of Regents in Austin, and a couple things. Steve was asking me very specific things about, salary expectations, what my faculty appointment might be, issues that might be involved with transition, and I'll just tell you that after the call, I went back in the house and I said to my wife, Leslie, I said, I think I might be getting this job. And because Steve was so complimentary and so nice, and just the nature of the questions. But he pointed out that state law requires that there be this final round. And then what happens is after you've interviewed with the regents, they emerge with 0, 1, 2, or 3 finalists for the job. And almost always they want to emerge with 1. And so because it's quite private and secret up to that point. But when they emerge with the finalists, at that point, everybody knows. It becomes quite public. So what they like to do is emerge with 1, the final remaining candidate. And that way, nobody's cover is blown. But I think on the order of 3 of us went in, maybe 4, for the final round of interviews. And to add a complicating measure, the day that I was to interview with the Board of Regents in Austin, I couldn't get there. I was presiding over promotion and tenure decisions in the College of Engineering at Virginia Tech, and that is as much of a command performance as anything, including going to graduation and the like. And so I said, could we meet another day? Can we? And the answer was no. But what we arranged to do is that I would video in. Now we're very, accustomed to this now post COVID, but back then it was pretty unusual. So I went in actually pretty late in the evening. I went back to my office and I got on a computer just as I'm talking to you now. I had a camera and they linked me in. And so, the screen lit up and there was Steve Leslie and a few others. And he introduced me. They also asked that my wife be present so they could talk to her a little bit. And so my wife was with me. Leslie was with me. And again, I was in my office. I was just kind of hoping that nobody walked in, at that point. But again, it was well after dinner. But we had the conversation, and just like the others that had come before it, it was very comfortable, very pleasant. I had come to really like these people. And again, I hoped I would get the job. It would be okay if I didn't. But I was really becoming more and more enamored of them and of UTD. And of course, I was meeting many of the regents for the first time. So it was good. It was a very good conversation. On the call was Admiral McRaven, Chancellor McRaven at the time, who was very impressive. Fine man. And so, again, it was a fine conversation. And at some point, they asked for me to step aside. And so Leslie, appeared, and they asked her some, softball questions, like, I don't know. What do you like about your husband? Yes, that kind of stuff. But I guess it was just a way of recognizing that most people come as a pair, right? There's
absolutely.
If it's a guy, then there's going to be a first lady or a first gentleman, depending. And I must say so. Leslie was great, So, if people wanted to project her in that role as being first lady of UTD, then she passed her test, and so I knew that I guess I was the last of the interviews, again because of that nature of having to video in. So I was told that when I was done, my screen would go blank. There was a website that I could be on which is a public website and they still do it to this day, where you can they come out of executive session and then the website is public for the open part. And then they say whatever. And so my screen went blank and up popped, just a placeholder to say that the board was in executive session. And it didn't take too terribly long. It took a little while, but they came out of executive session, and somebody, I forget who, it might have again been Steve Lesser, maybe it was someone on the board, announced that the sole remaining candidate is Richard, and then it stopped. It froze. And I was still in my office at Virginia Tech. I looked at Leslie and I said, well, I wonder how many Richards there were. But what happened is just a minute later, my cell phone rang. And it was, again, Steve Leslie and others. I remember he said, hello, Mr. President. He said, how does that sound? And I said, well, it sounds great to me. And they passed the phone around. It's the first time I spoke with David Daniel. And that was lovely. And I think it was on that call and I've referenced this several times now, but he said, it's your show and I'm going to do everything I can to help you. I'm going to stay out of your way. But if you ever need my help, you just ask. And he was good to his word. He couldn't have been better. And so it was lovely. And then, of course, there were then two immediate waves of like emailing and the like. On the UTD side, there were people, of course, here in Texas who their screens didn't go blank. They heard my name. It's probably the first time they ever heard my name. So all of a sudden, I was getting Googled big time, by people who lived in Dallas. And so there was a bunch of people trying to figure out, okay, who's this guy that they just named? Some of them wrote to me very quickly to say, welcome to UTD, wish you the best. And then one of my good colleagues back at Virginia Tech somehow found out maybe around like 2 a.m. And I think he then started to put out a few text messages and the like. So then there was a second wave of emails coming from my Virginia, colleagues and others. And just, a wonderful wave, of love, really. I mean, just people, wishing me well and congratulating me. It was very exciting. Took me quite a long time to answer them all, but I answered every one of them.
No, you're definitely a good emailer. But one of the things I can imagine is they might have had a different opinion if you'd taken a position as dean at another school than what is obviously a promotion. That's like, oh, everybody wishes well for people to get promotions, but when they move laterally, it's a little bit, what are they saying about us? But anyway,
I agree with that completely. Yes, if I had maybe taken a lateral move, maybe people wouldn't have been quite so happy about that.
Yeah.
But yes, this opportunity to serve as a president really meant a lot to me. And by the way, some of my most wonderful messages were coming from fellow engineering deans who, congratulated me. I'm a joiner. I tend to be active in my professional society and the like. And so there was a cadre of, at the time, engineering deans, back around 2015, 2016, who I came to know well and still know well. Many of them, by the way, are now presidents themselves. Mm-hmm. So Maryland, George Mason, UC Davis, Lehigh, these are among the schools that have presidents today who were engineering deans back when I was, and again, very, 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 very close. And by the way, you'll notice a bit of a similarity there. Lehigh is kind of an engineering school. No surprise that maybe an engineering dean became president there. So, it was just lovely. And I left out one part. Right before the final interview, I mean, like the night before, maybe it was 2 nights before, I did tip off the Virginia Tech president and provost to say, I'll be doing this tomorrow. it might happen that they emerge where they want me to be the president, and then, or maybe they don't. And I said, but I thought I should give you a heads up. And I said, if I'm not the one picked, then we'll just have a good chuckle over this and we'll get on with our lives. But of course they did pick me. And by the way, the two of them, the president is still the president. The provost has since moved on. They were very supportive, and it's just as you pointed out. They saw it as a feather in the cap of Virginia Tech.
Absolutely.
That some school would want to find talent at Virginia Tech. And by the way, one of the things that I'm proudest of is around the time I was leaving. I think I've mentioned this before. I had 5 former department heads and 1 former associate dean who had gone on to become deans at other great schools. So I was busy producing deans, and in every case, even though I was sad to lose my department head, you can't begrudge them the opportunity, to get a deanship. And some of them have since gone on to be vice presidents, and in one case, a president, and now I got a president, a provost, VP, several deans. So, and we know one of them, Stephanie Adams, who left to become dean at Old Dominion University, where she did her undergraduate work, by the way. And then Stephanie, for the last 5 years or so, has been our dean, here at UT Dallas. So in any event, as much as, you wish you could just keep that talent forever and ever and ever, the realities are people want to do new things, different things. They want to be challenged in different ways. And so I take great joy in seeing the success of these folks who at one point sat around the table with me, as the engineering cabinet, if you will. And they're all doing great. They're doing great.
So you got a semester at Virginia to get your house in order and somebody has to take over your job there and then make the move. And I guess you have to buy a house in the Dallas area. And so I guess all of those things happen quite normally. And when was your first visit to UT Dallas?
Well, so my first visit is interesting. So, again, the reason why you do the airport interviews is so there'll be utterly no intersection between you and the campus.
Yeah.
And so, of course, I had been named as the sole remaining candidate. And as I like to joke back then and today, I liked my odds at that point. So, So there came a day when I made my very first trip to, let's say, Richardson, right, and campus proper. And I came in. Of course, I'd flown into DFW, had a rental car. I was making my way to the hotel. It was still kind of early-ish. And of course, I was going right past UTD, and I'd never been there. I'd been all over the web trying to figure out what the place looked like, which, by the way, was not easily answered because you will remember, Bob, that they were doing the landscape, renovations and the like, and the look of the campus had changed dramatically for the better, I might point out.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, anyway, I pulled in. And no one was expecting me. I had no appointments. That wasn't going to start until really the next day. But I pulled in and I parked at the activity center where there's some visitor parking.
Oh yeah. Oh, wow.
And so so I parked the car, and visitor center is kind of an interesting looking building. I mean, it's striking. And I just walked about 100 steps, and I found myself on the mall, looking up what we now call the Margaret McDermott Mall, with the pools and the magnolia trees and all that. And I remember thinking, wow, this is great. And then, and so I walked a little bit more, and then I got back in the car, and I just sort of drove around a little bit. It's actually not easy driving around UTD, but I did what I could. But the one thing I remember is that there was these enormous parking lots, pretty much all around the perimeter of campus. And again, Bob, you know why they're there. There was a time when this was kind of a commuter school, right? I mean, we had a lot of working professionals, especially graduate students. And they'd work a full day, and they'd come here in the evening, and then campus would light up. But I saw all that blacktop out there, and I thought, oh, this is good news. It means we can put buildings there, and you replace a surface lot with a parking deck, and you build a building. And we have done that more than a few times, including on my 9-year stretch. But because some of the other places I've been, for example, Penn State is an enormous university, but it is almost completely landlocked. Even though it's in a relatively rural community, finding a patch of land to put down a building is really hard. And we know other schools. I remember visiting Georgia Tech, and I swear there wasn't a patch of grass anywhere. Now, that's probably being most unkind to Georgia Tech. But if ever there was a school that worked on what they call infill, it's a place like Georgia Tech in an urban environment like Atlanta. So even though we are UT Dallas, the fact is, historically, this is the middle of nowhere. This was just prairie. And there is still, in fact, undeveloped land right on the periphery of campus. And so in any event, my very first sight of UTD was reassuring. The buildings, of course, are quite striking. The place that I had left, Virginia Tech, has a single architectural style. I think I might have mentioned this. And it's clad in a limestone that they call Hokie stone. And it sort of looks like West Point. If you're not familiar with Virginia Tech, but you are familiar with West Point, it has sort of a West Point sort of gray look to it. It's attractive. But here I noticed that every building was different. So clearly there was much more latitude, in terms of what could be put up. And so it bode well for what might happen, if we were to build out, other more infrastructure, which we did. I mean, to a very substantial degree. It's a big part of my years as president is just the infrastructure expansion. But anyway, that was my first visit, and I was staying over at the Renaissance Hotel. Hobson Willenthal, I think, met me for dinner that night, and we had a lovely dinner. It's my first opportunity. I had spoken to him on the phone, but it was my first opportunity to, be in his presence. And so that was lovely. It was just me. So I was doing some early things. The UT system had offered to pay for Leslie and me to rent a place for a year. And so it took the pressure of finding a forever home off. So if I made a mistake, well, it was a 1-year mistake. But I started the very beginnings of looking at a few places where we might want to live.
So did Leslie come with you on this trip, or this was?
Not on the first trip. The first trip it was just me, and then it was the second trip where Leslie did come, and so we did kind of the house hunting together. I think it was on the second trip when they took the designate tag off. You may know that when you're identified as the sole remaining candidate, I think it's a 6-week window that they have to make the decision. And so I think I was here. I was actually, on the campus, sitting in my future office with Hobson Wildenthal, and I actually watched the Board of Regents declare me to be the new president. Of course, I hadn't started yet. That didn't come until July. But I think that was, in fact, I know the date. It was Leap Day, February 29th, 2016. So,
well, I have to interject here. We're getting close to time, and I think we got a lot to cover. Yep. But Hobson Wildenthal was the acting president when you came in, correct?
Correct. So, that is correct. So Hobson.
Yeah, so he might have said something about, because I imagine he wanted to be chosen president, but I can imagine he understood why he wasn't. Did you guys discuss that, or is that something you want to talk about?
Well, I can talk about it. Now, what I'm about to say has come to me secondhand, not from Hobson himself. First of all, the part that did come from Hobson is he just loves UTD. His own career, he had switched jobs many times. He'd been at Drexel and Michigan State, and and he was climbing the ladder. He's from Texas originally,
West Texas.
Mm-hmm. And very erudite guy. I mean, just really loved classical music. Had permanent seats. The Dallas Symphony and the like. So he loved Dallas and he loved UTD. And more than anybody, more than any president, he gave definition to UTD. he made some critical decisions about what the student body would look like, what majors we would emphasize, and just absolutely an enormous impact. And he was long-serving provost, I want to say, for 30 some years, 3 decades, which is unheard of. By the way, being provost is probably the hardest job at the university. It's just a darn difficult thing. But Hobson did it at a time when enormous change was occurring. So I think Franklin Jennifer might have been the fellow who hired him. So he had worked.
No, it's Bob Rutford.
Was it Bob Rutford?
Yes.
Hired Hobson.
Yes.
As provost.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he was vice president for academic affairs at the time.
Okay. Well, so you were around. You have these memories. So then he ended up serving 4 of the 5 presidents. Up till now. And of course, there's now been a 6th. But so here is what I know secondhand. So Hobson was in his late 70s when I came in. I think during this search, he was not a candidate. He was the interim president, of course, but it was understood that he was not a candidate, and I believe he was at peace with that. I think the time when he had his opportunity was when David Daniel was hired. And so between Franklin Jennifer and then David Daniel, Hobson would have been much younger, maybe late 50s, early 60s, still pretty young by many standards. And I believe that might have been the time when he aspired to becoming UTD president. Now, you can't fault who was chosen. In fact, this is almost always the case. Someone really good gets it. And in this case, it was David Daniel. And so, Hobson, I'm sure would like to have been president then, but, he served David Daniel with every bit as much energy and affection for UTD as he had before. And so, he was just a good man, a good citizen of UTD. So I think it was that transition from 3rd to 4th president that Hobson, maybe thought maybe he could do it. His brother, you may know, Kern Wildenthal, at some point, was president of UT Southwestern.
Oh, for many years.
So,
yes.
Yeah. So that would have been an interesting brotherly combination. It still is interesting. You had Kern at UT Southwestern, and then Hobson with his position at UTD. And let me just say, I came to know Kern, after a period of time, and those Wildenthal brothers, just astonishing. Bright, brilliant. I mean, boy, it must have been something growing up in that household. That's all.
I was out at a meeting in Alpine, and the university there has got the Wildenthal Library named after his father.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an interesting story. But I think we're gonna have to stop for the day. I think we brought this to a very interesting point because you're now about to really take over UTD. Is there anything else you want to say before we stop for this session?
I will say that, looking forward, these have been the 9 most rewarding years of my life. Now, they weren't always easy. There were some stretches where times were hard. COVID was hard on everybody. None of us ever wants to go through that ever again. But the things that I imagined could happen that attracted me to become a candidate, it happened. I did get to work across the whole university. I did get to go well beyond engineering. I did get to build new assets, and the physical infrastructure is quite different from when I got here. And I would say the footprint of UTD, especially in things like the arts, is different. Because of the work that I was able to do. So 9 really good years. And so, as I look back, I'm really glad I did it. Really glad.
Well, we're going to come back and look a little more closely at those part of his presidency at University of Texas at Dallas. Take it away, Dick.
Well, thanks, Bob. When we last left our story, I think I described in considerable detail the process of becoming president, but then comes the day when when you have to earn your money now, right? So I became president on July 15th, and somewhat non-standard day, of 2016, and I had come from Virginia Tech. One thing I would point out is that, and this was part of the appeal of UTD. UTD was kind of an unknown. When I was first approached by the search committee, I confess I did not know much about UTD. I had given talks in earlier years at several of the campuses, but not UTD. So, and of course, UTD had only recently created some of its most enrolled majors, things like mechanical engineering, my home base, biomedical engineering. And so it was a very, very new place without much of an existing reputation out there.
Let me interrupt you. My recollection and my time, obviously my engineering memory is not much, but was that you started mechanical engineering, but biomedical was here.
No, not quite right. David Daniel gets credit for both of those.
Okay.
I do have a mechanical engineering story to tell, and I think I might have told it earlier, so bear with me. But when I was dean at Virginia Tech, we were in danger of losing one of our very good mechanical engineering faculty members, and the department head said we needed to put together a retention package, and et cetera, et cetera. And I said, well, where's the other place? And he said, the University of Texas. And I thought, well, okay, I get it. But then he said, at Dallas. And I really did a double take because, again, I'm a mechanical engineer. Not once in my life had I given any thought to UT Dallas in mechanical engineering, and there's a good reason for it. They did not have mechanical engineering. And that was the year they created it. So they were trying to do an expansion draft, if you will, of trying to find talented folks at various places. So we did keep that Virginia Tech person. I'm going to guess that was around the year, oh gracious sakes, maybe 2010, 2011, 2012, somewhere in that zone, which was only shortly before I got here. And biomedical engineering was also created around that same time. So it was just before I arrived. So they were only a couple years in existence. In fact, when I arrived and I went to a faculty meeting, a mechanical engineering faculty meeting, as I recall, I was one of only two full professors sitting around the table. One was the department head that they'd hired in, and then me. And then everybody else was sort of in the junior ranks. By the way, that department has flourished quite nicely, as has biomedical engineering. So, but again, a lot of growth. Also, early on, the school itself, the School of Engineering and Computer Science, was celebrating its 30th anniversary. So even now, we're sort of undersupplied. We don't have civil engineering. We don't have industrial engineering. There's a lot of key majors that we still don't have. We are still very much in growth mode, in our engineering and computer science schools. So interestingly enough, computer science is one of the oldest departments at UTD. And it's older than many CS departments around the country. So, from the very beginning, UTD was investing in computer science, really in the vanguard. And it is today our most popular major. 1 in 5 students is enrolled in computer science.
So I want to interrupt here because I remember as an assistant faculty when assistant professor that they computer science was part of the School of Natural Sciences and Mathematics, and as when Rutgers started making engineering, they needed students, so they moved computer science over. Yeah. And that was a huge blow to NSNM because of the number of students even then. And I just had to add that.
This is a story that I've seen play out many places. In fact, when I went to Virginia Tech, they had recently had a reorganization at Virginia Tech, and they moved computer science from what had been, I think, a former College of Arts and Science. They created simply a College of Science. They had a separate arts college, and of course engineering, which is already big. They moved computer science into the College of Engineering. So when I arrived as dean, I had all of these traditional engineering departments, mechanical, electrical, chemical, et cetera, and computer science. And it was a bit of a funny arrangement. I think today the CS folks are very happy to be in the College of Engineering at Virginia Tech. It's a powerhouse college. They're well supported. But, a lot of people have struggled with wondering what kind of animal computer science is. If you say computer engineering, which is actually a distinct program, well, then they kind of know. But computer science, does it belong in engineering? Does it belong in science? You can go all around the country and you're probably going to get a 50-50 split in terms of where it's housed. And part of it's because it's relatively new compared to some of the older, more traditional fields. But it's an interesting phenomenon. But you're right. So CS was in the UTD School of Engineering and Computer Science. And when I say it has 1 in 5 students from around the university, it's an enormous fraction of the school. And over time, those engineering departments will build out and become larger. But it's still a work in progress.
Yeah, it's I guess it's the one department in engineering that doesn't have the word engineering in its title.
Yeah, I know. I've kind of lived with this. When I started my career at the University of Rochester, included in that College of Engineering and Applied Science was the Institute of Optics. And sometimes if someone like the dean would talk about the departments, et cetera, he would usually get scolded by someone in optics by saying, "Well, we're not a department, we're an institute." And we had to start using funny collective nouns like the units of the College of Engineering and Applied Science. But the Institute of Optics was very protective of its institute name, just as programs like computer science are very protective of being science, not engineering. So, and of course, our school is the School of Engineering and Computer Science. So even though we might collectively speak of it as the engineering school.
Yeah, indeed we do. So it's kind of obvious why they were looking for someone with your credentials to lead the university, given this big investment in engineering in general and mechanical engineering in particular.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of makes sense. But obviously, you were interested in more than just engineering. At UTD, you had a very different hat on.
Yeah, this is very important, and again, I think I might have alluded to this. I've loved every job that I've had, and I loved being dean of engineering at Virginia Tech. But from the earliest days, I wanted to work across the whole department. I mean, the whole university. So I wanted to be able to play a role in the arts, in the sciences, in the humanities, and et cetera. And of course, you have to find your moment. There are ways you can do it. You don't have to be a college president. Anything called vice president of, by and large, is going to work across the whole university. So maybe it could be VP for research or for development or what have you. Also, vice provost in a similar sort of way. And so, I kind of have always had my eye on some of those positions. As it happens, my first opportunity really was to be, president of UTD. But that was a major attraction. So it's almost uncoupled from any place that I've been, including UTD. So the ability to work across the whole university held great appeal. But then something that is very specific to UTD is that UTD is growing faster than any place that I've ever been associated with, and in fact, more so than any other place that I can even name. And so when I started studying about UTD, as I was in the interviewing process, I really became quite attracted by the rapid growth. So in essence, I was witnessing what David Daniel had done during his 10 years as president. And it was very impressive. Any other place that I could have gone to would have been kind of in steady state. And that, by the way, that steady state could be very impressive, right? UT Austin, for example. I mean, what's not to like about UT Austin? So, had an opportunity like that come to me and I'd gone, I'm sure I would have enjoyed it. But it's actually been an added enjoyment to be part of this growth of UTD. And I'm happy to report, I hope people would validate this, that it played out. We continue to grow. So that David Daniel growth spurt continued on my watch. And you can measure it in all sorts of ways: the growth of the student body, the growth of the faculty, and the God knows how many new buildings we put up, including a whole new arts complex, that didn't exist before. So, partnership with UT Southwestern. So we've continued to grow at a really rapid clip. I expect we will continue to grow under the next president, Prabhas Mogi, who is UTD's sixth president. So there have been moments of travail, as you would find in any place, but by and large, it's a very satisfying thing to be at UTD. And we have a lot of faculty members, and maybe you're sort of among them, who've spent almost all of their whole career here, and you may not fully appreciate how rare this is, to be part of such rapid change for the better. There's a lot of good people who start their career, and 30, 40 years later, the place is kind of like it was when they got there. So
no, I absolutely agree with you. I wonder if the way to go is to sort of work our way through the years. So
sure,
you show up,
Yep.
you know where your office is now. Did David Daniel, was he there to welcome you when you showed up, or had he already gone to Austin?
Well, yeah, David had already gone to Austin to be deputy chancellor. So Hobson Wildenthal, the long-serving provost.
Oh, that's right. He was president.
He was the interim president, and Hobson, of course, was very much there. I know I shared the story that David Daniel said I could call on him anytime, but he was going to stay out of my way, and he made good on that. And by the way, I'm trying to make good on that same promise to our sixth president. But Hobson, of course, was there, and so he just sort of reset back to being provost. Inga Musselman, who'd been interim provost, reset to being senior executive provost, or whatever her title was then. And we kind of knew that Hobson would retire relatively soon. I'm not sure we ever quite knew what year that might be, but so when I first arrived, I had the luxury of having a long-serving, highly experienced provost right there, just steps away from my office. The president's cabinet, of course, continued on. Over time, people left, and then I hired their replacements. But I had a pretty well-functioning senior cabinet. When I arrived.
Let's talk about that. What is the president's cabinet?
Well, it's by and large. There's two groups of people. First of all of the vice presidents. So it could be the vice president for research, for development, for information technology, and on down the line. And we have a VP for facilities, and of course business and finances, which is a big portfolio. So every one of them has their own domain, and they span the whole university. So budget and finance, for example, terribly important portfolio. They're overseeing the finances of the university, but that includes everybody. All of the schools, all of the activities, and so on. And it shouldn't be overlooked that the provost is also a vice president. So Inga Musselman is the provost and vice president for academic affairs. We have a vice president for student affairs, Gene Fitch, who handles things like all student clubs and activities, outside the academics, the extracurricular things that go on in the life of a university. So those individuals are all part of the cabinet. Hobson and David Daniels' cabinet was pretty much that group. Hobson started to add in a few other senior leaders, and then I continued the process. So they would include the HR director, right? Human resources, legal counsel, and compliance, our chief compliance officer. So when we would have cabinet meetings, there would be, I would say, a 50-50 split between people who had a vice president's portfolio and somebody who had a portfolio that spanned the whole university, but they weren't called vice president.
So just a couple of points of clarification.
Yeah.
how many people would be in the room when you had these meetings, and how often did you have them?
We would
Typically.
meet, it would be, I'm going to say, 8 times 2, something like maybe 16, 17
Big
people,
group.
give or take. A good number, good number. Actually makes for a robust conversation. It's very healthy. And we would meet, I think twice a semester. I hope I got this. I'm sorry, monthly. We would meet monthly. So it'd be more like 3 times a semester, if you will, and then maybe a summer meeting.
Just operationally, the
Uh-huh.
agenda, something like that has got an agenda, right? So
Yes.
so the agenda that's put together by you and your chief of staff. Is that how it happens, or how do you
Pretty
put
much.
together?
Yeah, pretty much. But also, I had let's see, the the executive assistant to the president, Kim Goodfriend. So people have come to know Kim.
Oh yeah.
And
No,
Kim also sat in those meetings because I wanted staff representation there, not just people who were, faculty members, by and large. So Kim and the president, and of course the chief of staff didn't exist when I first got here, but I did create it.
okay.
So I would say the 3 individuals, and others had some standing appointments on the meeting. So Inga Musselman wanted sort of a standing slot in those meetings. So we would have that. I would always open with a few announcements, here and there, but then we would deal with the issues of the day. And so I would say 85 to 90% of the meeting time was devoted to non-recurring events, things that were happening. And now we would know in advance who was going to talk. For example, Amanda Rocco, who is our Vice President for Government Relations and Community Affairs. I hope I have that title right. During a legislative session, I would often call on her to give an update on how things, were looking. That sort of thing. Sometimes there was the crisis du jour. God knows during COVID, we had to devote any number of meetings to, what we were going to do next. And so I would ask those individuals to speak to that issue. And then we would have something of a wide-ranging conversation around the table. Others can judge if I succeeded in what I'm about to say, but I've been in a lot of meetings where the person who chairs the meeting does 99% of the talking. I do not find those meetings productive. And I've always tried to avoid that. So even though I chair the meeting and I kick it off, I actually go to some lengths not to speak to the issues. Because I really want the others to be addressing it. And also I want discussion. I would rather, I can use email for information. All right, if I'm going to tell you that we have this coming up, that coming up, I can email you that. I don't need to bring you into a room to do that. And so I would rather use the meeting time to think through something that might be complicated and where you might have differences of opinion, which people could express.
Do you have any examples you care to share?
Well, I just alluded to one. I mean, COVID was big, and in fact, it was so big it just consumed years worth of activity. So, but it's a good example in the sense that there was no one obvious way to go forward, and there were complicated constraints coming out of our government, right? Whether we could not mandate wearing of masks, we could not mandate getting the vaccine, and good people would insist that we just needed to shut the university down completely. Others wanted everybody there in person, make no change whatsoever. And trust me, I had people on those opposite extremes. And then, then you have to kind of hash it out and decide the best path forward. But other things could be more, here's one. It was 2 sessions ago. And again, this is a complicated one to discuss.
You say sessions, you mean legislative sessions?
Legislative sessions, yes, forgive me.
So that'd be 4 years ago.
Yeah, that was essentially 4 years ago. The legislature decided we should have no programs in diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI.
Oh yeah.
And so it played out over time. We were watching the legislation evolve, trying to figure out what it meant, what it meant we could do, could not do, or could do with modification. And we spent an awful lot of time working through that. And at the time, I had a vice president for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so it was something of a moving target. And again, people of goodwill could be in different places on this. And so we had to figure out what we were going to do as a university. We had additional constraints that the UT system also, was of a mindset as to what we could do or could not do. And so it took us more than a little while and more than a few meetings to decide what our path forward would be.
Yeah. I have to interrupt here. That's interesting because I would have thought whatever the UT system decided UTD had to do, but you're saying there's more flexibility than that?
Yes and no. One of the advantages of UT system is that you have, well, now 9, there were 8 when I got here, academic institutions that are part of it, right? So Austin, Dallas, San Antonio, El Paso, et cetera. And if I were chancellor, and I think past chancellors have done this, this is a wonderful opportunity to have localized experiments. You don't want every one of your campuses to be identical. You want them to maybe one can be a little bit bolder in something, or they can have more of a focus in, well, technology. I mean, we are sort of the STEM school of the system, if you will. And so we're different from UT El Paso. And so there are some areas, including, I'll loop back to COVID, where one campus might try something, another campus may take a somewhat different path. You can witness what happens and see if someone had the better idea. And I also benefited from regular meetings with those presidents and with the system staff. So this is one of the advantages of being part of a system. Some people see a disadvantage because it's an added layer of oversight and management. And that's, of course, true. But by and large, I thought it was net positive in that I had, an immediate circle of pretty talented folks that I could consult with and watch how they went about their business. And I can tell you that just as in one of my cabinet meetings, we would hash out the problems of the day, I had more than a few sort of informal conversations with the other presidents of the UT system to just ask, how are you handling this? What would you recommend? When I left the presidency, I was the second longest serving president in UT system. Guy Bailey still holds that title. But when I got here, of course, I was the youngest and newest. And it helped that I could, and I came from outside the state. It helped that I could tap into the expertise of, the presidents at these other UT campuses. So I'm kind of wandering around on topics here, but the way you want to use your most senior leadership, whether it's your peers as fellow presidents or members who are vice presidents and other managers, is to find out what their thinking is. Rather than you just telling them, get their best ideas. I am happy to admit that I will borrow anybody's good idea. I do not have to own it. In fact, I think some of the best things I've ever done in my career is to execute somebody else's vision. And so anyway, looping back to the cabinet meetings, this is what you want to have. You want to have a good, robust discussion. And the other thing I always like with any meeting is, well, there were 2 things. One is I always wanted to finish a meeting where we knew something that we didn't know going in. And because if we left the meeting not knowing something new or not having made any decisions, then I rather regarded that as a failure. And my fellow cabinet members can tell you that I did one other thing. I always wanted to end on a positive note. I just hated meetings where you're wrestling with something difficult, even depressing, and then the meeting ends and you all go away feeling crummy. So I always would reserve 5 minutes at the end unstructured, to just go around the table and asking people for good news. And I had more than a few people would volunteer good news. It might be one of our sporting teams had won a championship, or, we had a new research grant in some field, or we broke ground on a new building. I always wanted to finish, where people could just volunteer something good and, positive, makes you feel good about what you're working for. So that's another, Dick Benson approach to managing a meeting.
So, a couple of questions about the meetings. So, number one, did you have a time limit for the meetings, or did they go on until you got through all the agenda items?
Yes, at least the cabinet meetings were scheduled for an hour and a half. I was always happy to finish early if we got to the agenda. On rare occasion, we might run over. Rare occasion. And sometimes, if we had a full agenda, I would actually time each presentation. I would actually give a time. So, the person who was third up knew that they were going to, speak at a particular time but also be done by a particular time. And I found that timing, the interior of the meeting was kind of important. That's something I actually learned from my department head days when I was at Penn State. Sometimes we had a lot to cover in a faculty meeting, and I would announce in advance that the meeting will start here and there, and in between, we would have these topical areas. Sometimes you don't need to bother with that. If it's only 3 items, then you can just show the 3 items. But if you've got 7 or 8, then you better start to figure out how fast you're going to move through the meetings. One thing I really dislike is when meetings just run long, they're unstructured, and then the last 3 items don't get covered, right? They get pushed off to the next meeting. So I've always tried to avoid being that sort of chair of the meeting.
Yeah. So how would you decide when an agenda item was done and you could move on to the next one? Because with 17 or 18 people in the room, all of whom have opinions, or else they wouldn't be in the room. How do you say, okay, next, what's the next topic? And who did that? Was that you?
In fact, my people have all sorts of jokes about this, herding cats, et cetera. And I always like to observe, especially in a faculty meeting, everybody in the room has their doctorate in philosophy, and their job is to profess. And they're really good at it, and they really like doing it. And so if you're chairing the meeting, you've got to kind of work against those instincts, make sure you're covering ground. Well, here's another true story. This dates from my time at Virginia Tech, where I would preside over things like promotion and tenure meetings. I had what I called the 3-comment rule. So let's say you're debating something. Let's use a P&T review. And you're deciding if so-and-so should be promoted, yes or no. And people might be of different opinion. Usually, by the way, these are pretty easy. The case is obvious. But let's say it's not obvious. And so what I would tell the members of the promotion and tenure committee at Virginia Tech, and by the way, I continue this into UTD, is that I have a so-called 3-comment rule. So if you, Professor Stern, tells me something factual, like so-and-so publishes in good journals, everybody in the room has heard it. You have expressed that opinion. I don't need a second person to say it. I don't need for you to say it again. Now, if someone wants to disagree with you, someone can say, well, I don't think they publish in good journals. Okay, you've now heard it. But again, we don't need to hear that a second time or so on. So, the fact is people are often ready to vote. They've heard your argument. They know what you had to say. They have synthesized it, factored it into their own decision. They don't need to hear it a second time. And
just to clarify, the 3-comment rule, each person is only allowed 3 comments, or
everybody, total.
So the topic is that whether or not this person is published in a good journal, there'd be 3 people would be allowed to comment on that, and it's like we're done with that.
Let me finish. It's probably more than 2-comment rule, but the point is, if a factual statement has been made, it doesn't need to be made again. Because here's where you have a problem, and this has played out other places. And again, I'll use promotion and tenure as the case. You end up with two people who violently disagree with one another, and they go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Yeah. And each of them just can't allow the other person to have the last word. Everyone else in the room is just sick of hearing it. They've already made their minds up. They know how they're going to vote. We don't need to keep doing it. So what I would say to people is if I hear something and, it's your opinion, great. It's important. It's important for people to hear it. If I hear it a second time, I'm going to kind of give you a look. I'm going to give you the evil eye because we don't need to hear it twice.
Does that mean you lift your glasses and do like?
Well, yeah, I do something. I don't know. I grew up in New Jersey. We would do the hairy eyeball. I'll give you the hairy eyeball. But then I would say I absolutely do not want to hear anything for a third time. No third time. So that was my 3-comment rule, which is really a 1-comment rule or maybe a 2-comment rule. But and this is a way that I would manage a debate. And by the way, I would not contribute to the debate unless I absolutely had to. In other words, if I knew something that no one else knew, if I had some data or whatever. But when I chair a meeting, and you've probably watched me say on faculty senate meetings, I don't speak, outside of my little slot. That's just my style. And so I want to hear everybody else speak, and I want to be, as the chair of the meeting, kind of a neutral arbiter, where I'm allowing people to say what they will. So in any event, my 3-comment rule, which I apply pretty routinely in any meeting, is if I start to hear that the meeting is becoming repetitious, I let people know it's time to move on. We're not learning anything new. We're not hearing anything new. So let's move to something new.
So it was you that made the decision when the agenda item was
It was me. Yeah. So in fact, I think that's what a good meeting chair does. In other words, that's a job. I don't want to name names, but I've been in meetings where the person chairing the meeting does 50% of the talking. So somebody says something, the chair then says something. Somebody else says something, the chair speaks again. And that's just fluff. It's not needed. And by the way, not every edgy, semi-hostile comment needs to be answered. So if someone, let's pick a different job. Let's say when I was department head at Penn State, if someone on the faculty wanted to say, I think you're making a mistake to do this or that, I don't have to answer that. I mean, if I felt that I had to, then I would. But sometimes, it's a person's opinion. They're entitled to the opinion, and you allow them to say it. And then again, as chair of the meeting, it's your job to move it along. And there's an art to doing this. But and it becomes especially interesting when you've got really talented, really smart people sitting around the table.
It seems that a very big part of being a university president is organizing meetings and making sure that they are effective. Now, so you've shared a couple of rules.
Yeah.
Benson's rules for meetings. Do you have others that you care to share? They're kind of interesting.
Well, now again, I'm violating my own 3-comment rule by saying something again, but.
There's no 3-comment rule in this.
Well, so the 3-comment rule, which is to avoid repetition, that's absolutely one. Another is move the agenda along, right? Finish on time or early, and another is end on a positive note, end on an upbeat note, and then maybe the most important of all is don't talk. Let the other people talk. Take advantage of them being in the room. And when I say don't monopolize the conversation, that applies to everybody. I don't want anyone sitting around the table to monopolize the conversation. So I want people to be engaged. Again, you take all of these really smart bright. Well, they're smart and bright, I guess, at the same time. But busy, people, and you're asking them for an hour, hour and a half of their time. That's a lot of person hours, where they could be doing something else. And so you want to make it where it was worth their while to be there. And so just make darn sure that they're engaging in a way where you're not just giving them information. You're just not doing a verbal email to them. So I don't know. Maybe I'll have to write these rules down. Maybe there's 4 or 5 that I can put together.
It's what I find is it's easy to talk. It's hard to write. And editing is right in between the two.
Well, there you go. Sure.
So, about what percentage of your time as president do you think you spent in meetings?
Well, that's a good question. Well, it depends on how we define meetings. If you mean like a group meeting sort of thing,
with an agenda would be one kind of meeting, yes.
Yeah. I mean, we've been talking about cabinet meetings, and of course there's board of regents meetings, right? And so, if I'm running the clock, I have to get there, right? I have to get on an airplane or drive in the car. I mean, that's a lot of time. And so there were a lot of days devoted to meetings. I had other groups to which I was active, with which I was active, like the Dallas Regional Chamber, Dallas Citizens Council. So, a very large fraction of my time as president was devoted to sort of formalized meetings. And then another large fraction was one-on-one. So I would meet with all of my vice presidents every 2 weeks, for an hour.
Wow.
And of course we had others that had business with me. Now, if they had business, they had to get past Kim Goodfriend, my executive assistant, who handled my calendar, and which, by the way, was not easy because there just wasn't a lot of time. It's funny how many people at the university just assumes that if they need to see me at a particular day and time, that I'm available. That it's unstructured, that I just go into my office where the whole day is open, and they can just pick a time, or maybe they give me 3 times, or maybe they ask for a meeting the night before, and it just doesn't work out because, again, so much of my day would be structured. Maybe that's a variation on your question. So the vast majority of my time was scheduled well in advance of getting to the day. So it could be a one-on-one meeting, a cabinet meeting, et cetera, on throughout the day and the week.
So Kim's sitting outside your office,
yeah,
and she's got your calendar, and you come in the morning and she says, "This is what you've got going on today," or something like that.
Well, yes and no, more no than yes. So, but when I say no, it's because I already knew what's coming up. I've got my Outlook calendar just like you do, and Kim would put things on it, and in fact, I was often careful about putting things on my own calendar just to make sure I wasn't getting crosswise with Kim. And of course, if someone wanted a meeting, they kind of had to email Kim to get a slot. And sometimes she might say, "Well, I've got something 3 weeks from now," which would kind of annoy them. Sometimes people would just show up in the AD building, wanting to see me or somebody. And I mean, sometimes you might get a student who just, again, assume that you just sit there waiting for business. Kim would have to maybe intercept them and say, "Well, I'm sorry, but you can't just walk into the president's office. He's busy."
Let's talk about the meetings. So you talked about formal meetings.
Yeah.
You talked about your cabinet at UTD. You talked about going to regents, meetings.
Yeah.
And then these other meetings around Dallas. Mm-hmm. Would you call those formal meetings or informal meetings? Because obviously informal meetings with community stakeholders and businesses that might support, those are a separate kind of a category, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what the distinction between formal and informal. In other words, you
Me
might argue
neither.
they're all formal in the sense. I mean, the Dallas Regional Chamber would have a
Yeah.
well-defined agenda and also a membership group, right? Essentially
Well,
the CEOs. But
let's do it this
yeah,
way. Let's
yeah.
call formal meetings things where you control the agenda.
Oh, yeah.
Informal meetings things where you don't.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Well, then, well, it's an interesting question. So, a cabinet meeting, ultimately, I control the agenda.
Yeah.
When the vice presidents would come to see me, by and large, they controlled the agenda. In other words, when my vice president for research would sit down with me, um, he would tell me what was going on. And I might occasionally have a question. I might want to know some specific thing, from the last semester or the last week. Or likewise, if Amanda Rocco came to see me, she would be giving me an update on how things stood, both in Austin but also locally. Her portfolio had both, so she could tell me on things going on in the city of Richardson, and
Yeah.
that she thought was important for me to know. And so largely, they would set the agenda. Someone like Inga Musselman, our provost, who's a highly organized individual, she would give me her agenda in advance. And we would work through it. But of course, one topic was always, your items, your issues, meaning me. So that was always on there. But 8 out of 9 agenda items she put on the piece of paper. One of my VPs, very interesting guy, Frank Fegans, still is. He's retiring this month, of IT. And so Frank would always give me a very, very well detailed plan of discussion, and he tied it to the UTD strategic plan. So he would have the following discussion points, and every last one of them would show a connection to UTD strategic plan. So I kind of like that. I like the fact that it showed that he was paying attention, to the strategic plan, and that he was, in essence, trying to help me be successful. And so I had I would say, highly productive meetings on a regular basis with Frank Fegans. But, I didn't tell others to do the same thing. I mean, sometimes I would share a best practice. My VP for Budget and Finance was also highly organized. It was Terry Pankratz for, 8 out of my 9 years. And so, every person had their own approach. But by and large, they set the agenda rather than me.
So cool. I think we're getting close to the end of time, but
Yeah.
I really like this discussion about your presidency through your meetings,
Uh-huh.
and I think I'd like to continue this next week. And also, you
Sure.
mentioned strategic plan,
Yeah.
and that is an interesting endeavor.
Yeah.
Maybe we can talk about that next time as well.
Sure. Happy to do it. Happy to do it.
Okay. President Benson, Dick Benson, and we're going to be talking today about his interactions with the community, the Dallas-Fort Worth community. And maybe if we have time, we'll go on to talk about the state. But let's start with the Dallas-Fort Worth community.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. UT Dallas is a near singular university in the United States. You know the origin story of UTD. So in the 1960s, the leaders of Texas Instruments were struggling to hire the high-tech talent that they needed. It wasn't being produced locally, and they struggled to convince people to move to Dallas, North Texas, from the coast, the East Coast and the West Coast. So they did something absolutely extraordinary. They created the Graduate Research Center of the Southwest, which was, just a building, a couple of faculty members. I think I've spoken on this. But they launched the precursor to what eventually became UTD. So at the very beginning, it was a small, highly focused research and private entity, with just handfuls of students, and it grew over time through the 60s. I don't know if I've told you this story, but there's a bittersweet side story to this. When President Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, he was on his way to the Trade Mart to give a speech where he extolled the importance of higher education. And the opening lines in his speech actually praised the city leaders for having created the Graduate Research Center of the Southwest. It was his very opening. And then he, segued into talking about the need for well-trained people. It was the time of Sputnik and the space race and all sorts of things. So the point is, the people who gave birth to UTD were utterly brilliant in their own way and very visionary. And so it was in 1969 that the former Graduate Research Center of the Southwest was linked in with the UT system to become UT Dallas, University of Texas at Dallas. We were still without undergraduates. First undergraduates didn't come until 1975. First freshmen didn't come until 1990. So I tell you this story because for a very specific reason, UTD was created to serve, call it the business community of North Texas. It wasn't just for the benefit of TI. It was to turn out graduates, who could go into these high-tech jobs, but also to do the sort of applied research that was important. If you look at any highly prosperous area in the country, you're going to find a powerhouse research-intensive university right at the heart of it. And that was the intent in the creation of UTD. So in my stump speech, which I've given often, maybe I won't give it so much in the future, but I would say that it's not uncommon for a great university to spin out products and services that might turn into a company. But it is exceedingly rare for a company to spin out a university. It just doesn't happen. And I can really only think of one other example, and I won't keep you in suspense, but it's Kettering University in Michigan, the former General Motors Institute. So, General Motors actually created GMI, the former GMI, to turn out sort of the technicians and engineers that they would want to hire. It's quite different from UTD, is nowhere near the same focus on the graduate end, as UT Dallas. But that's the only other place that I can think of where a company
this is remarkable, because what you said I've never thought about. What you said about universities turn out companies, but companies never turn out universities, with this wonderful exception. I had not even thought about that. So go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly there's been great symbiosis between, certain companies and universities. But generally, it's the university that comes first, right? And then again, you might have a wonderful relationship.
Let me back up. So what has to come in first is, usually, with the exception of the land grant universities, usually it's a city, right? Harvard is Boston's effort to imagine itself. Columbia is New York's. In Los Angeles, there's a number of them, but they come out of cities, but then with the land grant, they were put in places where there were no cities, but UTD is neither one of those. Well, UTD is kind of a city imagining itself.
Well, have I spoken on land grant universities? I forget if I did that earlier.
No, we haven't, because we're not one, right?
Well, so let me give me 5 minutes to just say a little bit about land grants. So you make a good point. The earliest universities were pretty much all private. You called out some Ivy League schools, and indeed there was a feeling that those communities needed it. Now, Harvard was created in the 1600s. My alma mater, Princeton, was created in 1746, as I recall. But it was really what we would call the liberal arts today. It was, to have a liberally educated person, and only a few of them, by the way, and only men. There was no sense that they were serving the masses, but they wanted leaders. And again, in the day, it would have been all white men. But be that as it may, that was the birth of a great many universities. The first engineering school that most people cite was West Point, the military academy. And it stood out as something that's very distinctive in that it was doing something other than creating deep thinkers. It was actually trying turn out people who could win battles, including the equipment needed for the battle. So there was some early civil engineering, if you will, being taught at West Point. But the land grant creation is utterly fascinating. So it was the idea of a representative from Vermont named Justin Morrill. And you've heard of the Morrill Act, for example.
Yeah.
And it's the name Morrill, not morals. So Justin Morrill, this is pre-Civil War, had the idea that should be schools, one in every state, that would educate people in these new fields, engineering and agriculture. So, and of course, engineering sort of went by the name mechanics back then. So that's why there are some schools called A&Ms.
Yeah.
A&Ms. So agriculture and mechanics. But the point is, there was two highly radical, far-thinking ideas behind this. One is that something like engineering was actually a worthy subject for advanced study. No one would have thought that before. Mm-hmm. Agriculture for advanced study, a college degree in agriculture. If you were a farmer, you farmed. You didn't do research on farming. Likewise with engineering, you built stuff. You didn't go and get a degree in building stuff. And so that was radical, and it was to open up the education essentially to the masses. In other words, it didn't matter who your father was. If you were the son of a clerk or a farmer or what have you, you were not destined to then be locked into that through all of your life. It actually allowed you to better yourself by going to college and getting a degree and maybe aspiring to something else, and maybe one of the professions like business or law, or maybe you could become one of those liberal deep thinkers, even though you were born on a farm. So that was a radical idea. And that legislation passed, and it came to President Buchanan, James Buchanan, who was the president who preceded Lincoln. And Buchanan vetoed it. And the reason he vetoed it is because of slavery. Because there's the radical idea. It doesn't matter what your station in life is when you were born, or the color of your skin, or what have you. So when the U.S. was still a slaveholding nation, the idea that you could declare that a person could better themselves, regardless of who their parents were, was frightening, and that was really the basis why Buchanan vetoed what would have been the Land Grant Act.
Well, what Wikipedia is telling me is that Morrill, the act was passed and signed into law by Lincoln in 1862.
Yeah. So here's what I'm coming to. So Buchanan vetoes it. The Civil War breaks out. We go to war with ourselves. Lincoln gets elected. Then the Civil War breaks out, right? Morrill then becomes a senator from Vermont. And then probably with reduced voting, right, because some of the states had seceded, the Morrill Act passes again. And now it gets signed into law, and Lincoln signed it. And so it was Abraham Lincoln who signed that bill into law that created the land grant universities.
Wikipedia is saying that Morrill wasn't elected to the Senate until 1866. So that this act was passed while he was a representative. That's what Wikipedia is telling me.
Okay, I'm trying to think, when was Lincoln assassinated?
1865.
Before 66. Yeah, so, well, maybe he was still representative, because I know that he did become senator. So I just assumed that he did it from the Senate side, then the House side. But Morrill brought the act forward twice. He brought it forward once when Buchanan was president, and it got vetoed, and then he did it again, and maybe he was still representative. I may not have all of my history down. And but this time Lincoln signs it, and it is, among the great legislation in U.S. history. This is a top 5 piece of legislation, in my humble opinion. Abolishing slavery, of course, voting rights for women and others. These are in the pantheon of great legislation. But, the Land Grant Act is absolutely colossal, just because of what it did to open up a college education to vastly many more people, but also broadened the field of study. I mean, today we take for granted that we have great research on, how to grow crops better, how to make them healthier, engineering, how to build, better devices, right? How to build a better computer. So, but it was radical back then. Now, it took a while before it really completely took hold. So the very first land grants that you find in the country are all in the Union side of the Civil War. So I think Iowa State might have been first. Penn State was early on, Ohio State and others, Michigan State. And so they were some of the earliest land grants. The land grants didn't percolate into the South until a little bit later. And of course, I worked for one, Virginia Tech. I also worked for Penn State, 2 land grants. But the thing you see in the Confederate South, if you will, is that there's always 2 land grants. There was a second act, and it's because back then, blacks, African Americans, were not allowed to go to college, or at least it was almost next to impossible to go to college. So what you see are a number of historically black colleges and universities that also have land grant status. It came later. And it was a second act that created that. So, here in Texas, but in Virginia, elsewhere, you pretty much find 2 land grant universities. And eventually, it spread to, the rest of the university. But this was a highly transformative era in American history. And in fact, really, post-Civil War, it took a while. But, we really started to advance as a scientifically advanced country. We really weren't that before that. I mean, that would have been, say, Germany or France or maybe England. But the U.S. became a powerhouse in many ways built on the land grant. And you don't have to be a land grant university to have benefited from it. I mean, you and I work for a public university. We're not land grant. But yet we have many of the attributes that were intended when the great public universities were founded. So, it's a really interesting part of American history, if you will.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I'm going to have to dig into it a little bit more, but thank you for that aside.
Yeah, and actually, thank you for educating me on whether or not Morrill was a senator or not. Well, let's come back now many, many, many years later, 1969. So UTD is created. Still small, but growing very rapidly. In fact, we've really never stopped growing rapidly. The whole time I was president, we were always kind of in the top 5 of the fastest growing, research intensive universities in the nation. But the point is, just out of that unique character of being created out of industry, we have worked with industry and local companies from day one. We've never had to learn how to do it. We never had to kind of shift gears and figure it all out. And a lot of universities have had to do that. So we have known from the very outset, how to work with our neighbors, how to work with our corporate friends. We take great pride in sending highly trained graduates out into the workforce. I sometimes wish our founders, McDermott, Green, and Johnson, could come back and just see what exists.
I think they would be
ecstatic.
Amazing.
Oh my God, yes. Right. But most notably, 2/3 of our graduates stay in the Metroplex. So as we turn out all of these students, and they're not all in the STEM disciplines, right? We have some in the humanities and arts and likewise. And but 2/3 are going to stay in the Metroplex. And I can assure you that 2/3 didn't start in the Metroplex, even though we enroll a great many, 18-year-olds, who grew up here. They're coming out of Plano and Frisco and the like. But there's a lot of others who are coming here from somewhere else, maybe somewhere else in Texas, but maybe from out of state. And on the graduate side, we have a lot of individuals who come from faraway places, India and China in particular. And many of them, even though they're not Americans when they arrive, they want to be. And, they do what they need to do to get permanent residency, to get a green card, to become a U.S. citizen. And they bring that intellectual power, to area companies. So again, this is exactly what our founders wanted. Yeah, I bet if you look at the R&D rosters of area companies, not just TI, you're going to find a whole boatload of people who were born out of, outside the country. but yet, they've come here, they've brought their intellect with them. They became citizens and great contributors, great Americans. So, we're doing exactly what those founders wanted us to do. A lot of our research is applied. I mean, we do some, pure, theoretical research to be sure, but we're doing an awful lot, kind of on the applied side. And most notably, we're doing a lot in the realm of biomedical engineering and science. We don't have a medical school, but obviously UT Southwestern is a pretty close, partner with us, part of the UT system. So we have one of the world's great medical schools just down the road. Biomedical engineering and science is the fastest growing part of our research portfolio right now, and we do a lot with UT Southwestern, but we also do a lot on our own. But the point is, this is another one of those intersections with the community in sort of the applied realm where we are working to provide value. I've hardly talked about our business school, the Jindal School of Management, but that is another powerhouse operation for UTD. So in fact, that's one place where we've had a lot of working professionals get their advanced degrees. Maybe a working businessman or woman gets an MBA, maybe in the evenings or on a weekend. But we have a lot of engagement with area companies through our School of Business, School of Engineering, of course. So we train a lot of people. In the early days, pretty much all of our students were working professionals. They were already employed by somebody, not just TI, and they come here in the evening, and take a course or two, and eventually get a master's degree and maybe more. We've evolved into a more traditional, full-fledged university, and the great majority of our students are in residence. They're full-time residential students. But we still have sizable numbers of students who are working professionals, and even those full-time students turn into working professionals, in the community. So I've said it several times over now, but we're doing exactly what the founders wanted. And there's yet another element, maybe two and a half or something. But we've also been very good partners with governance of the area, the city of Richardson in particular. Our relationship with the city of Richardson is the best town-gown relationship I've ever seen, and I've seen some great ones. Penn State and State College, Pennsylvania had just a great, relationship with its community. Virginia Tech in Blacksburg, Virginia, a great relationship, et cetera. But the city of Richardson and UTD, again, just work beautifully together. The running joke with our friends, of course, in the city, is that we are the University of Texas at Dallas in Richardson. They always like to point out, that we're in Richardson. I also like to point out that UC San Diego is not in San Diego. Richardson
is the La Jolla of Texas.
Yeah, they're in La Jolla. Excuse me, I'm fighting a bit of a cough here. But, we can find a few of these. But the point is, we reinforce one another. And I cannot tell you how many times the mayor, and I'm now on my third mayor of Richardson, have spoken about the great, great, great value that UTD brings to the city of Richardson. Subtract UTD from the city of Richardson, and I don't know what you have. You still have a fine city, a lovely city. But, that hard driving. Maybe or Carrollton or something. But by the way, Noah Spurgeon and Carroll. But the point is, we bring a power and a prosperity, if you will, to Richardson in particular, and vice versa. We have benefited. How fortunate we are to be in the city of Richardson, to have the great support that we get from the local leadership. So it's
along these lines.
thing.
There's a diversion I'd like to take you on, which, to me,
Sure.
The most important thing that happened in my career at UTD in terms of the community was the arrival of the DART light rail at UTD. Now, that must have been some kind of interaction between UTD and I don't know, the DART Authority or the city of Richardson.
As
Is that,
yeah,
do you see that as monumental of an event as I do? Or
I put it pretty high on a scale of one to monument. Maybe it's an eight. Um, um, but it's very, very, very important, and many people I don't think have fully grasped what just happened. Right, we cut the ribbon on it last month, in the month of November, and it was many, many years in the making, and it was a bit controversial. There was a second DART line proposed for in the downtown area of Dallas, the so-called Silver Line, which runs across the northern suburbs, connects Plano out to the DFW airport, and that connection to DFW is a big deal.
yeah,
But to have UTD on the line is also a big deal. I think you're going to see explosive growth in the land area around there. I think it's going to be akin to Mockingbird Station that you see along one of the other DART lines.
the most successful DART station, in my opinion.
I think it is. I think it's going to be terrific. It also makes it very easy for, well, faculty, staff, and students, to get out to the airport or even just go shopping.
Yeah.
Go east and west.
Yeah.
You can connect to the rest of the DART line, for that matter. You can connect to some of the north-south lines and get yourself downtown.
Were you involved with the initial stages of planning, or was that before your time?
It was more so. The lead out of UTD is one of my very good and close colleagues, Calvin Jamison, who's the vice president for facilities and economic development. And Calvin played quite a role in working with the DART leadership, but also with multiple area governance bodies, right? Because it's passing through multiple cities.
Yeah.
And from one city to the next, the reaction to the Silver Line could vary quite significantly. Not everybody has welcomed the new DART line.
Too much noise. Too much noise.
Yeah, in fact, out towards where I live, I'm not going to name any names, but there was more than a little bit of pushback, to sort of slow the development of those trains. But others were very supportive. City of Richardson, by and large, was very supportive, and UTD was very supportive. So I had opportunity on occasion to just speak and say that on behalf of the university, we welcomed this. We were eager to see the DART line open, and I was ecstatic. Just last month to be able to go to the actual opening. So and I've even had to stop my car on a few occasions to let a Silver Line, drive past. So
when did you first hear about this project?
Very soon after arriving, because the thinking had gone on. But it was one of those things that this is something we ultimately want to do, but God knows when it will happen. I mean, there's all sorts of target dates. I cannot tell you how many. But early on, I bought in and I was convinced. So it was more just PR than anything. But I would speak on behalf of this. Now, Calvin Jamison, who I've mentioned, did more than just speak on it. He would go to DART meetings, he'd go to other governance meetings and try to, articulate, why this was so important to UT Dallas, why we wanted it. And I think he was actually quite effective in making that case. And as I say, it was debated pretty vigorously. Not everybody wanted it.
No, I did not know Jameson's role in this. So thank you for highlighting it. Yeah.
But anyway, it's a big deal, and I think you're going to see considerable development. The area, people listening to this podcast may not have a good sense of, the UTD campus, but on the northern boundary of UTD, when I was arriving, there was a new sort of residential community being built. We call it Northside. And it had just been fields before that, just nothing was there. I think it was called the Cotton Belt Line, which rail tracks used to run across the top end. And in any event, before I got here, during the time of David Daniel, but also on the time of Calvin Jamison, there was a commitment to build this residential area. which turned into something quite sizable. There's been 4 phases of Northside. But interestingly enough, it all played out on my watch. So I can't take credit for the initial vision. That goes with David Daniel, my predecessor, and Calvin Jamison. But the first phase of Northside was beginning to develop. Now, prior to this time, there was no what you might call college town surrounding UTD,
Yes,
right?
I know
Because
now.
UTD was built in the middle of nowhere in the
Yeah.
60s. So there was no eateries and a bar and that kind of
Yep.
stuff, a place to get a pizza. But in addition to having a lot of residences, apartments, Northside also includes some various shops. I think there's a
Yeah.
7-Eleven there, and so that's pretty nice. So there's a place to go, grab a quick lunch, do whatever. So on the north side of Northside is where the train tracks are, and that is where what we now call the Silver Line was built. And there's a station now on the north side of that community. And so again, it's just a powerful thing. There's yet other undeveloped land. You've seen the area, and so one could build maybe a hotel might go there, or maybe a sporting arena could go there, or just maybe another research building. But I think we're going to see considerable development. Part of it being done by us, but also part of it being done by private entrepreneurs, who see the value in that land, and they might, want to open up some sort of operation, given the proximity to UTD. In other words, imagine you're on the outside looking in. What becomes terribly valuable about that place? So you've got the great transportation, right? And so you've got the Dart line, but you've also got the highways. But you've got the intellect of UTD. So this comes back again to the origin story. Here you've got UTD. So, when I say we turn out people who live and work in the Metroplex, well, maybe you can engage even before they graduate, right? In other words, I could see an R&D park, developing there, where someone might want to put up some sort of satellite operation just to be close to the intellectual power that is UTD. So again, I see just an enormous upside potential for that whole area.
To me, what's the most, there's a number of interesting things about it, because we're looking at the future now. This, UTD has always faced south towards Dallas, but now with the Silver Line, it must be thinking about facing north towards Frisco and those places. It's a really interesting time, and I hope UTD does something with this remarkable thing that it's been given, the Silver Line. But let's move on to something like Toyota. So we all know how important TI is to UTD, and I'm trying to think about other companies that obviously don't quite rank that level of importance to UTD, but are very important. Toyota comes to mind. Are there other companies that have forged TI-like partnerships with us?
Yeah. Again, using my joke, on a scale of 1 to TI, we've got a number of 6s and 7s and 8s, and some. State Farm is one that comes immediately to mind.
Okay,
this is more in the business realm, but State Farm, who has hired any number of interns, throughout their years, at some point realized it would be very wise for them to actually have an office on our campus, and they do.
Oh, I did not know that.
Up in the Spin building where we do sort of the UT design work, they've got space there. So we have kids who have internships with State Farm, and they don't really leave campus, but they walk through a door and they're in State Farm property, if you will, or and so they can do their internship work there. We've had other ways in which we can exploit that proximity that we have. One area you might think I'm a little off topic, but don't overlook the importance of our new development in the arts, the Athenaeum, as we call it. So when we opened phase 1, which has the home base for the Crow Museum of Asian Art, this connects us very thoroughly to the region. And there's a reason why the Dallas Museum of Art took space there. So there's also a part of that building is devoted to exhibits from the Dallas Museum of
I
Art.
didn't know that.
And it does, and it touches in on something that you just pointed out. The Metroplex, if you will, is essentially the center of gravity is moving north. So there's been a lot of developments. When UTD was built, there was nothing here. I've seen the pictures. There was just prairie everywhere you look. And of course, these cities have grown up, but not just Richardson, but McKinney and Frisco and Plano, and so there's enormous development here. Many companies are here. So the vast majority of where people live and work is just moving north. And so today, UTD is kind of in the middle of it. So we're sort of centrally located. And I know that it was one of the factors for the Dallas Museum of Art to have a facility here because they want to capture the interest of people who might just not get over that energy barrier of traveling downtown to visit the DMA. But they might find it pretty easy to come to UTD to see what they have. And maybe once their interest is whetted, they will then want to go downtown. And of course, the original Crow Museum of Asian Art still exists. It's downtown in the Arts District. But UTD has become an important satellite operation, if you will, for any number of companies, the DMA and others. So there's a lot of people who want to be here in part because so much of the Metroplex is here, and again, to be connected to the, just all of those brilliant, wonderful people who are part of UTD.
Well, we're coming close to the hour, so do you have any last words before I stop recording? We'll pick this up, something up next week.
Yeah, just to recap, we have wonderful relations with local governments. I cited in depth the city of Richardson, but we're providing a lot of value to Plano and Frisco and McKinney, et cetera. So that has worked well. Our engagement with corporations isn't just TI, even though we're very indebted to TI, but even the TI founders wanted us to be of value to people other than TI, and so we've done exactly what was desired, and we've probably outperformed by several multipliers. So the story of UTD is just this wonderful one of being created to benefit the area, to benefit the region. So even though we are now a university with national, maybe even international impact, we were created to be of value to North Texas, and we're doing it, and we're doing it very well. So I guess that'd be my final take.
All right, I'm gonna stop recording, and we're going to talk today about what it's like to lead a public university in the state of Texas. Take it away, Dick.
Thank you, Bob. That's a big topic. And of course, I had 9 and a little bit years to delve pretty deeply into what it's like to lead a public university in the state of Texas. There's a bit of a mixed bag, but I hasten to add that there's as much good. In fact, there's more good than there is, I don't want to say bad, but difficulty. So, Texas is the kind of state, it leans conservative in a lot of ways. It also leans very business friendly. And so, my 9 years as president, I was here at a time when North Texas in particular was booming. Companies were moving here, the population was increasing, and we avoided a lot of troubles that a lot of other universities saw in other parts of the country. People speak of the demographic cliff. Well, we didn't have a demographic cliff. Here at UTD, there's a boatload of just brilliant 18-year-olds graduating from area high schools, and they want to go to college. And as our reputation has risen, they have increasingly sought to come to UTD. So we've done awfully well during this time, and even in the midst of the pandemic, which was a real blow. We had that ability to sort of stay on our feet navigate through to the other side of the pandemic and emerge strong. And so I never lose sight of the fact that how fortunate I have been, the university has been, to be located where we are, just in terms of the robustness of the economy that we have here. We, as a public university, we get a lot of attention from the state, and of course, and here in Texas, for those of the listeners who don't know, the legislature meets every 2 years, and so with every 2 years, there's any number of, well, terribly important topics, and then there's always, a half dozen or so that are very, very impactful for the public universities. And again, it could fall on the good side of things. Maybe money is being put up for new capital construction, and since Texas is a prosperous state, we've done relatively well there. And again, I'm comparing to other states. Sometimes politically, though, we can find ourselves in a difficult spot. And I'll give you one that actually really wasn't about the universities, but it affected the universities. Texas has the most restrictive anti-abortion laws in the country. And again, people of goodwill come down on opposite sides of this. There's really nothing of a middle ground here. And the point is, just pragmatically, regardless of your politics, that changed the dynamic in terms of our ability to recruit talent to UTD. I had one case where a woman was getting ready to take a very fine position, an endowed chair, in fact. She had already accepted. And then after the abortion bill passed, she then pulled out. She reneged. And when asked, she cited Texas politics, but we sort of kind of know through the grapevine that she was worried, of course, for her own health. But I think she had a daughter, and she was worried about bringing up a daughter in Texas. So that's something that changed our attractiveness to talent that was on the outside, and we've since lost others who have cited Texas politics as a reason why maybe they don't want to come work for UTD or frankly, any other public university.
I have to interject here because we had a faculty hire assistant professor with that exact situation. She had accepted the offer, and then a few months later sent in a never mind for the reasons you just articulated.
Well, I think we're talking about
this is a real point.
One and the same person. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it wasn't an endowed chair. It was definitely not an endowed chair.
Oh, well, forgive me. There's actually two cases in my head where it played out almost the same way.
Okay.
And this one other case had an endowed chair. So the one you're remembering, and well, we're remembering the same one, but the endowed chair was on a different person. But again, and it's a she, when she said, "I'm not coming," again, she cited Texas politics. So, and they were separated by a couple of years, I might point out.
And I think it also impacts the willingness of a potential applicant for a faculty position to even send in an application.
Yeah, and let me give you an example that was a little bit more recent. It was 2 years back, or I should say 2 sessions back, more like 4 years ago. Then the state made a pretty vigorous run to eliminate the awarding of tenure to faculty members at the public universities. Obviously, this would not have affected the private universities of Texas. And there's a lot of people who wonder, well, why do you have tenure at all? They're in challenging jobs. If they don't perform, there's no guarantee that they will keep their jobs, and they wonder why faculty members should have such a privilege. And this goes back a long way. We don't have enough time to get quite into it, but it really deals with the ability to speak freely, to profess freely, and to maybe take on a controversial topic and not end up getting fired as a result. And so it's been kind of a cherished part of university life for, well, as long as you and I have been in the business. I mean, it predates us. And it isn't just about political speech. It could be other things. I'm an engineer. you're a scientist. Sometimes, as engineers and scientists, you might want to take on what is called a high risk, high reward line of research. But again, there's high risk. It might not pay out. And so, we want for our creative people to feel that they've got the ability to take on that kind of challenge and not have to worry that, they didn't meet their quarterly quota, on something, and would be out of a job. So tenure is very important to, frankly, the people who are our most productive, the most research active, and by the way, the most research active also tend to be the best in the classroom, the best teachers that we have. So with that as preface, it was 2 sessions back when there was a very serious effort to get rid of tenure at the public universities. And in the end, what was passed was not nearly as draconian as what was first proposed. And so we still have tenure, although we've added all sorts of caveats and ways in which tenure could be stripped from somebody. They could lose tenure. And by the way, you could always lose tenure, right? In fact, there was always sort of 3 categories. One is failure to perform for whatever reason. You just will not do your job. Another is incompetence, which is also often a very sad thing. Somebody is maybe suffering from, the onset of dementia and just doesn't recognize it. And then moral turpitude, which is, always an interesting category. But in my career, I've been associated with, a handful of cases where somebody lost their tenure for appropriate reasons and was out of a job. So it's always been the case that a faculty member could lose tenure. But this run against tenure from 2 sessions back really hurt us in a lot of ways, because the people that we want to hire, the fact is, the vast majority of the faculty members that we hire are not from Texas. They might be. Maybe they're a graduate of, Texas A&M or Rice University, or, some good place. But more likely they're coming out of a place like California, Berkeley, or MIT, or Georgia Tech, or, they live somewhere else, and they've maybe never spent a day living in Texas. And so they have sort of a stereotypical idea of what it might be like to live in Texas. The other thing that is a characteristic of the people we want to hire is that they're utterly brilliant. In other words, we're trying to hire the very best people, receiving their PhDs, or maybe it's a mid-career hire. And we always compete with everybody else who would like to have that same top talent. And there's always what I call the 0th option, which is that if somebody, let's say it's a mid-career hire, it could be somebody who is having, a great run. They've been promoted. They've got tenure. They're at a place like Georgia Tech, and we're trying to hire them away. Well, the fact is they don't have to leave, right? They can stay where they're at, where they're probably achieving some success. So what we have to do is make it an even more attractive position to come to a place like UTD, or, UT San Antonio, or UT Arlington, or Texas A&M, on down the line. And when you take away tenure, even though you might think it's appropriate, you've just done tremendous damage to a university like ours to be able to hire that talent and bring it, because those folks are also more than confident in their own abilities. And so if every other public university in every other state is offering this benefit of employment, and we don't, we dig a hole, and it makes it very hard for us to keep that person. And it even becomes hard for us to keep our own people. During that time, there was more than a little chatter of some of our finest researchers getting poached. Now, UTD has developed some great talent. Folks have started their career here, and sometimes it happens. They move to another university. I've moved to different universities, although I did it to be an administrator, not to be, a full professor somewhere. But it happens. So we are in this highly, highly competitive business, and we aren't competing just with, North Texas and UT Arlington and whoever's, within a 100-mile radius. We're competing with the entire country, even the world in some sense, for talent. So the Dallas Morning News called tenure table stakes. A nice poker reference there. But if you don't offer it, there's a whole boatload of people who won't consider you. And even as this debate was happening,
especially the people you want.
well, that is exactly so. It's those highly confident people. These are not people who are fearful that they won't get tenure. They have tenure, and by God, or they know they're going to get it, and so they're not going to go to some place that has no pathway to producing it. The other thing that we saw during this legislative session, and it's obvious in hindsight, but it hurt us badly in the ability to hire administrators at a certain level, department heads and vice presidents for research in particular. So one of our sister schools in the UT system was searching to hire a vice president for research, and they were using a search firm. And this is all secondhand, so hopefully I don't garble the message at all. But their president, told me that the search firm told him that it was almost impossible to get people to put in for that job. And if you think about it, if you're vice president for research, first of all, if you're a candidate, you're already very good, and you're working somewhere. This is a pretty high level position. But you also want to have a sense of optimism about where you go. And so a VPR thinks about applying for, back in the 2 years back, 3 years back, to say a public university in Texas, and they realize that there's going to be a thinning of the pool of research talent willing to come there. So the question is, why would you take your career and go there? And so a school, I won't name which one of them, they might have to bump up the salary offer or throw other things in. But the search firm let this president know that there was a real problem just at the hint that tenure could be lost. Likewise for a department head. When I think back to my time, I was, chair of my department at Rochester and head of my department at Penn State. If you look at my resume, what I did in terms of the papers that I produced and so on is good. But my real reward was all those people that I hired and saw promoted and all the good things that they did, including after I left, right? The careers that were launched, I think especially at Penn State, we made a lot of hires. And that was the reward. I can tell you that back in the time, I guess I went to Penn State in 1995, if Penn State, for whatever reason, didn't have the institution of tenure, I wouldn't have gone there. I was already chair of my department at a really fine private university. There's just no way that I would then want to continue it, knowing that I would be handicapped in hiring and retaining, the best talent. So this was an unfortunate part of, being in Texas when we did this. And the added problem we have is that if you live in Texas, you might be a little bit more confident or unworried, that things will turn out for the best. But if you're not from Texas, you're living in Connecticut or Arizona, or pick a state, you don't know that much. And you see this and you take it at face value, and it's kind of the end of story. I can also tell you on personal basis that some of the decisions that I've made, and I'm including ones where I did not take an opportunity, and it's because of my family, the prospects for my wife and my children. And that's also very important. So again, the sort of people we want to hire, most of them, especially if they're mid-career, they probably have young kids, they're married, and they have to factor all of that in as well. And so it's very important that, we project that this is a good place to bring the whole family. And I want to come back to say it isn't all negative. I want to come back to a positive. Sometimes people speak of the trailing spouse. It sounds a bit pejorative. It's not meant to be. But usually, if it's a traditional married couple, it's the one person we're trying to hire, but then there's a husband or wife who also wants a job. And what an advantage we have here in North Texas. There's just a plethora of really good jobs, great opportunities, for people. The schools are good. And so again, there's certain terrific advantages of being, located where we are. But again, there's two sides to this ledger, and I really kind of touched on, the two that have caused the most harm. One, the very restrictive abortion laws, and then the run against tenure, which again ended okay. But we didn't know that it was going to end okay. The other one that was very much in the news was the elimination of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. So that was a bit of a pretty hard 180-degree turn, because it wasn't that long ago that people like me, as a president, or formerly as a dean or department head, we were measured on our success in diversifying our programs. I'm an engineer, so there, for as long as I've been in the business, there's been disproportionately few women in engineering. There's disproportionately few African Americans, and so we have sought for a long time and had some very fine programs in place to help change that. And by the way, some successful programs. The fraction that was female in the College of Engineering at Virginia Tech when I started was 15% when I got there. And that was 5 percentage points behind the national average, which was 20%. When I left, the female fraction was 25%, or 1 in 4, which was 5% ahead of the national average. So we had gone from 5 percentage points down to 5 percentage points ahead, essentially a 1% gain for each of my 11 years while I was there. So, and we were proud of that. And without getting into all the details, again, people of goodwill can come down on opposite sides on this. There are those who feel that this is a vital thing and makes us stronger. There's others who feel that it's favoritism, that we're giving preference to one gender, one race, as opposed to another. And so it was, again, 2 sessions back when there was quite the effort to eliminate DEI programs. The funny thing, or it's not funny, but the ironic thing is that when I first heard the bill of particulars against DEI, I remember thinking, well, we don't do those things. It was, again, having unfair favoritism based on gender and race. And I even went to the university lawyer and said, we're not doing that, right? And he agreed, we're not doing that. So I thought we were going to be okay. Back in the time, it was understood that we would have to do one of 3 things with anything that was under the DEI umbrella. We could keep the things that weren't problematic. We could keep some things maybe after some change, if there was, a problematic issue, something that maybe shouldn't be done, or we might have to completely eliminate other things if indeed they really were based, only for a certain race or gender. And so I was thinking of those 3 buckets, the vast majority would be in the first bucket, and then some in the second, and maybe very little in the third. But as it played out, it became evident that our state, in its wisdom, just wanted nothing with the label DEI. And so we did an awful lot of sophisticated thinking in terms of figuring out what would be impermissible or not. But in the end, the state just wanted just nothing under that label. So we had a vice president for DEI. We had an office for DEI. And I'm leaving a lot out here, but we had to shut the whole thing down. Now, there were a few things that could persist. We have programs, for example, for veterans. And we have we have programs for people with certain disabilities, maybe including learning disabilities. That's permissible. So we have continued those programs. They're no longer under a DEI umbrella. They're, mostly in the Office of Student Affairs, Division of Student Affairs. But so we have, some very worthwhile things that we do that we were able to continue. But, anything that looked like it, was designed to say, let's pick a different group, advance the experiences of Hispanics, say at UTD. A lot of universities in the state of Texas are considered to be Hispanic serving institutions, HSIs, and generally when your population percentage, student population rises to about 25%. We were shy of that. UT Austin, and we were, a little below that line. I think pretty much every other UT campus was an HSI. But again, I'm leaving a lot of stuff out here, but it was an agonizing, really 1 year stretch where we kind of figured out that, the purpose of the law was to just have nothing, that declared that we were advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion. And if you take each of those words, diversity, equity, and inclusion, it'd be hard to find an argument against it. I think a more inclusive university, it's a better university. But
I'd like to comment on this. So with the abortion issue,
yeah.
I don't think the devil's in the details. The
Yeah.
devil is in the decision. With the tenure, I don't think the devil's in the details. The devil's in the decision. But with DEI,
yeah,
the devil is in the details. It
Yeah.
is. I think you've captured my sentiment, which is, of course, we want every student, every potential employee to have equal opportunity. There's
Yeah.
that is not open for discussion. But
Right.
how we implement this, and so I'll just give you a small vignette to capture my angst. I was at a Senate meeting back when I was in the Senate, and one of the senators, who was a woman, said, "Well, I don't see what the problem is. All we have to do is, whenever you get a short list, just move all of the women to the top of the short list." It's like, okay, no, I don't think that's the right way to do it.
No.
But, and anyway, I couldn't resist.
And this, I sort of made allusion to this. In other words, so indeed, there would be some people who feel that would be an appropriate thing to do. There's many people who, including me, who would not consider it appropriate. And this also is why I went to the university lawyer right after I saw the governor's, opening salvo, if you will, because it sort of suggested that this is the sort of thing that was happening, and we were not doing that. In other words, in my world and the things that I've done, not just at UTD, but previously at other universities, what you do is you make sure you're getting the word out, that you recruit, that you let people know that you have an opening, you invite them to apply, but that doesn't give them. There's no quotas, at least not in my world. There's no guaranteed slot for this because that's just not fair. In other words, in the end, it really comes down to merit. But again, let's go back to the female fraction at Virginia Tech, which I cited proudly, right, where we went from 15% to 25%. It's not because we had a quota. It's not because we guaranteed that 1 in 4 of the enrolling students would be women. It's that we really sought to make our programs look attractive to women as well as to men, to make sure that we recruited in the high schools and we let people know that the engineering profession was maybe a little different than their stereotype. And again, this is how you do it, and it's hard. It's hard to do it that way. But yeah, as soon as you start getting into essentially preferences based on race and gender, then you really are in a bad spot. And this is what motivated the legislation. So again, I don't want to cast aspersions on the motives of the people who passed that legislation. It caused me, considerable difficulty. And I guess I'm a tad frustrated. Maybe you hear it in my voice because I don't feel that we were doing anything inappropriately, back when we had a DEI office. But I guess, to prove the point, we just had to, cancel the whole thing out. But
one of the themes that is implicit in these discussions is the increasing role that the state is taking on in telling the universities how to run themselves.
This is
And
this is
and this
very,
this is this
very
is
true.
always, we see this with every, so within UTD, what I saw increasingly over my 43-year tenure was that the university became more rule bound and less flexible as time went on, as it grew. And these inflexibilities are pertain to every organization as it grows. You know, the bigger the organization, the more rigid it's going to be. The federal government being the best example of it, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's just my 25 cents worth.
Well, it's true. You know, I got a step change in my own career. I went from the University of Rochester to Penn State, and I was chair of my department at Rochester, and I was head of the department at Penn State. They're very similar roles. We've discussed this in the past, chair and head. But it really hit home as I was going through some of the important things that department leaders do, like managing the promotion and tenure of their colleagues, right? Deciding how the raise pool will be spent, making teaching assignments, and so on. I had tremendous latitude at Rochester. It was a private school. And so there's all sorts of things I could do, which I thought would be best, you know, for that department. I wasn't a strong head there. In other words, a lot had to be done on popular, vote, if you will. But still, I had a lot of latitude in terms of how I could lead the department. And I remember when I went to Penn State and I saw the template for promotion and tenure, and I mean, it was very exacting. It went on for page after page after page after page, and it had to be the same template for every department. So in other words, I was using the same template that, say, the Department of Sociology was using, and that's a different world. We have a number of things in common, but for example, in an engineering department, there's a much greater expectation of bringing in external research funding, for example. So we have that, and of course, here in Texas, we're also part of a UT system, and there's some, whether it's done deliberately or not, either from the state or from the system, there seems to be some evolution toward sort of a common template, if you will. So as good as the other UTs are, UT El Paso and UT Dallas are not the same. UT RGV is not the same as UT Arlington. UT Austin, of course, the so-called flagship, is maybe singular. And so it gets complicated when we all get measured with the same template, and even more so when in the state of Texas, we get compared to not only ourselves, but the systems of North Texas, Texas State, Texas A&M, et cetera. So, that's something about a public university. There is what I would call disproportionate ownership. So it's been many, 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 many years since any state, not just Texas, but any state, put more money in support of the education of its students than came from tuition. So, for example, before World War II, the vast majority of a kid at a state school would be paid by the state. It was a recognition of the public good to the state to have that educated person in the state. And a relatively modest fraction came from that individual's, own resources, tuition, either paid by themselves or paid by their parents or somebody. And as time has gone by, especially post-World War II, people speak of the so-called X curve, where the percentage coming from the state actually dipped below the percentage coming from tuition. And I think our crossover year was around 2002, if I'm not mistaken. And today, we probably run our enterprise with 3 tuition dollars for every 1 state dollar. Now, again, forgive me if I'm a little off. Maybe it's 2.5 to 1 or something like that. But the point is, the majority shareholder of UTD is, in fact, the tuition-paying students. The state is a junior partner. So I sometimes, liken it to the old time Yankees. You know, the state still thinks it's George Steinbrenner when it's not. You know, but they, of course, they act like the majority shareholder. Now, the state's defense, by the way, is that there's a lot of cumulative spending at our university. So there's a lot of buildings and the like, and infrastructure and prior investment. So that, you know, and that's a legitimate argument. So let's just say our friends in Austin, whether in the legislature or in the governor's office, are not shy about exerting their authority, their leadership, their vision, you know, on the public universities of the state because they feel that they own them. And so what happens is, you know, whatever the prevailing wisdom is in the legislature, or say out of the governor, or actually in Texas, the lieutenant governor plays a very significant role because the lieutenant governor is also the leader of the Senate and sets the Senate agenda. But so, you know, we all kind of have to follow along. And, you know, some of these things that I've just described don't affect the likes of, say, SMU or Rice University, two very fine private universities here in Texas. Like other privates, they, you know, they have a lot of latitude in how they go about their business. So, again, I don't want to dwell only on the challenging or negative aspects. As I say, there's a lot of tremendous advantage to being in Texas, and I've spoken to it many times as I've tried to recruit others, you know, people who might come to UTD to be a vice president, or, you know, or maybe with, you know, to assist the provost, people who might want to be a dean, you know, one of our school deans. So, and you know, we've made some great hires. You know, in fact, the collection of deans that we have today is just really quite outstanding. I'm a little biased, but I think the president's cabinet, as I left it, was also quite outstanding. So, you know, we're getting some talent, you know, to come here.
Well, we're coming close to an end, but I did want to share one thought and get your comments if you care.
Yeah.
So we've been teaching. I've been teaching online. One of the things I do is I've worked to develop my courses as individual modules on YouTube, and the students are, you know, the students are forced to watch them, take exams, and things like that. And we've been doing this with this one course, and over the last 5 years, we've noticed the engagement, because it's a lower division course. These are sort of old high school students, if you will, beginning university students.
Yeah.
Is that they weren't as engaged as we were hoping they would be. So we added a discussion group, and where everybody, it's a small class, 30 students. So two 1 hour discussion groups once a week, where we basically require that they show up, talk about something, and that's it. And we had our last one last week, and one of the students, you know, we were asking them what do they like, what do they didn't like about the class. They said one of the things that this one student liked was he liked being able to talk with professors, and he contrasted his experience in this small course, online course, with his experience in a course he was taking with 400 students online, where the professor, you know, the students were intimidated to ask questions in that setting, and where the professor was not really, let's just say, didn't give opportunities. So this is the reality. And he said that the course he took from us was remarkable because this opportunity sort of gave him a new motivation. Now, the reality of these courses are that online courses are not well suited for lower division undergraduates because they need, okay, shall we say, hold their hands held? But the best way for the university to capture a lot of tuition dollars is a large online course, and those courses are generally lower division. In contrast, the graduate student audience, those are small classes. Those are more mature individuals where they're much more aware of their responsibility in their own education than say a freshman or sophomore.
Right.
And I noticed that the encouragement for online graduate courses is much lower than the encouragement for large lower division courses. And this is a fundamental tension that the university refuses, in my opinion, to recognize, even though our new president has identified student retention as perhaps his number one concern.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to comment, but you might want to.
Well, actually, I do have a comment, and it goes back quite a distance. It starts in my time at Rochester, because it could have started earlier. In fact, if I go all the way back in my career, I've always had an affinity for non-traditional students. And this actually dates from my father. I think I told you the story that, all of his education was part-time. And so when I was an associate dean of graduate studies at Rochester, one of the key things I did was to smooth the ability of the local working engineers to be able to get a master's degree at the University of Rochester. But it was at Penn State where we saw the onset of the online teaching. And I was able to actually move forward rather quickly with some of our nuclear engineering programs, because it was a smaller group and we were a little bit lighter on our feet. But the point is, I even spoke at national meetings on this. My belief here is that when you start to go online, where you want to do it, especially if it's a whole degree program, is work at the master's level. It is uniquely situated to be successful in terms of online education, and there's several reasons for this. At the master's level, and I'm thinking back, in my case, it was as a mechanical engineer, or maybe as a dean, representing computer science, things like that. First of all, you're going to take 6, 7, 8 courses. They're all going to be pretty much in the major. You might have one, maybe a math course, something like that, but they lend themselves to being able to be put on, pushed through a computer, if you will. Now, with some exceptions, some of our chemical engineers, they need a wet lab, and it's pretty hard to do a wet lab through a computer. But the point is, the master's degree is well contained. It is essentially a year to 2 years worth of effort. There's a thesis maybe in the common area. If you go to the undergraduate side, it's a whole lot harder. First of all, that's 4 years worth of education. It's vastly broad, right? We have, all of the the core requirements, and there's things in, English and sociology and music and what have you, that you're not in control over, right? If you're a professor of mechanical engineering or a department head of mechanical engineering, it's pretty hard to kind of have the oversight over all of those other courses. And it's also eliminating things that are so valuable in an undergraduate education, which is that face-to-face interaction with fellow students, with your teachers, and so on. The doctoral degree also presents problems, because there you really need a very intimate relationship with your thesis advisor. It too is about a 4-year program. And even though it's more focused, the courses are going to be more focused, that's still a long time to go. And again, you really need that engagement. And I think back in my own studies, I benefited so much from the wisdom of my fellow doctoral students. So even though we were each doing our own thing, boy, the bowl sessions, if you will, were so valuable just to, hammer out something, think through something. And so, in my opinion, the online presentation really works best at that master's level. And so I've been making that argument ever since. I can think of cases where you can do more, but in fact, especially on the undergraduate side, it's just tough to do, say, a whole degree program. One course here and there, you bet, not a problem. But to put the whole program together is really tough.
Well, I think we're close to time, Dick.
Okay.
Is there anything you'd like to add as a, post thought, like
Closing
Yeah,
comments?
well, I'll just repeat it. I try not to do this too often, but I'm going to break my own rule. But I do want to say, whatever the tone of the comments were, Texas nets to the positive, in my opinion. So yes, we've had our share of challenges because of maybe the political environment here, but there's an awful lot that's good and robust and far-sighted that goes on in Texas, and it's certainly the most prosperous place I've ever lived. And I've lived in the outskirts of New York City and in the California Bay Area, and I've never seen anything quite like Texas. So anyway, for those who are wondering if they want to come work for UTD, the answer is yes. You should want to come work for UTD.
All right. We'll thank you very much, and I'll stop the recording here. Benson, and we're going to talk about some of the things that he enjoyed putting together while he was president at UTD. So take it away, Dick.
Thank you, Bob. I must say I'm enjoying these chats. This is kind of fun. Many times as became known that I was stepping down as president, people often ask me, what will be your greatest legacy? And I kind of had two things that stood out, but I mean, there's a third and a fourth and a fifth and a sixth, depending on how deep we want to go. But let me do, well, I'll start with biomedical engineering and science. So this is an area that has intrigued me for a long time. I even published a paper or two, on how soft contact lenses, conform to the eye. Um, and I had been part of a very successful program at the intersection of engineering and medicine when I was at Virginia Tech. And in that case, we partnered with Wake Forest University in the neighboring state of North Carolina. It was a fascinating partnership. You have two universities, one public, one private, two different states. Wake Forest had great medicine, no engineering. Virginia Tech had great engineering, no medicine, at least not at the time. Although Virginia Tech did have a vet med school, which we were also able to tap into. So in any event, we had seen great success there in the growth of biomedical engineering science. It was attracting students, and it was also the fastest growing part of our research portfolio. So roll the clock forward. I showed up here in 2016, and Virginia Tech had a rather young, it was probably only three years old at the time, Department of Bioengineering, so it was brand new. No medical school, but of course we know of a medical school. It's UT Southwestern. It's our sister school in the UT system, and I must say it's one of the great, medical schools in the country, in the world. I think they have six, maybe now seven Nobel laureates on their staff. It's amazing. And so one of the very first visits I made was to go see Dan Podolsky, who is president at UT Southwestern, and I wanted to let him know that this was an important, intersectional, area for me. I let him know about some of the success I'd seen at Virginia Tech, and let him know that it was my hope that we could really build on this. And
So
I'll
can
make
I
a long
interrupt?
story.
Can I
Yeah,
interrupt for
sure.
just a second?
Yeah.
For people that don't know what biomedical engineering means, maybe you could just summarize.
Yeah,
It
so you'll hear two phrases. Sometimes you'll hear bioengineering and biomedical engineering. And I once asked that very same question many years ago when I was trying to make a differentiation. Bioengineering is actually quite broad. I mean, you could be studying plants and things, right? Because it's biological and you're engineering. Biomedical is a little bit more narrowly focused. It's literally, more focused on medicine, applications to medicine. And not just human health. It could be animal health. It could be, it could be a lot of things. And when I say it's narrower, it's narrower in one dimension, but maybe broader in another. Some of the most interesting things going on in biomedical engineering right now are the use of things like nanotechnology to create things that don't exist in nature, where you could treat disease, through these microscopic elements that you can, inject into the body. And even things like big data, just using big data supercomputing, to discover new chemical compounds that would take too many human lifetimes, to work through. And of course, now artificial intelligence. So anyway, our department here at UTD is actually bioengineering. But very often we speak of biomedical engineering. And when I speak in the context of what we did with UT Southwestern, I'm always speaking in terms of biomedical engineering. I also like to add and science because, there's a scientific, component here that are equally important. And of course, people have seen an intersection between science and medicine, I think, probably for time immemorial. But the engineering, as I say, is interesting as we develop new techniques like nanotechnology. The engineering breakthroughs often enable then people to then find new applications, to treat disease and the like. So anyway, that's the Reader's Digest version of biomedical engineering.
Yeah, I'm looking on the
So,
website, and it's
yeah.
like amazing how many faculty we have.
Oh, yeah. And if you look at our BME department, that's not BME, is bio, bioengineering department. It was created, so I arrived in 2016, so I'm going to say it was created back around 2012, 13, 14. It's one of our newest departments and is now one of our most popular departments. So it's attracting quite a few, especially grad students, but also undergrad. I think we have one of the largest undergraduate graduation numbers in the country. And so again, it just shows how important this is, how viable it is, but also how attractive it is to students. So we've done very well, and we have great resources to back it up. So the BSB, the Bioengineering and Science Building. I was in transition as president in 2016 when we cut the ribbon on it. I wasn't yet in the job, but David Daniel was there, Hobson Wildenthal was there, I was there. But that is a great facility. The Natural Sciences and Engineering Building, NSERL, we sometimes call it the Mermaid Building.
Oh, yeah.
Because of its appearance. But again, we do a lot of bio work there, including work with animals and the like. So we have excellent resources for this. So again, for such a young university, to have these world-class facilities for research is saying something. And so this is a perfect segue. One of the things that came out of my conversation with Dan Podolsky is that, there was sort of this, I guess I called it, it's not a gentleman's agreement, just an understanding that we would invest in this. I mean, this was an area of growth that was a win-win for both parties. And it wasn't too long, maybe a few years had gone by when, we were in the perpetual need for new facilities, new buildings. And when we get time later on, there's so many different ways that you get the money for the new building. You can get it from the state, you can get it from system, you can get it through philanthropy, et cetera. And so we needed more, they needed more, and I proposed that we team up on a shared building, which would be the Biomedical Engineering and Sciences building. And it would be shared between UTD and UT Southwestern, and it'd be a true shared building. So it's not that we get 2 floors and they get 2 floors. We would put integrated research teams into those buildings. By design, we would put people who were working across the 2 universities. So I'm leaving a lot out. We first tried to get state money. We were unsuccessful. Nobody was. I mean, no one got state money that year. But UT System, in its wisdom, did give money. And I forget the exact year, but say 5, 6 years back. And it was shared. So they gave a certain amount of money to UT Southwestern and slightly more to UTD. I don't know why they didn't just do 50-50. They should have. And then the rest had to be raised through philanthropy, and which by and large we did. And there's a reason why we called the Texas Instruments Biomedical Engineering and Sciences Building, because TI made the lead gift. So with a lead gift from TI and some other sources of philanthropy, plus the UT System investment, we were then able to go forward to create this Bioengineering Sciences Building. So it may not be in the minds of a lot of people walking the campus at UTD, because it's not on our campus. It's actually on the UT Southwestern campus, their East campus, to be more precise. And But that was another major significant development. Not only did it help our existing faculty be better, but it's attracted new faculty who are attracted to the idea of working in this domain where you're one leg in engineering or science and the other in medicine. Again, it's a very popular area, especially on the graduate side. So it's doing what we wanted it to do. And again, right now, the last I checked, I no longer sitting on top of mountains of data. Our research portfolio was growing very quickly. And 2/3 of that growth was coming out of biomedical engineering and science. So, that would have played out probably regardless, right? The faculty collectively are pretty smart about such things. But as president, I was able to augment that, including, pitching the idea of a shared research facility with UT Southwestern, and of course, presenting the case first to the state, then to UT system, then to private donors. And so that's
so let me just
yeah.
interrupt. So I just went to the biomedical engineering department site and I saw the building. I really didn't pay attention to this. What year was it built and how much did it cost? How many square feet does it have? Do you have that information?
Well, if you let me poke around on my computer, it might take me a minute. Hold
Okay.
on. Let's see.
It is a remarkable thing, and you're right. I like to think that I know kind of what's going on at UTD, and this one completely escaped my radar.
Yep, and apologies for the phone ringing in the background.
I don't hear it.
You don't hear it? Oh my goodness
No,
gracious!
It's
Wow, miracle of modern technology. This is
yeah.
okay. So okay, here we go. Let's see. I'm getting closer.
It's
I have a lot
fine.
of files. Okay, here we go. We're getting close. 8th here. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, while you're finding that, I'm just looking here. They're saying in the biomedical Department of Biomedical Engineering at UTD,
Yeah.
they have 476 BS majors. This is
Yeah.
fall 2024, 47 master's students, and 100 PhD students.
Yeah.
25 tenure track faculty, and 10 that are not. So that's a good sized department for something that
Yeah.
started basically 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
Yep.
That's-
Okay, so here you go for BME, the building. I'm looking at a document I put together sometime. The font is small. So it was opened in 2023.
Wow.
Fairly recent. I mean, it takes a while. It takes several years to build.
Yeah.
So construction started, back it up 3 years, maybe in 2020.
Mhm.
And then 150,000 gross square feet.
Nice big building.
Yeah, and now all the dollar figures I'm going to give you are in half because half was shared by UT Southwestern. So our cost was 60 million. So the total cost was 120 million.
Yeah, that's a
And
nice.
out of that we had let's see, we had 90 million come from UT System. That left 30 million.
Mm-hmm.
And we fell actually a tad shy of that. I'm showing about 20 million in gifts, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
So, another 10 million, that eventually comes out of, operating revenue, at some point. At some point, you got to pay for the building.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't really borrow for that one. We've almost always borrowed for our buildings, but we didn't borrow for that
Yeah,
one.
nice.
So, yeah. So in any event, they'll give you kind of a sense of scale,
Yeah.
but also give you a sense as to, there's essentially 3 different components of funding, that are in there. So it
Yeah.
it worked out.
Yeah. No, that's nice to highlight because definitely people in the Dallas biomedical stuff would know about it, but some of us, it escaped our radar. At least one person.
Yeah, there's, and I should point out, even aside from this building, including before I arrived as president, we had activity on the UT Southwestern campus, imaging in particular. So we have some people who are very, very good at medical imaging. And to some extent, they've worked, on the UT Southwestern campus for many years. You're, of course, very familiar with the work that we do in brain health. So Sandy Chapman's
Yeah.
efforts in brain health, also almost a sister program, a related program, the Center for Vital Longevity. These programs are all located in Dallas proper, in what we might call the medical district.
Yeah.
And so, we think of UTD in the main campus in Richardson, but as I'd like to point out, especially to city leaders, but others, there's a sizable UTD presence that is not in Richardson. It is in Dallas proper, and I would say the vast majority of that is connected to biomedical engineering and science. So it's either done on the Southwestern campus or maybe right adjacent to the Southwestern campus. But this has been a vital area for us. It predates me. But again, I'll take some credit for maybe hitting the accelerator pedal a little bit, to drive it forward.
Cool.
So in any event, that's one area that I take great pride in. And by the way, it's still booming. There's just more and more good things coming out of this domain. The other big area is in the arts. In my inaugural address, I said we were going to put the A into STEM and form STEAM, right? So science, technology, engineering, and math, and the arts. A for arts. And by golly, we did it. So the tangible manifestation of that is the first building of what eventually will be 3 in a new arts and performance campus. So for those listening who know the UTD campus, it's on the south end of campus, just across the way from the Jindal School of Management. And in 2024, the fall, we cut the ribbon on the first of the 3 buildings. It's a museum, a couple of galleries, and we call it the Athenaeum. And if I have time, I'll explain that. But the first of the Athenaeum buildings, if you will, features the visual arts, and the centerpiece is the Crow Museum of Asian Art. So Crow is a family name. It's celebrated name. A family here in Dallas, and they over many years the husband and wife of the current generation collected quite an array of Asian art. And by some measures, it's considered to be the 4th most impressive or sizable collection of Asian art in the country, and the only one that's not on the East Coast or West Coast. And so that was gifted to UTD early on in my presidency. So I'm going to say maybe around 2018. Our longtime Provost Thompson Wildenthal, sadly now deceased, played a key role in helping broker that deal, where the Crow family, elected to gift that collection to UTD.
Well, if I can interject.
Yeah.
So it was one of our favorite places in Dallas is the Crow Museum downtown.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
very small museum.
Yep.
Free and very eclectic. It was just a beautiful, I'd call it a pocket museum.
Yes, and yeah,
But
it's a good
really
description.
a wonderful setting, sort of at the foot of a much larger building.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Well, so I'm delighted that you on your own discovered it, because others discovered afterwards, after it became part of UTD. And by the way, that lovely downtown gallery is still there.
Yeah.
In other words, just because we opened a sizable museum on our campus, doesn't mean that we were going to close down, this other gallery, which is downtown. In fact, what we now can do is we have sort of the main collections which are being shown on campus, but downtown we can have like a special exhibit. Like we could focus on Japanese art, right, or ancient art, of some domain. We have, collections of things like kimonos, and armor, things like that. So, I mean, we can do some very interesting things. There's a sizable, I mean, the Crow Museum is well known for its jade collection. So if we did nothing else, we could have just an extensive display of jade pieces.
Yeah,
Um,
that brings up a small sore point, which is jade is a geological material, but the
uh-huh.
way they treat it in the Crow display is purely as an artistic material, which
Yeah.
is it to me is an opportunity lost. But it's going to evolve. So hopefully there will be some point where somebody says, "Hey, maybe we ought to teach a little bit about what jade is."
Well,
But
let me say several things. As we were building the new facility on our campus, many times as I was raising money or building support, I pointed out that it isn't just a passive go to the museum place. There's classrooms there. We teach courses there. We teach students how to conserve art, and do all sorts of things. Of course, we teach them about the art itself. And this is a very important part of it. And one of the things that makes the acquisition by UTD so valuable, precious even, is that it connects very bright people with other bright people that they might not have met. So Amy Hofflin is the executive director of the Crow Museum. Her knowledge of that collection and just art in general is astounding. And in fact, I immediately took to calling her Professor Hofflin because she's as good as any that I know. And when she speaks in public, she's erudite. I mean, you really learn a lot thanks to her. But that museum now sits within UTD. So here are two really important things. So now folks like yourself have a connection to it. And by the way, it'd be the easiest thing in the world for you to pick up the phone and give Amy Hofflin a call or vice versa and explore these other dimensions, as you point out, on the pieces that they have. And this is already starting to play out. God knows we have any number of campus activities are now being held there. And even if it has nothing to do with art, for example, one of the last things I did as president was to host the presidents of all of the other schools that are in our athletic conference. And since we were new to the athletic conference, we're still in a getting to know you segment. Well, we hosted it at the Crow Museum, on campus. And let me tell you, we made quite the impact, on our fellow athletic supporting friends. But it was just a beautiful way to showcase UTD and also just to send a message that this is a different kind of university. So in any event, given what we know about the objects of the earth, I would dare say we could probably find some pretty interesting crossover research activities, in the Crow Museum.
yeah, as all of these things are, it's a matter of people meeting people. You talked about meeting with the president of UT Southwestern and how
Yeah.
important that was. And
Yes.
before that, Hobson Wildenthal and his brother, I'm
Yes.
sure, had conversations
Yes, indeed.
that got
Indeed.
this going. And it's and through my career, I've always been impressed with how important it is the people that know people, how things happen. It's not institutions knowing institutions as much. Obviously, if the people that know people are at the highest levels of those institutions, it is in a way an institution knowing an institution. But even at lower levels, it's that personal, how this person, people you know what they're going to do and what they can't do, and people you don't know those things.
Well, good observation. So, I speak as one who has stepped into an administrative role essentially on 4 occasions. The first time I was at Rochester, I'd grown up in the department. I became chair of the department. Everybody knew me. I
Yeah.
knew them. And, things went well. But my next stop was to go to Penn State, a very large, very dynamic university. And the department, I was department head, again, was very big. It eventually became, I don't know, 50 some, heading towards 60 faculty members, and God knows how many students. But the point is, I was brand new to Penn State, and in very short order, I had to get to know some of the key alumni. I had to get to know the other department heads. You call it a crash course. Now, forgive a bit of boastfulness, but I make it a point to get over that energy barrier. I make it a point to show up, meet people, introduce myself, because I know it is important. And so, with each of these steps, that the next one was Virginia Tech, a much larger playing field. I was dean, and of course UTD as president. But one of the things I discovered in the very beginning, it's a blank slate. They don't know you. You don't really know them. Of course, sometimes you can have a great guide, if you will, a Sherpa. In my case, coming here, that was Hobson Wildenthal, who knew everybody. So, with Hobson's great help, I was introduced to a great many people. And very quickly, our VP for communications also went to great lengths to make sure I met people from, say, the Dallas Morning News and others. Amanda Rocco, our VP for government relations and community engagement, made sure I was meeting, again, the political class, if you will. And of course, through development and alumni relations, Kyle Edgington, I was meeting, key graduates of the place. So, you try to build that. And with each of these stops, it was somewhere around year 2, not too terribly far out, where I actually felt like I was now an insider. They knew me. I was not having first time conversations. I was having third and fourth time conversations. And it was a very comforting thing, to actually feel like you're part of the place, and where they might even identify the place with you, right? So again, whether as dean at Virginia Tech or president here, it took me a couple years. But, at some point, I think people, understood that, I was the face of UTD at that point. By the way, they loved David Daniel, the person who came before me. He was also very successful in that regard. So it's you raise a very important point. I mean, the institution is the institution, but when you think about it, it's really defined by the people of the institution. And this will be true anywhere you go. If we think of great universities, right? If I say name a great university in your field, you might say, I don't know, I'll pick the name for you, Stanford. And if I say, why did you pick Stanford? Well, inevitably, you're going to give me the names of people, people that you admire, maybe researchers, or maybe the graduates who came out of, Stanford, were brilliant. And, but, this is, I think this is how you advance a university, is you help the people who don't know too much about you get to know about you. And you can give them all sorts of numbers and facts and figures, but ultimately they have to have an understanding of some of the key people of that university and what they're doing and what they're achieving, and also what they're giving back to the community. Why it is valuable. What they're doing.
It is an interesting conversation. The rankings of the universities. At one level, we know they're important, but at another level, we know they're ridiculous. Yes. Because when somebody talks to me, what's the best university? It's like, well, for what? If and are you talking about for an undergraduate education, or are you talking about for a PhD? And people don't seem to understand that, how one university could be extremely good for an undergraduate and a particular type of undergraduate, right? Sure. And that university would be completely unsuitable for a PhD, and that a top university might not be the best place to go for a PhD in certain fields. But this whole ranking business has so clouded. I'm not sure what word to use for it, because we know it's important, but we know it's stupid.
Well,
if you care to comment on that.
I'll just say amen, brother. I'm old enough, you're old enough to remember when U.S. News really didn't exist, as for the singular thing. It's the only thing that's of value that remains in U.S. News. is this ranking, and it just came out. In fact, I got the book right here. It just came out, and it is, it's exasperating because what you say is absolutely true. I mean, a school could be great for one individual, but not so great for another. And it depends on what you want to major in, what your extracurricular activities might be. If there might be external factors, do you need to be close to home, right? Um, 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 Frankly, how much can you pay, right? Do you have the wherewithal to pay an Ivy League tuition? It's I've had the great benefit of having attended 3 universities and worked at 4 others. That's 7 total. By the way, the 3 that I attended are among the highest ranked in the country. So Princeton undergrad is often #1 in these surveys, and Virginia and where my master's degree in Cal Berkeley are often 1 and 2, at least among the public universities. So I did okay.
Yeah.
However, when I taught, let's pick a school, Penn State, I had these wonderful kids. I mean, they were bright, they were sharp, they did wonderful things. And I had a colleague on the faculty who had actually started his career at Princeton and then was on my faculty at Penn State. And by the way, he didn't fail to get tenure. He was a research faculty member at Princeton, and then we put him on a tenure track. And he said his observation, and I would agree with this, is that Penn State maybe had a slightly longer tail, on the statistical distribution compared to Princeton, but the top end students were every bit as good and bright, and they worked hard, so I was there. I was at Rochester. I was at Virginia Tech, and now I'm at UTD. So I'm finding wonderful people everywhere, and then you get the occasional dud, the kid who doesn't work hard, or the faculty member who whatever creates mischief. But in fact, I've often gone back to my Princeton reunions and somewhat gently had to tell some of my classmates, it's okay if you didn't go here. There's some of them who think that if their kid didn't get admitted to Princeton, that life would end, and or that if they had not been admitted to Princeton, that they would be living life in the gutter somewhere. And by the way, I love Princeton. I am exceedingly grateful for the fabulous education I got there. But I also know you can go a lot of places and get a great education, and you'll be happy. I mean, you're never going to have the what if moments. If only I could have been, somewhere else. I used to joke after I got to Penn State in particular, that I had never met a disgruntled alumnus. Now, there might have been 1 or 2 out there, but I never met them. They just loved their time there. They would come back and they were just so grateful for what they got. And many of these people grew up in real blue collar, households. Penn State's a land grant university, and some of them, their parents were, I don't know, shopkeepers or what have you, and they didn't come from privilege, they didn't come from money, but they were smart and willing to work hard. And by God, that the Penn State education really catapulted them, to another level. And again, great universities do this, including, by the way, the private university, including Princeton and Harvard and Yale. But anyway, so the rankings, yeah, I wish we could get rid of them. I might have shared this in an earlier chat, but in every strategic plan I ever wrote, I refused to make a ranking be a target. So I'm an engineer. I like numbers. I like, metrics. I like to try to achieve something like get graduation rates to a certain percentage, get the time to degree to a certain level, get the research portfolio above a certain bar. But never, never, ever have you seen me say our ranking will be this on that day. I just refuse to do it. And everybody, by the way, there's about 80 schools that all claim that they're going to be in the top 10 5 years from now. So, do the math, and by the way, another reason why I don't do it is I don't like some faceless bureaucrat deciding for me what the weighting factors are. So, U.S. News can say, well, we weight this and we weight that.
Yeah.
And, well, fine, good, have at it. But I played no role in that. As you point out, Bob, one school could focus on, one area and another in another area.
Yeah.
And it would match up differently for different kids. But why am I going to let some group of people that I don't even know decide for me, what the relative importance is of, the following things? So I won't do it. And I had quite an argument with one of my advisory board members. This is back when I was at Penn State. He came out of GE, not that it matters, but he loved rankings. He was determined that we should state what our ranking was going to be and then go get it. And so I gave him all the arguments that I just gave you, but it didn't satisfy him. As far as he was concerned, rankings were everything. Now, I will say that pragmatically, unfortunately, rankings are important. Many
Yes.
Many teenagers and others are making decisions.
Yes.
And they if one school is ranked this and another school's ranked that, they go to the this instead of the that. I had one celebrated case. This is on the graduate side. So I had two new potentially doctoral students come into my department from India. They were both from India. I think the same IIT even. And so the mechanical engineering department at Penn State was in the second 10, between 11 and 20, and that would be kind of our ranking. Pretty darn good if you ask me. And by the way, the 15 or so ranked ahead of us are also really, really good. No shame in being tucked in right behind, I don't know, pick a good school, Carnegie Mellon. And so anyway, these two students came in, and I had actually secured for them very generous fellowships that were competitive within Penn State. I had to, I put them forward, and they got these fellowships. And no sooner had they arrived than they transferred to the Department of Industrial Engineering, taking their fellowships with them, the ones that I had knocked myself out to get. And meanwhile, I'm down to two graduate students that I thought I was going to have. And so they both switched to industrial engineering. And I said, well, why did you do that? They said, well, it's a top 5 program. So these are graduate rankings as opposed to undergrad. Now, mind you, there are far, far, far fewer industrial engineering departments in the country than there are mechanical engineering. Pretty much every university that has engineering is going to have mechanical engineering. Maybe a quarter of them, maybe half, I don't know, have industrial engineering. And so, I guess by percentage of all the schools that were ranked, my mechanical engineering department was ranked higher than this industrial engineering department. But yet, because the U.S. News ranking said 4 as opposed to 14, they changed their major. Now, this is just mind-boggling to me. They're making a life change here. Now, if for some reason you enjoy industrial engineering more than you enjoy mechanical, then have at it. Go do it. Follow your heart. But to do it for 10 ranking points, it's just mind blowing. So yes, pragmatically, we have to pay attention to it, and God forbid that the numbers go down. So
yeah, we're on the horns of a dilemma.
Yeah, we are. I mean, again, I'm an engineer. I'm a very pragmatic, practical kind of guy. So my philosophy may be one thing, my understanding of the reality of the environment is another. And so, yeah, we have to pay attention to it. But it's a crying shame that, we can't do better by our prospective students, in terms of, showcasing, where they might find happiness, satisfaction, reward. And by the way, the majority of students who go to college are happy with it.
Yeah.
Some aren't, some can't get over the fact that, Harvard turned them down, they never get over it. But the good news is, there's some wonderful universities in the US. In fact, here's another little tidbit. in a long career, I've seen times when people got concerned that America was losing its edge. And a classic example was in the 80s when, Japan was just running rings around us in terms of quality, of cars and cameras and things like that, computers. And people wondered, can US still keep up? And we've seen it in manufacturing. We've seen it in a lot of things. But, throughout this time, the one area where the US always stood first was in higher education. And so, you could maybe say, well, England's got some great universities, Germany has great universities, and that's true. But in terms of, standing in the international world, the US just was a shining light. It's one reason why, by the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, kids from China and India and places like that want to come here and get an education here. And so the quality of the education is great. Of course, the job prospects, at least in most years, are great. But it's one of those things that actually made me proud to be an educator. As we did this, and one reason why we were so good is it's inherently American. So we are a democratic, capitalistic society. So we don't do the top-down thing here. Every university has the freedom sort of to choose its niche, gamble, right? Try an experiment. I'm speaking of a curricular experiment, or even a research experiment, if you will, in terms of what they're going to focus on, and some will fail. But it makes for a very robust system. So, and we also know that there's vastly more than one kind of university in the US. So indeed, you can find that niche. And it's a much more robust, fast-moving, light on its feet environment than almost any other place in the world. And so there's a good reason why, for a very long time, people who really wanted, to get the best education would come to the U.S. There are young men and women in, places like Mumbai, India. They succeed in their hometown, and they earn the golden ticket, if you will, because they're so good. They can go to the U.S. They can go, to a Stanford or a Cal Berkeley or a UC Boulder or take your pick, and get that U.S. education and maybe even ultimately build a career in the U.S. So higher education in the United States has been this real beacon, I think. So with all the ups and downs and all the other crazy things that happen, where we get in trouble is if we start to really mess with our universities. I think there's some attempt to do that right now as we speak, but
this is an interesting topic.
Yeah.
We're getting close to the end of time,
Yeah.
and I wonder if we shouldn't spend some time on, when I look at the university, in my experience I think I was a pretty good teacher, but I benefited from not being told how to teach. They basically, when I showed up, they said, "Here's the course we want you to teach," and I did a terrible job the first year, but it got better.
Yeah.
And by the end, after teaching it for 40 some years, it was a pretty damn good course.
Yeah.
And at no point did anybody ever say, "You're doing it wrong, Bob." And that whereas if you compare that with the US K-12, which everybody is being told exactly what to do.
Yeah.
And the contrast between the reputation of American K-12 and American university couldn't be starker. And the real difference is, in one group, they're told the right way to do it, and the other, they're not. But let's do you have any final words you want to close today's session with?
Yeah, and I've been riffing on different tangents now, mixing my metaphor. One area, I started my career at a private university, at the University of Rochester, and like you, I was given a course. Nobody told me how to do it. And so it was entirely up to me. I had a lot of latitude. It was kind of eye-opening when I later went to Penn State as department head, and I realized that there was a little bit more constrained, in part because there were multiple sections of the same course, including sections at different campuses. And so, out of necessity, there had to be some reduction to the mean, and making sure that, some kid in Altoona wasn't seeing something completely different than, say, State College. But, the environment I was in, the good news and bad news is I I didn't have a mentor. I didn't have any help, and you get better, and so it was almost a sink or swim kind of thing. But again, it's just a different environment. The best of our teachers, and by the way, at some point you were given tenure, and you were given tenure in part because you demonstrated that you were a pretty fine teacher, in addition to being a researcher and all the other good things that you did. And those who don't master it, well, they don't get tenure. So maybe they're not going to be around for 40 years.
Well,
So
let's be frank.
yeah,
I got tenure because I satisfied the external support
yeah,
requirement, which was
yeah,
not specified but was implicit,
yeah.
and I didn't have too many complaints about my teaching. That's
It, I,
that's the way I see tenure.
well, yeah, and I guess research success comes first. Teaching success, though, is not a distant second. And I'm speaking, first of all, from many years as a department head and dean. In other words, where I was carrying the case forward. Not just my own personal experience going forward. And I've seen some cases where I had an A+ teacher and maybe a B researcher, and you can make the case. You can make the case. But I would say that for the majority of the people who make tenure, they are an A performer in research.
Yeah.
If you're not an A performer in research, then you really have to jump through some hoops to get it. But it can be done. And by the way, people think that research prowess and teaching prowess are negatively correlated. I do not believe that. I think they are
I agree
positively
with you.
correlated.
I
I
agree with
think our
you.
best researchers are almost always among our very best teachers. So
I agree with you. They're more complementary,
yeah,
except for the time, right? You have the time is not complementary, but
no,
but
that's
but
right.
the best researchers are curious, interested, engaged, and the best teachers are too.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, very true. Very true.
So
Benson, and today we're going to discuss the pros and cons of being a university president at a public university. So take it away, Dick.
Thank you, Bob. By the way, I've enjoyed these conversations a lot. So, thanks
Me
for
too.
thanks for being my buddy, throughout this. It, it was probably, oh gracious, now somewhere back around March or April. I was still president. I was in one of the faculty senate, academic senate meetings, and of course, people knew that I was getting ready to step down as president, and the search was underway. We didn't know who my successor would be, and somebody asked me, "Would you do it again?" All right, and I the short answer is yes, I would do it again. The question was somewhat loaded because people had observed that it was a tough time to be a college president, and there was some concern that maybe we might find it difficult to find a new college president, and not because of UTD, but just because across the country, it's become tough to find college presidents, people willing to do it, because the ones you want are already in great jobs, right? So they could be very happily, they could stay at home, and that was a calculus I went through back in 2016. So when I was invited to apply for the presidency of UT Dallas, there was a pretty high energy bar, as I like to point it, energy barrier. In other words, I liked my job at Virginia Tech so much, it had to be truly intriguing for me to contemplate walking away to start this new one. But the possibility of working across the whole university, which I touched on several times, really appealed. UTD's growth greatly appealed to me. It was almost singular in the country. So back in 2016, I made the decision, and I'm pleased with how it turned out. Truth be known, I think that energy bar is a little higher today than it was in 2016. So over the last decade, we've seen some real pressures put on college presidents, and they can come from any number of sources. Every university has got a board of governors or trustees or visitors, depending on where you're at. And of course, they sit in judgment of the president. In fact, the boards are often told, you have one employee, right? And it's the university president or maybe a system chancellor. And you express your satisfaction or dissatisfaction, through your evaluation of the president. They don't really want the boards micromanaging down into the university, at the dean level or the department head level or vice president level, that sort of thing. And that's good. That's just good management. But by golly, they sure as heck can express an opinion whether or not the president is doing a good job. And if you're a public university, then you've also got the state legislature that also weighs in, and maybe even the governor out of the executive branch. And so there's a lot of people, watching you. And then there's societal pressures. There are events that happen. The political pendulum can swing one way or the other. And there can be considerable pressure from some groups who make it their point to put pressure on universities or any sort of public institution to make sure that they're performing in the way that they would approve. And where it gets really tricky is that you often have a divide, especially on a political issue. So you've got one group that wants you to do it one way. I'm speaking in broad generalities. And then you've got sort of the opposite group. And there's really no middle ground per se. Whatever decisions you make will satisfy the one group, but not the other. And you could change your decision, but you just flip, who supports you and who doesn't. And so you have to understand that as you work through a job like being a college president, you are the face of the university, right? You represent the university among all the other jobs that you've got. And people are going to express their opinion about the university through the president. And, without getting into details, there's been some geopolitical pressure over the last couple of years. And, some of it was aimed sort of personally at me, not because of that I'm Richard Benson, but rather I was President Richard Benson, president of UT Dallas. And so, again, you have to understand that this comes with the territory. And sometimes it can be kind of hard. You kind of go home at night and you're feeling a little bit beat up. But, in the end, first of all, you have to understand not everybody's going to approve. And you can't make, 100% approval rate your metric, because you will surely fail if you do. And so, in any job, I should say in any university presidency, this is an inherent part of it. Some of the other jobs that lead into it, you could be provost of the university or a vice president for budget and finance or development, or you could be a dean. You've got elements of this. So when I was dean of engineering, which was a wonderfully rewarding job, there were some pressures akin to what I just described, but they were more focused, right? It would be more focused on, is the College of Engineering at Virginia Tech performing in the way that I would like, right? Some outside reviewer. It could be an alumnus, right? It could be somebody like that. But, as dean, I was spared some of that top end pressure that would be aimed at the president and maybe the provost of the university. So again, when you step into the presidency, you surely will have to deal with this. And I mean, 100% surely will have to deal with this. And so I apologize for speaking in such vague terms. I'm trying to avoid any specific, issue. But, you kind of learn quickly how to navigate it. One of the things that I found valuable, and I apologize because this is a bit of boastfulness, but as I was leaving Penn State, where I was a department head, to become the dean at Virginia Tech, and I also apologize if I've told the story before, But one of my colleagues, who was very astute, he was what I would say was in my kitchen cabinet, somebody I sought for advice many times. He said one of the things that he admired about me and my leadership is that when a hard decision had to come, I was very open in asking for advice and being open to taking advice. And he could watch me sometimes think out loud, do I do this or do I do something else? And he said it was his observation that he could watch me converge on an answer. And he liked the way that I did it, even if I settled on a decision that he did not approve of, right, or that was not his preferred choice. He appreciated the approach. And I think that, again, in any leadership role, but especially a university president, I think if you're open to hearing the different viewpoints and making clear that you're not going into any decision with your mind already made up, you truly are going to factor it in, people will cut you a lot of slack, in the end when you make the decision. Now, some won't, right? There'll be some, if you don't do what they want you to do, then they're going to be quite pissed off. But others, will accept it. And another thing that comes with this is if you have more than a few years to do it, I would hate to be judged on any 1 year in my presidency. And it's tough because when you're 1 year in, you've only got the 1 year, and 2 years in, 3 years in. But, if you can get a certain distance in 5, 6, 7 years, then you've got a body of work, if you will. And so there may be people who observe or that you have disappointed them, right? Because you've made a decision that they wished you didn't. But if they can balance that with other decisions that you've made and the way in which you've made them, then you've got a bit of a foundation, where you can continue to operate. Sometimes circumstances are tough. They don't give you good options. We all lived through COVID and all the negative consequences, including just a terrible loss of revenue. It was like a depression. Let's call it a recession. But we had to do things that we've hardly ever done in our lives, including laying off people. That was tough. And but sometimes the external circumstances are such that you have little choice, but to make some really, really tough decisions. And again, hopefully you don't have to do it, the first year in on the job. That you've got a bit of a foundation where people have a better feel for you, your management style, and the things that you value. So, that's a little vague. I'll even toss out one other thing. We didn't get into it, and it's actually difficult for me to speak of it. But at Virginia Tech, we had an episode where 32 people were killed through gun violence, which was pretty darn difficult. And so, knowing what to do next was really hard. And again, you draw on the collective resources of the people around you, but you are called upon frequently to make a decision which is very binary. You do A or you do B. You can't do half A, half B. And so, I found myself back at Virginia Tech during the aftermath of that terrible killing, having to make decisions like, do we go back into a certain building or do we go somewhere else, right? Do we try to renovate the space, reclaim the space? And there's one group that absolutely wants to be back there, and another group that can't bear to be back there, and you can't, there's no halfway measure on that sort of thing. So, you learn to deal with these challenges. The ideal part of the job is one of growth, right? So let me sort of evolve now into the positive side of the ledger, if you will. When you go into any position where you've got your hands on the levers, right? You are the leader, and it could be a department, it could be a college, and it could be a whole university, but that is terribly is not the right word, tremendously inspiring, exciting. The idea that you can move an organization again, is very, very satisfying. And I don't mean for the prestige of it. In fact, that's absolutely the wrong reason to take any leadership role. But the ability to do good, to make someplace better, and to make the lives of the people of that organization better. I think I've touched on this, but one of the continuing rewards of every job I've ever had are in the people that I played a role in their career. I might have hired them. I might have seen them get promoted. I might have helped them get, like a distinguished professorship or fellowship somewhere. And to see them thrive years after, I've moved on is just wonderfully satisfying. And every place that I've mentioned, throughout these interviews has played that role. And I look back. In fact, I made a visit back to the University of Rochester after, oh my goodness, so many years away. And I walked in, to the mechanical engineering department spaces and met with some of my old colleagues. We used to be young, but now we're old. And I cannot tell you how wonderfully satisfying that was. It was just a very sweet moment. I had hired a bunch of them, and I had played a role, and there they were, just doing great work. I can say much the same thing about Penn State and then Virginia Tech, and UTD will play that role for me going forward. And in fact, when you get a decade now, because I had, what did I have? I had 15 at Rochester, 10 at Penn State, 11 at Virginia Tech, and 9 going on 10 at UTD. You really do have an opportunity. It occurred to me as I was leaving Virginia Tech that there was hardly a person in the faculty, and we had about 370 tenure track faculty, as I recall. And I think you could probably count on one hand the number of people where I had played no role in either hiring them or getting them promoted. So maybe they were already senior distinguished professors when I got there, and they were senior distinguished professors when I left. But pretty much everybody else, at some point, I had reason to dig into their CV, see what they were doing, and then become their advocate, right? So if they're going through a promotion, now I'm referencing my time as a dean, but at some point the case would come to me. I would sit in judgment of them, but assuming it was positive, I then became their advocate. It then became my job to tell the university leadership why this person should be promoted, promoted to full professor, what have you. And you believe in it, and it's a fun job. It's a job you like to do. And when it's positive, and pretty much it always was, again, it's very, very satisfying. It's an interesting thing, if you look at my CV, it looks like Professor Richard Benson was a pretty active, productive guy up until about the year 2000, and then somehow just kind of stopped. And of course, what it means is that the single investigator role, if you will, ended there. And really, what I was doing was now serving an organization. So my achievements were the organization's achievements, and collectively the achievements of the faculty, staff, and students, in those organizations. So, if so-and-so became, won a university-wide teaching award, well, they did it, not me. However, I'm sure, I can guarantee that in the nomination package would have been a letter from me explaining why I thought so-and-so should be honored, all right? And so again, the honor goes to them, the award goes to them, but there's this very satisfying thing that's invisible to pretty much everybody else, but I know it's there. I know the role that I played, in helping see that happen. So again, it's a powerful reward. It really is. It really sustains me, and did, even when we had hard things to deal with. Pick any place, I can tell you there were days when the times were hard, but seeing my colleagues thrive, and not just my fellow faculty, but I'm including the staff and the students as well, is just a wonderful, wonderful thing. And there aren't many jobs in this world where you have that. That's something beautiful about the teaching profession, and that could even include, third grade teachers. But, you and I and others who made our lives at the university, we have this wonderful reward that we are so connected to our colleagues that, we can draw an awful lot of satisfaction from, seeing them thrive. So, that's as I say, that's a very powerful thing, and something that I love about my time, especially at UTD. And the other thing I touched on is you also can set direction. So the classic example is our work in the arts. So I know I touched on this before, but in my inauguration address, I said we were going to put the A into STEM and form STEAM. All right, so and we did it. Now it wasn't easy to do that. It took an awful lot of money to do what we did. So we started in on what will eventually be a 3-building arts district on the UTD campus, and the first building is open. We refer to this collectively as the Athenaeum. So the first building is for the visual arts, and again, I spoke on this before. It's got the Crow Museum of Asian Art. It's got the Dallas Museum of Art, has an exhibit from them. And the second building, which is underway and will be open in less than a year, is a performance hall. So we're going to have I think a 680 seat concert hall, but it's also the music building. So it isn't just the performance space; it's rehearsal space, it's offices, it's our music building. And then down the road, I don't know when it'll happen, but the plan is for a third building also in the visual arts. So we will have an arts district on this campus, which is going to be stunning. I mean, it just stunning. And again, this edges into boastfulness, for which I apologize. But if someone else had been president, maybe we wouldn't have done this, because it's the privilege of being president, right? You get to set these decisions. So another person, a perfectly fine perfectly fine president other than me, could have decided to focus on something else. But for 9 years, it was me. And, and I wanted to focus on the arts, among other things, of course. And so we worked hard at it. The money that goes into the Athenaeum, almost none of it is coming from public sources. There's a small fraction from UT System, and there's nothing from the state per se. The rest is philanthropy. So, we had to raise that money. We had to have a vision that would inspire people to invest in this. And it takes some work.
So the process of finding, articulating a vision, we want to put in the Athenaeum complex. You've got to develop that vision and then present it to a donor or donors. Do you want to talk about that process at all? Because obviously, without the donor, now you're frozen. Oh no, you're not frozen. I thought.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Okay, I thought we were having some problems. Do you want to talk about that process of you come in with or however the Athenaeum project vision came up? Because that is obviously, I can see how the bioengineering building, that's something that it would not be difficult to get the state, the system, and donors interested. But this other thing, the Athenaeum project, is kind of unusual because the state would go, you're on your own. The system might go, you're mostly on your own. So it's up to how do you articulate the vision and identify and recruit the donor? Is that something you want to talk about?
Yeah, sure. So I'm actually going to roll the clock back a little bit. I interviewed for this job, and as I got further into it, there comes a point, where the committee is going to choose among very fine people, one hopes, right?
Yeah.
People who absolutely could handle, the daily, chores of being a college president. And then it ultimately comes down to fit, and a sense that, you will do something that might sustain some area of excellence or maybe create a new one. And so a candidate for a job like university president has got to have a vision, and it can't just be generic. You really have to do some homework. You have to know something about the place. And hopefully it's the sort of thing where who's ever making the selection, ultimately, in our case, it's the Board of Regents, that they like what you're telling them, and they want to give you a shot to do this. And I spoke about this in interviews. I mean, of course, I was well known as an engineer, and sometimes that's a handicap, right? They think you're too narrow, and can you possibly, appreciate the humanities and the arts and such and such. And so I had given some thought to this, knowing that would probably be, an issue, a concern, and I wanted to be able to speak to it. So I do remember, even in the interview process, me talking about, what I might choose to do, should the job come to me. And as I point out in my in my inauguration address, I made a point of saying, we will broaden, UTD. But now, having said that, it doesn't happen then by fiat. And you make an interesting point. If I said, I want money if I went to the state and said, I want money for a new powerful research laboratory, pretty good chance they might give it to me, or at least they might give it to the university every 6 or 8 years or so. They don't do it every session. Likewise with UT system, and as I pointed out, there's not a whole lot of money in our Athenaeum that came from either the state or UT system. So it now means it has to come from essentially private sources, philanthropy. So it did take a lot of work, and it took, first of all, I had to become known by the philanthropic community of Dallas or North Texas, if you will. So that's one of the disadvantages you have when you're coming in from the outside. You're not known. Now, UTD has benefited enormously by some fabulous, wonderful donors over the years. We always think of Margaret McDermott, and of course, before that, her husband, Eugene McDermott. The O'Donnell family, right? Edith and Peter O'Donnell. And others, of course. We have schools named after the Bass family, right? For the Bass School of Arts, Humanities, and Technology. And so, one of the important things, certainly in my first year, was just getting in front of people. So I had a very good vice president for development and alumni relations, and he made a point of getting me out and about. Likewise, on the government side, this plays out differently, but Amanda Rocco, who's our VP for government relations, she was also making sure that people were meeting me and I was going to visit with them. And so I did an awful lot of that my first year. In fact, it really never abates, right? You continue to engage in stewardship, if you will. You meet with people. But at some point, you have to have a vision that resonates with them. And so the arts is a very interesting one because it tends to be a different group of people from, say, the more scientific and engineering oriented. There are some people who said, well, you raised all that money for the arts, but why don't you just give it to not the A, but the STEM, right? The STEM. We could use that money, put it into technology, put it into science. And I have to point out that the money isn't fungible. In other words, the people who gave the money for the arts, they reacted to the vision for the arts. Had I gone to them and said, I'd like money for a new chemistry building, well, they probably wouldn't have reacted to that. I would have had to gone to somebody else, for that. So the point is, you've got to meet people where they're at. So I had a vision to expand the arts at UTD, which, a little bit bold because back in 2016, yes, I was the president, but I was also the newest employee. Here I am saying we're going to make this major push into this relatively new area. But you then meet like-minded people who think that would be a good idea. And they're out there and they're generous. I mean, we benefited greatly. When it came time for us to have a capital campaign, we had 3 pillars. And two of them were the obvious ones, have a, great personnel, faculty, staff, and students, especially students. And the other major pillar was to do impactful research, right? Meaningful research. Any university putting out starting a capital campaign is going to have those two pillars. We have a third pillar, which was to expand the arts. And you won't find that many places because, again, people may choose to put their energy somewhere else. But we chose to do that. And again, it's because I was president and I got to make that a point of emphasis. It occupied a lot of my time during my 9 years. Now, I want to point out, not for the first time, I spent a lot of time on a lot of things. The expanding profile in biomedical engineering and science is another major area of activity for me. Just building the research portfolio was important. Building the physical infrastructure was really important, not just the arts buildings, but all the others that went up. ECS West, Engineering Computer Science West, the Sciences Building. We're investing in a new student union. Third building for the Jindal School of Management. I mean, a lot of time goes into securing the resources, for the physical expansion. You may recall we also had a very concerted push to grow the size of the tenure track faculty. For years, many years, the size of our tenure track faculty was flat. I mean, up 2%, down 2%, it just went sideways. But we've added, in my last 2 years, we added over 60 new tenure track faculty, and we did that by emphasizing it, by choosing to do it, and making some hard financial decisions to push the money into that area, money that we maybe could have spent somewhere else. So I just want to note for the record that we worked hard at all of sort of the conventional areas of importance to a university.
Yeah, let's get back to the Athenaeum, because that seems different than sort of business as usual.
Yeah.
And so you come in with a vision, and I imagine it was nebulous, and then you start talking to people about your vision, and you get some ideas. At some point, you have to present that vision you have to identify the big donors, and UTD fortunately does have a list of usual suspects.
Mm-hmm.
But that vision has to be fairly articulated, and there has to be a dollar sign associated with it, right? So At some point, you hand this off to an architect or somebody who says, let's do it this way. Let's build 3 buildings. The first one, I guess obviously if the Crow is one of the donors, then obviously taking their warehouse and putting it into a nicer setting is rather obvious. So maybe that's the way it started, is you could focus on the proximal target. The plan was fairly straightforward. And then other people said, well, what about the performing arts? And then whatever this third building is. So
yeah, let me touch on that. And actually, and since I do digressions, one of my other achievements, if you will, in say fundraising, was when I was dean of engineering at Virginia Tech, and we very much needed to expand the physical infrastructure. So it took me almost the whole of my deanship to get some money, which at the time we were referring to as the Signature Engineering Building. And we had to raise half of it, through philanthropy. And I'm leaving some time elements out here, but I had to find half through philanthropy. I had to get the other half from the state. And anything we didn't have had to come out of my operating budget. And, so the state was looking to see if the philanthropy was there. My main philanthropist was looking to see if I had the state support. So when I was brand new, I remember, I'm not going to give the person's name. I mean, people can look it up, but people said, your main donor, potential donor, doesn't need to be convinced that this is important or that the College of Engineering is important. He needs to be convinced that you are a good leader, a good dean, that you are worth getting behind.
Yeah.
And so I spent some time with him, and it wasn't, in the time that I spent, we probably only talked 5% about putting money into a building. 95% of the time we spoke about the future for the college. You know, what might happen, the value that we would bring to the state, you know, by the things that we wanted to achieve. In other words, we want to achieve these other things. And in this case, you know, I'm not talking about an arts building, I'm talking about an actual engineering building. But, you know, if we had that added, you know, facility, which gave us added capability, then what more could we do? And so I guess I must have convinced him that it was a good plan, because he did become our lead donor, and then in turn other donors came forward. So it was an interesting multi-step process, and sometimes you might think you're a little off topic, but again, people, especially in philanthropy, they have to be comfortable that their money is going to go to something that they will value.
Sure.
And so some of it, of course, and any major donor, nobody is a major donor on their first gift. Anybody that you would approach has given other gifts, maybe for a scholarship or an endowed chair, and so the stewardship that has followed behind is very important. You know, staying in contact, making sure that people know that when they gave you money, you used it well. You did what you said you would do, and maybe even more. And so this is a very important process, and it often plays out over multiple years and individuals. In other words, going back to my Virginia Tech time, I mean, the deans that preceded me also played a role, right, in sort of establishing the fact that the College of Engineering was an impactful, important college. And so I'm the new guy, right? So again, my potential donor didn't need to be convinced that the college was important. He needed to be convinced that I was going to keep it important, right? So coming forward now to the Athenaeum, it's very important for me to point out that the vision didn't start with me. So you'll know these names. People listening to this podcast may not know them, but Hobson Wildenthal was a long-serving provost, I think on 30 years or so, give or take. He was interim president before I arrived. He loved the performing arts. He was a season ticket holder, with the Dallas Symphony. The man just knew music inside out, and he loved it. And so he always had long wanted to build out UTD in the arts. He's considered, the principal architect that made UTD the tier 1 research intensive STEM focused university that it was. But long before I arrived as president, Hobson, wanted to do more in the arts. Another colleague is Rick Brittell, who has since passed away, as has Hobson. Rick Brittell was a one-time director of the Dallas Museum of Art. He later became the first director of our, Edith O'Donnell Institute for Art History, EODIA, as we like to call it. An utterly brilliant man. I mean, just stunningly brilliant. And of course, art history was his thing. I've just never been in the presence of somebody who was more mesmerizing. He could talk about any art, and with great knowledge. As I say, absolutely brilliant fellow. And of course, he too wanted to build out the arts. Now, his area was the visual arts, of course. Well, there's others who I'm happy to say are still alive and well. Dennis Kratz, long-serving Dean of Arts and Humanities, also has done much, especially to support music performance, at UTD. He too, wanted to see a build out in the arts at UTD. So I arrived, and again, so the vision was there. I didn't bring the vision with me, but I certainly embraced it. And I had the vision, of course, myself. It's something that appealed to me. So when we sort of make these declarations, or when I made these declarations as the brand new president, I had a cadre of people who were very happy to support it, and they put a lot of sweat equity into making it a reality. So when I talked about me being introduced to some of the donor class. Well, I can tell you, Hobson Wildenthal, made a point of introducing me to Margaret McDermott and others. So Hobson was well known in the North Texas community, and Rick Bertel, of course, had this tremendous standing in the arts world. And in fact, the Crow gift of the gift of the Crow collection of Asian art, that was pretty much Hobson. Hobson negotiated that. I mean, in the end, my name went on the document, but it was Hobson speaking with Harlan Crow, to sort of make possible this. Of course, Rick Bertel likewise was supporting this. Gaining the Crow collection was a huge step forward, because now when you talk about bricks and mortar, putting a building up, it isn't just something fanciful, or you might imagine what would go in it. We knew what would go in it. It would be the Crow Museum of Asian Art. And so it was a very powerful inducement to others to get behind that project. So again, you say, you don't create the vision just out of whole cloth. You have it, it's a priority, and you work with others who share it, and then you work really hard. You work really hard to bring others who would support that endeavor.
That's a great story, and a particularly interesting one for UTD. I think we're probably a good place to stop now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to say any last words for this time? We may or may not meet again. We can discuss that offline.
Yeah, I think I've said this before, but another question that was very common was, "What's your lasting legacy?" As president, what do you think it is? Certainly, the arts district is a big deal. Sometimes bricks and mortar can be almost more impactful than is proper, but they last a long time. Buildings last a long time. So, I called out a few. But we have other things like the alumni center, a student union that's going up, even a DART rail station, obviously the arts complex, and expansion on JSOM. And so 30, 40 years from now, those buildings are going to be there. And if you look carefully, you'll see a little plaque, maybe in the entranceway, and it'll have my name on it. And so, that's a legacy of sorts. I think what differentiates the arts buildings from the others is that they truly are different. So, we have any number of buildings that might be characterized as scientific buildings, or, administrative buildings, or classroom buildings, and so on. But the arts district, I think that's going to really stand out. 30, 40, 50 years from now, people are going to really, take note.
I'd like to amplify that comment, because UTD is increasingly known as the nerd school. Because business is a very popular major, engineering, pre-med. It's all well known for that.
Yeah.
And what this initiative in the Athenaeum did was it sort of broke that stereotype in a way that we really haven't evaluated the significance of yet. But I do think that was a step in the right direction to establish balance for the university in an interesting position as a technologically focused institution. So we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. But I think I'm going to stop the recording here. Yeah, so Dick Benson, we're going to finish up the interview, and we're going to talk about where UTD is likely to be 10 years from now. And Dick, take it away.
Well, thank you, Bob. Let me just say, with the likelihood that this is our last episode in this ongoing podcast, I want to thank you for just having the idea to do it, to have invited me. I've just enjoyed sharing thoughts with you. In fact, if I have only one regret, I wish I had become as close to you as I am now back when I first got here. You're a very interesting guy, and
Well,
I
the boundaries between the hierarchy disappear when the leader retires, right?
well,
But they're
this
very
is
much
true.
there when right? They're very much there when the
Yeah.
hierarchy is there.
In fact, I do remember at the front end when I was becoming chair of my department at Rochester. And of course, I'd grown up in that department, assistant, associate, full professor, and everybody knew me. I knew them. We'd go to lunch together. But someone said, you've got to now separate yourself. You've got to, you're their boss, at least, for 3 years, maybe 6 years. And it was an unpleasant thing to contemplate because they were my friends. I didn't really feel like their boss, but I was. I mean, I set their raises, I set their teaching assignments, and yes, a bit of a gap opens up.
Yes.
And it is nice, many decades later, where I can kind of reset and go back to just being a colleague.
Yes.
All right.
Absolutely.
And so. Well, earlier, we talked about what's ahead, and I made the observation I know much more about what lies ahead for UTD than I do for myself, and I guess it's a bit of a failing of mine. I don't often think too terribly far ahead in terms of my career, and my career effectively has ended. Now, my volunteer work though surely is not. So I'll be doing whatever I can to make myself, helpful, useful to others. And I've said many times that my role model is my wife. And again, I apologize if I've already touched on this, but my wife, who has, followed me from one town to another and one job to another, has always very quickly become a very welcome part of the community. So as I speak, she is or recently was, the chair of the advisory board to the Richardson Symphony. She is president of a Rotary chapter. She headed up the Richardson Reads program and so on. And when we were younger, she was always active with PTA. And in fact, she was often playing music with different groups. And so Leslie, my wife, is my role model. And so maybe there's a Rotary element, in my future. But we'll figure that out soon, but not right away. But about UTD, I have a pretty good idea of where UTD is going. So, if we were to look in 10-year chunks, from the start of David Daniels' presidency, or you go all the way back if you wish, but certainly from David Daniel and his 10 years, and then to me in my 9 years, what an amazing advancement we've seen. And some of this comes from the fact that this is a very young university. So there was a time when Princeton was young, when UVA was young, Cal Berkeley was young. I'm citing the schools where I went, got my education. But UTD is unlike any place that I've ever been a part of, including the places where I've worked. So that would include, Rochester, Penn State, Virginia Tech, and of course now here. And so, we're less than 60 years old. We've been advancing by leaps and bounds. I was just thinking on my own, in my own 9 years, I'm quite certain we opened more than 9 buildings, and we almost forget some of them. We had a couple of residence halls in the south end of campus, mostly for grad students. We built an esports arena, and of course, some of the major ones, the Alumni Center opened. That was pretty early on. Engineering Computer Science West opened up. The new Sciences building opened up. A Collier expansion, was executed. And of course, the Athenaeum, I'll speak a little bit more on that, and I already have, but our Arts and Performance Complex, one building opened, another is about to open. Our business school, JSOM, expanded. A third building is under construction right now. In fact, as I drove into the office for this podcast, I made a point of just looping around campus just to lay eyes on the current construction, and I must say it's coming along really nice. And forgive me if I'm repeating myself, but there's also a very important building. It's a shared building with UT Southwestern. So we have some very important work going on right now in biomedical engineering and science. And one of the things that has advanced that is that we teamed up to build a very modern, important research facility. It's actually on their campus, but it's where we have placed a good chunk of our folks who are working in biomedical engineering and science. And likewise, so have they. And as I often pointed out, it's not like they get 2 floors and we get 2 floors. These are largely integrated research efforts. So these teams are working together. And I will also point out, we were working together even before this building. But once you get a major new facility like this, it just allows you to expand, and just do so much more. You can grow the faculty, you can increase the graduate student body, increase the undergraduate student body. And so, these have been all good developments. So the ones that are outlasting me, I take some pride in having gotten them launched. Let's see, let's start with biomedical engineering sciences. I've already talked about it. That will continue to grow. This is an important area. As the engineering advances occur, and also the scientific advances, I might point out, it allows us to do new things in the world of medicine and the treatment of disease or injury that we couldn't do before. And so, we are possessed of some really great engineers and scientists, and I'm including computer scientists, by the way. We can do things now with big data and the like that were just, unheard of before. Things like new drug discovery and the like. We can do things in nanotechnology that we never could do before. In fact, I had a colleague who made an interesting point that when it comes to nanotechnology, we can create molecules and things, the subatomic level, or let's just say the atomic level, that you don't know if the thing is alive or not. In other words, you're down to atoms, and you are creating something that maybe has some use if used to treat, say, a disease and the like. So really exciting times. And of course, over at UT Southwestern, they have spectacular research capabilities, spectacular personnel. I always like to point out they have, I think it's 5, maybe 6 Nobel laureates on their staff over there. So when you take that knowledge, all the clinical data, and then you add our engineering and science, it's a pretty powerful combination. So even though UTD does not have a medical school, we can work at a very, very high level, compared to almost anybody out there, even if they have a medical school. And the barrier between us and UT Southwestern is not all that great. We're part of the same system. I've seen that work other places. I think I mentioned when I was at Virginia Tech, there was a partnership between Virginia Tech with its engineering and vet med, I might point out, and Wake Forest School of Medicine. And again, fast-growing research, attractive to students. And there you had 2 different universities, one public, one private, 2 different states, and we made it work. And here, now we have, sister schools within the same system, just, 15 miles apart in the same city. And again, enormous upside potential here. So, that's one area that I think will just continue to grow and grow and grow. The second major, thrust, and people have heard me speak to this repeatedly, but it's in the arts. So again, I said in my inauguration address that we would put the A into STEM for STEAM, and we did. So it was at the start of my 9th year, my last year, that we cut the ribbon on the first building of the Athenaeum, which will eventually be 3 buildings. And that first building, as you know, houses the Crow Museum of Asian Art, an exhibit from the Dallas Museum of Art, other exhibits from UTD that are not affiliated with the Crow. And it's just a glorious, wonderful, beautiful, very satisfying place to be. And again, I made a point of driving by it. And even the outdoor art is beautiful and just makes you feel good. And on the day we cut the ribbon for phase 1, we turned dirt, had a groundbreaking on phase 2, which is a performance hall. So the performance hall is very far along, and I'm trying to remember my numbers. I think it's a 680 seat concert hall. I did something a little goofy and selfish. I carried my trumpet over there one day on a hard hat tour, and I played a few notes of the alma mater quite badly, I might point out. But I wanted to claim that the first sound, on the stage of phase 2 of the performance hall was me and my trusty trumpet. The astronomers talk about that. Well, there is a video, but by the way, I played horribly badly. I just blatted every note. It was god awful. I'm a better player than that, but I almost think I should re-record. I can be first and second, notes. In astronomy, they speak of first light, right? The first time light, hits your lenses and maybe the camera, and so I've always had in my head there would be first notes, of the Athenaeum. Of course, there will be a more official first note. Maybe, the very first opening on the day, we go in there, it would be quite fitting if one of our wonderful a cappella, singing groups could sing the alma mater. They do it quite beautifully. I think that would be quite appropriate. Jonathan Pallant, who heads our music programs, I'm sure he's got some good ideas. And then, so that building will be finished in about a year's time. We're getting awfully close. And then there will be a third building. Now, this one is sort of in preliminary design. It goes back to the visual arts. Our friends at the Board of Regents know that it's in the works, but I haven't officially put it on the timetable. And so that will now fall to President Mogi now, and President Mogi might have different priorities. So, we'll see when he might want to advance phase 3, the third building. But that's coming, and this to me is the most significant thing that happened in my 9 years, the one that will last the longest. Now, I hasten to add that we grew the research portfolio a lot. We grew the tenure track faculty a lot. And most people would say, well, that's the most significant thing. And maybe they're right. But the point is, in terms of difference, something that made UTD different, this footprint in the arts now is really transformed UTD. So again, we were a great STEM university, and we could take great pride in that. Now we're a STEAM university, quite legitimately so. And the arts is every bit as flourishing and as, excellent as anything that we're doing in the science, technology, engineering, and math, STEM. And to me, this is the thing that, say, 50 years from now, if people wanted to look back on, the near decade of, Dick Benson's presidency, I think this is the one that'll stand out. So again, our student union will be 50 years old, right? The JSUM complex maybe will have moved to a fourth building, who knows? We'll have other things, we'll have other residence halls, but that entire arts district, right? It's an arts district, will be very significant. And it'll be a step change, not a complete step change. I mean, we did wonderful things in the arts before I got here. Especially in things like the digital arts. We've been strong in the digital arts for quite some time. But this is a big step up for us, and one that I think forever changes how people look upon UTD, both from the outside and from the inside. In other words, how we ourselves think about this university of ours, and what it might mean to us. I certainly think it's going to be a significant change in the region. So, for example, one of my running jokes is that, teenagers, middle school, high school, are never going to come to campus for a football game, but they'll come for the arts. And I've seen it already. Class trips, people come to the arts. And in fact, that Athenaeum is a marvelous facility, not just for us, but for the city of Richardson and frankly, all of North Dallas. Dallas proper has a great arts district, a fabulous arts district. But it's in some ways it's kind of remote for a lot of people. There's an awful lot of people who live kind of in the northern suburbs, and we're right smack in the middle of all of that. So a lot of the growth has been in places like, Richardson, Frisco, Plano, McKinney, and I think UTD really becomes a very important hub for them. So again, they can come for the sports if they wish. And by the way, sports at UTD is fun. We do well. We've been Division III right up until this year. That was another one of the changes, by the way. We've moved to Division II, NCAA Division II. So the level of competition has increased. We are giving some athletic scholarships for the first time in our university history. Um, but the student athletes remain wonderful people. Sometimes people think that if you're a good athlete, you don't really care about academics and the like. I've never
That's
found
Division
that
One, I think.
that is very much a Division One thing, and even Division One may be just restricted to football and basketball. Men's and women's basketball and then football. But in the years that I was at Penn State, for example, sometimes we would pop in and watch a volleyball match, and my God, they were good, but they were also getting degrees. These young ladies, young men, both men and women, we're pursuing their degrees. If you watch, say, Penn State baseball, again, they were kids that were also going to class. So now Division One is changing dramatically, as we speak, right? And now with things like the name, image, and likeness, the transfer portal. I'll be honest, I don't know how any school manages a D1 program at this point, unless you're one of the handful of schools with just unlimited money, maybe, a Michigan or Ohio State or Alabama. But golly, what do you do if you're, say, North Texas, UT Arlington? How do you hang in there? I just
Texas
don't know.
is number 25 ranked, isn't it? And Texas Tech
Well,
has
God bless them.
gone through the roof, in their football. I mean, SMU's got some issues, but Division One, I think, is a very different thing than Division Two or Three.
Well, as we were contemplating the move from Division Three to Division Two, so people on the podcast may not be as familiar, with these divisions. So Division Three, it's there's no athletic scholarships. The money levels are low. I mean, obviously you have to pay market value to get coaches and the like. But you none of these student athletes is being paid to be an athlete. Now they might get aid for academic reasons or just flat out need. Right? We give a lot of aid for need and merit. But again, there's no sort of athletic scholarship program in place, and there's certainly not, this NIL business where, in essence, you pay people. They're really becoming a professional athlete, for your university.
Yeah.
And so as we contemplated moving to D2, I was telling people, and not everyone thought it was a good idea, but we had reasons why we thought we had to do it. But I said, look, D2 is a lot closer to D3 than it is to D1. So, if there is a superstar, as using the football parlance, a 5-star, football candidate, well, they're going to go to, the likes of, Alabama and Ohio State and now Oregon, maybe Indiana of all places. But, they're not thinking D2, and they're certainly not thinking D3. And then there's the D1 is almost in 2 tiers. So you've got these major conferences that have become enormous, right? The Atlantic Coast Conference now includes my alma mater, Cal Berkeley, at Stanford. How they ended up in the Atlantic Coast Conference, go figure. But the Big Ten is enormous. The Southeastern Conference is enormous. And so, there's that group. I think it's called the Power Five conferences. I left out the Big 12. That's the other one. But then there's all the others. They're playing D1, but again, they're just not in the same league as these others. So, but here's a very arrogant thing I'm going to say about UTD as a D2 competitor. So we joined a really fine league, the Lone Star Conference. It's large. It's financially healthy. It's healthy in every respect. And I think we will be pretty strong competitors, and here's why. The student athletes, I'm using the hyphenated phrase here now, that will choose where to play. So they're not D1, they're actually D2. This is sort of where they see themselves. They can aspire to get a scholarship, an athletic scholarship. They want to play sports at a pretty high level, but they're not going to go to the NFL or the NBA or what have you when they're done. Exceedingly few people will ever jump from a D2 program into professional sports. And I'm thinking just primarily basketball, football here, but
Sure.
if you're a great field hockey player, there isn't much in terms of the professional league for field hockey. So now the next question is well, what is the best thing, the most important thing you get out of those years at your university? And it's the degree. It's the degree. So yes, you get to play sports, you get to, engage in your love, just as say a musician gets to play in the orchestra, for 4 years. But you get to do it. You might even get paid a little bit. It might help, subsidize your education. You get to compete. You form all of the bonds and friendships, with your teammates, all the good things that come from sports. And you get a degree. And the degree, which is probably going to indicate what your next job is and what your job might be, say, 30 years out. And this is where UTD shines. So again, no aspersion on any other member of our conference. I'm not going to name any names here, but you would be hard pressed to find another school that has a more prestigious degree than UT Dallas. And so, you get to come here, you play sports at a high level. You already know that you're not going, to the NBA or what have you. And so the most important thing you're going to emerge with is that degree. And I think we will be able to compete very well. Furthermore, we're in Dallas. So we're in a great place. People can come see you play. Maybe, your parents or your younger brother and so on. I think this D2 match for UTD, in Dallas is a very good move for us. So we'll see.
I can't help but comment. Normally I try not to,
Yep.
but in this case, I'm very enthusiastic about UTD being in Division II, and I'm very frightened of the temptation to try and move to Division I. And the reason for that is I just find it offensive the way that Division I sports are use resources, and I understand the value of Division I sports to the alumni, but I hope we never get in that devil's bargain where the most highly paid person by far on payroll is the football coach, and all of the nonsense that kind of business, and it is a business now. Division I, for those high groups, it is a business. It is not part of an educational, and so I find it repulsive. And there's no reason for me to say anything more other than I think I'm glad we're in Division II.
Yeah, and I've lived in actually all three divisions at this point. So I started my career at Rochester, which is D3, and then for pretty much the whole of my presidency, we were D3. But I was at Penn State and Virginia Tech. There is something of a separation between the athletics and the academics. There comes a point when people find acceptance, maybe not approval, but acceptance of the fact that the players in some of these, high-profile sports, and there's just a handful of them. Again, it's not field hockey. It's
Football and
it's not. And they're just different. That they're not going to get a degree. That they're going to only be around for a year or two. And now they're getting paid. So the coach gets paid more. Well, those players get paid more.
Yeah.
They and so it's like the university has run a professional sports league, a team in a special professional league where they slap their name on it. Now there's a lot of resources that go into this, an enormous football stadium or arena. My predecessor, Bryce Jordan, also was president at Penn State, later in his career. And, the big, fabulous basketball arena is named the Bryce Jordan Center.
Huh.
So Penn State, has invested in this incredible athletic facility. And by the way, it's more than athletics. Lots of things happen there. Concerts happen there. Graduation ceremonies happen there. There's practice courts, or you name it. But, the universities make these enormous investments sometimes if you're in another world, so, when I was at Penn State, I was department head of a very fine department, mechanical engineering. We had superb teachers, great researchers, and yet our resources sort of per capita, just couldn't compare to the athletics.
Yeah.
When I got there, I had one fellow, this is out of about 50 some, who had reached the level of distinguished professor, which is exceedingly rare at Penn State. Nobody held an endowed chair. I'm proud of the fact that when I left, there were 4 people who had endowed chairs and a few more distinguished professors. But I remember a day, and I think I already told this story, but I was in the Bryce Jordan Center, and I was in like a trophy room, like in a lobby, and they had a big image of the football team, and then they had arrows from various positions on the football team pointing to the person who had endowed that position. So there was the Kerry Collins endowed quarterback position. There was various linebacker positions that were endowed.
Insane.
So people had put up a lot of money to attach their name. They were selling football positions, right? So it's just like, you might have, the Joe Smith, memorial chair, right? In, geology, right? Well, they had the Kerry Collins endowed quarterback position. And
The
I
money
remember
went to the
just
quarterback, not any faculty member or a coach.
well, so this is what I'm thinking. Here I've got this fabulous team, these great faculty members, and again, at the time, no one held an endowed position, and we worked hard. I worked hard, to get the money to, create some of those endowments. But I'm going on too long here. But the point is, for these major big time sports, frankly, the athletics program is just its own animal.
Yeah.
And I've also been on SACS reviews of different universities. I'm never supposed to reveal where, but some of them were among these big time athletic universities. And again, they're accredited and they deserve to be accredited, but it is a lot of work to make sure that the enormous amounts of money that are flowing through athletics, is not and somehow degrading the academic enterprise. In my humble opinion, the ones who do it right actually take a little bit of a tax off those athletic revenues and push it back over to the academic side.
Yeah,
Some schools.
That's definitely the way to do it. If you have to have this demon, then at least tax him, right? Like cigarettes or alcohol.
Well, all of these places, there'll be like a club. You join the club to be able to get a 40-yard line seat at the football stadium, right? And so you pay dues, you pay annual dues. And again, I'm not going to call out names here, but there are some universities who will take that cash investment and they'll take some fraction off, maybe 10%, give it over to academics, leaving 90%, for athletics or, some, but there's others where it's 100-0, nothing crosses over.
Yeah, that's
anyway, we went D3 to D2 and don't worry about D1. We're not going there anytime soon. And no, we're not going to have a football team anytime soon. So that's not going to happen.
I want to switch gears a little bit. One of the things I'm proudest about UTD is that it's a reasonably priced education. And that is a big issue, I think, in modern America, is the fact that the middle class is priced out of really quality education. But UTD has done it differently. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I could talk at great length, but I'll try not to. So when you're a public university, so here's a little bit of mini history. Before the Civil War, there were hardly any public universities whatsoever. And there certainly weren't engineering universities. The one notable exception was West Point. And that was for military training, where, someone figured out it might be good if we had some people trained as engineers, to, essentially the Army Corps of Engineers. And then came, the land grant the creation of the land grant university. And we talked about this, right?
Yeah.
But what's important is whether you're land grant or not. I mean, just as a state university, it was at this time that the country started to invest in public universities. And the point is that there is a collective good in having that. So we are in the city of Richardson, and of course we have an impact that goes well beyond the boundaries of the city of Richardson. And so, what would Richardson be like if UTD was not here? So just in addition to the fact that you can come on campus and walk about, or take in a concert or an interesting lecture, this is an engine for prosperity. I mean, we're turning out the sorts of people that area companies want to hire. In fact, we were created for that very purpose. We do applied research. I mean, we do theoretical research as well, but a lot of it's kind of applied. And so, again, this is just sort of in our DNA, and we were created to do these things. But especially in terms of our most important output, which is educated graduates. When we were created, like most any public university, at least if you go back to, say, pick a different war, World War II, the vast majority of the expense of that education was borne by the state. So whether you were land grant or some state university, a young man or woman could come to a place like UTD. Of course, we're only 55 years old, give or take. So pick another place, UT Austin. They could go there, get an education. Now, there were limits as you go back in time. Maybe if you were African American, there was no way you're going to, be admitted to that school. If you were female, or maybe if you were Jewish, you might not get admitted. So things have improved over time. But the point is, most communities, and this may be playing out on the state level, understood that there was considerable value in having a really strong performing public university in their midst. And of course, in many states, there's more than one. You just need to look at California, up and down California, you've got the UC system, right? Berkeley and UCLA and UC San Diego, et cetera. And even at the Cal State, system out there. Go to New York, you've got the SUNY system. You can go to North Carolina. They don't call everybody North Carolina, whatever, but nevertheless, there's a strong statewide support of their public universities. In fact, when I was at Virginia, at Virginia Tech, I used to have a little trivia question. I would ask, what's the best private university in the state of Virginia? And people were hard pressed to come up with an answer. Some might say UVA. Well, that's public. They'd think William and Mary. What? That's public. I think the answer, by the way, is the University of Richmond, which is private, where my brother got his law degree. There's others. Washington and Lee is private. Et cetera. But so the state of Virginia had these great public universities. And again, in the earlier stages, most of the weighting was toward the public good. As time goes by, what happened is usually state support would drop off maybe during an economic downturn. And here's the argument for not investing from the state, which is that there's also a private good. In other words, why should the state subsidize the education of Mary Wilson? Because Mary Wilson's going to go there, get a fine degree, go get a great job, and which will pay her back many, many, many times over. Let her, she should pay for it, right? Don't ask the taxpayers, the people who are not going to have direct, value come from that. So collective value, yes, but not direct. Why ask the taxpayers to do that? Early on in my presidency, I was in Austin and I was talking to a state senator, and I'll not say who it was. He's no longer a state senator. But as I was going into my spiel about how they could support UTD, he interrupted me almost rudely to ask why Texas should have any public universities whatsoever. And he gave me the private good argument. He said, you educate these people, they go out, they get good jobs, let them pay for it. Don't ask me to pay for it. Don't ask, the taxpayers to pay for it. That was his argument. And by the way, both value streams are legit. right? God knows the private good is there, the private value and the public value as well. So in our time, and you and I are about the same age, we've watched that pendulum swing where the vast majority of the money that runs this university is in fact coming from tuition. So as a state university, our tuition is lower than if we were a private university.
Yes.
But it has risen faster than any sort of inflation index. And that is because the state has backed away, and invited us or maybe threatened us if we did it, to increase our own tuition rates. In other words, the argument is don't ask us for money. Money's tight. It's a bad year. If you need to raise tuition, what have you. Now, mind you, our friends in Austin often try to argue on both sides of the same equation. So they won't increase their support for us. At the same time, they issue an edict, a governor's edict, that we will not raise tuition. So as I speak, we went my last 4 years without raising tuition, and we're going to go 2 more years without raising tuition. Now, you know very well that the last 4 years, going on 6 years, have been a period of rather high inflation. So UTD's expenses have, raced ahead just like everybody else. But yet, in the wisdom of our state, we've had to keep our tuition flat, and we have. So it forces you to become very efficient, and I think we have. Maybe to find alternative sources. It's one reason why philanthropy is so important, while annual giving and and the like is so important. It's why research is important. The so-called soft money that comes off the research, the overhead, people charging academic year salaries to their research projects. This is a very important source. So the two primary ones are, first of all, tuition. So even a public university will have probably $2 to $3 to even $4 of tuition dollars for every state dollar that they get. The next most important piece is the state, of course. For the research powerhouses, though, the research enterprise is very important because you're charging overhead on these projects, legitimate overhead, right? For heating buildings and doing what have you. And so you can help maintain the enterprise that way. So
that's changing too, right?
That is changing too. In fact, in the current, federal government, one of the things they did is to just by edict say your overhead rate must be 15%. Now, the going rate in almost any university is 50 something percent. It might be 55, 54, 57. Yeah. But and by the way, these are validated numbers. There's always been a lot of scrutiny on the overhead rate to make sure that you weren't just, winging it, just soaking somebody. You have to really demonstrate that you have these infrastructure needs that need to be paid. We can't do the research if we don't have the research buildings, and we have to keep them heated, right? We have to keep them safe. I mean, there's a legitimate enterprise that we use. In fact, when this came about, my colleague, Dan Podolsky, who's the president at UT Southwestern, I heard him say something. He made an analogy to a restaurant. And so you could go to a nice restaurant. Let's pick a nice steak restaurant, and you order a steak and a potato and what have you. And, and then you're given the bill. But you kind of know what it costs to buy a steak at the grocery store, right? Yeah. And you might allow that the cook might have taken 20 minutes, to fry it up, right? And then you bake the potato. And so you decide, I'm only going to pay for, the cost of the steak, 20 minutes of the chef's time, a few extra pennies, for, a sprig of broccoli. And, why should I pay anything more? I'm elaborating on Dan Podolsky's wonderful story. But, the point is, you're sitting in a restaurant that is heated, that has lights, that has a working bathroom, and so that enterprise, the restaurant owner, has to be recouping that, at the point of sale, right? So there's an overhead cost to you going in And so you can't just say it's just the cost of the state. But this is, as silly as that may seem, right? As ludicrous as that may seem, our federal government was sort of saying the same thing.
Yeah.
They would just say, you bought this equipment. Okay, that's good. A certain amount of time for people. That's good, but nothing else. Ignoring the fact that, again, some of these laboratories are highly sophisticated. They might have fume hoods and the like, right?
It has changed the calculus because obviously overhead is an important motivation for a university to engage in research. Right. And as the overhead goes down, that incentive disappears. So that seems like a fundamental threat to the research university. But
yes.
But back to the students, that division between perceived public good and private good is real.
Oh yeah.
And the public sector is reevaluating the public good, but people are also reevaluating the private good because increasingly you see, and UTD seems less vulnerable than say SMU, where the tuition is close to $100,000 a year.
I know. Oh my God! Yeah.
What could I do with that money if I didn't go to university? That it seems that the private good and the public good are both being reevaluated at the same time. That the federal government is reevaluating the good of underwriting research, and those seem like the fundamental threats to any university. Perhaps UTD is more insulated because of our incredible young people pool in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, because of better ties with industry, and just because people are a little more practical at UTD and in Dallas about the reality of the value of an education that maybe some other places are a little less.
We have several home court advantages, if you will. And again, I thought hard about this even before the job was mine. Just as I was working through the interview process. One is we're located in a boom town, right? And by the way, I lived a lot of my life in the Northeast, so I know what it's like when population numbers are static or even declining, when infrastructure is sort of degrading. And I assure people who spent their whole career at Dallas is that the grass is not greener in these other places. We are very, very, very fortunate. Now, we still have to compete because someone from, let's pick a state, Oregon, can decide they would love to recruit kids out of Plano and McKinney and Frisco because they're reasonably wealthy, they're well educated, they're ready for college, and they can afford it. And people do. Again, I can speak from firsthand knowledge, especially when I was at Rochester. We used to go on the road. We used to go to major cities like, DC and New York and the like to recruit. But even so, we have a home base where the number of 18-year-olds is going up. And as you know, people are speaking of the demographic cliff. Nationwide, those numbers are going down. And this is very hard on some universities that are kind of on the edge. Another advantage is that we are STEM focused. And again, I take nothing away, from the arts and humanities. In fact, I think my biggest legacy is going to be in the arts, interestingly enough. But the fact is, we have a lot of degree programs that are very attractive both to entering freshmen, 17, 18-year-olds, as well as to employers who then want to hire the graduated 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds. And you can see it. People vote with their feet. Our two largest schools are JSOM, right? Our management school, and of course, engineering and computer science. And computer science is enormous. It has about 1 in 5 students, both undergrad and grad. It's an astonishing fraction. In fact, it's probably too large. We need some of the other programs. I don't need computer science to be smaller, but I'd like to see a few more people, again, voting with their feet, going to some of these other programs. But the point is, we have been so heavily STEM focused that if a student, you talked about the perceived value, right? The private value of the education. Well, people are going to come here for things like computer science, biomedical engineering, and the like, and or say finance and the like, management, and over in our business school. So we attract an awful lot of students, and you just see by the fractions of where people are, where the students are. So not every school is like this, right? There's a lot of schools that maybe have no engineering whatsoever, and they're going to struggle a bit to attract students because
that brings up a fourth vulnerability, and that is international students, especially graduate students. They are feeling less and less welcome all the time in the United States, and perhaps in Texas in general, specifically. And they have been critical to the growth of both the engineering school and the business school. Now, with that, I mean, we saw the impact of the Chinese no longer coming, and that was taken up by the Indian international students. Now it seems that group is also being discouraged or perceived that they're being discouraged, and that, I guess, is the fourth vulnerability that is going to be difficult to navigate, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. When I came here, Barack Obama was president, and I really want to avoid politics, but then Donald Trump came in January of 2017, and we had things like the Muslim ban, and there was a real kind of crackdown on immigrants, not just unlawful immigrants, but legal immigrants as well. And what is happening is we were sending a message to bright 21-year-olds in faraway places that if they came to the U.S., they really wouldn't be welcome here. It might even be dangerous. Sometimes we project that image, with gun violence and things like that. And but the killer was that the thing that had driven this migration in the past was job prospects. And so that's why a student from, say, Bangalore would come all the way here to get a degree, because they value the quality of that degree, but even more so, they value the prospects for a great job afterwards. And boy, does it help us that we are in Dallas, right? Again, this booming area. Companies are moving here. The employment demand is huge. So this makes us very attractive. In fact, we what's the phrase? We punch over our weight. We have a certain reputation, for quality. I mean, we're not quite considered to be MIT or Caltech or Stanford or what have you. But boy, when you then plunk us down in Dallas with the job prospects, all of a sudden, if you're that 21-year-old, we look pretty good. And we benefited enormously. This. JSOM in particular had huge numbers of both Chinese and Indian students, mostly at the grad level, but also substantial numbers at the undergraduate level, which is important for a growing university, right? A new university with, where its reputation wasn't fully formed. But in any event, starting in 2017, we saw both numbers start to plummet. And they were plummeting, with every international group. But the other numbers are so small, it didn't impact us. But we had very large numbers from India and China, and they went down, down, down. And then it got even worse because COVID hit. And then even those who wanted to come couldn't come. And so we dropped down further. And that was a lot of revenue that didn't show up, a lot. And we had to do some hard things. You may remember probably the first time in many years where we actually had an enrollment decrease. We actually had to lay some people off, to get through that. This is, again, out around fiscal year 2021 during the worst of COVID, but also the worst of the economic recession. what got interesting is that as COVID abated, the Indian students came all the way back, all the way back. Now, mind you, we'd also switched presidents. And again, I'm not playing politics here, but again, the message we were sending changed. It went back to a more traditional message, which is that we would like to have you here. Great things will happen if you come to the U.S. So we did that, and the Indian numbers just rocketed up. The Chinese numbers did not. We even then, even during the presidency of Joe Biden, we've had some real problems between our two countries, U.S. and India. And so the Chinese students, by and large, never came back. And so those numbers are, I know it's less than 20% of what it was when I got here. And by the way, this is playing out across the whole nation. It isn't just UTD. Yeah. And the Indian students, look pretty good at this point. But we're starting to have like the second wave of this thing where we let them know that we just don't care to have them be here. And what an unfortunate thing, and again, this is playing out nationally. And so I think a lot of these bright students it's not like they're just staying home in India, although they could, but they're going to places like India, England and Canada and the like. Setting their career path, in some other place. So hopefully this will also change. But those students
along
are
these lines, what is the role of the state government in convincing the federal government that the future of Texas depends largely on this influx of talent? And has it sent a clear message, do you think, or does it need to?
Well, I think I'm new to Texas. I think the state of Texas is probably not going to do anything that doesn't reinforce what the federal government is doing. Now, I'm speaking of this one. In other words, they were happy to thwart the efforts of, say, the Joe Biden administration. But I think as long as the federal government has this as part of their mantra, and I mean, it's extreme right now, right? I mean, people are getting arrested, hauled off the streets. Now, mind you, these are mostly folks from, Central and South America, but not entirely. I mean, we're shipping people, to Africa, but it's going to be tough. And these students in the past were really valuable to us. In fact, when I would speak about this, it was often prompted by a financial consideration, which is how are you going to replace those dollars? Because they're really important. By the way, if some young man or woman comes and gets a master's degree with us from, say, again, India, they're very likely paying full fare on their tuition. They're not getting a break. And it's out-of-state tuition, by the way. It's out-of-country tuition.
A lot of money.
And it generally takes 3 in-state undergraduates to equal the tuition revenue of one out-of-state, out-of-country graduate student. So sometimes when we speak of the total, enrollment number at UTD, it could be misleading. For example, our enrollment increased in a nice way this last year. I think we're back over 30,000 again. We dropped to 29 and change.
That's good.
But I think that the revenue actually dropped off, and the reason is because we lost a bunch of graduate students who couldn't come into the country or chose not to come. But we had great success growing the undergraduate population. So we are more of an undergraduate institution today than we were, say, 3, 4, 5 years ago, relatively speaking. But again, it takes 3 of those undergrads to equal the tuition revenue of one grad student. The other thing I always point out, and I want to do it now too, is it isn't just about the money. It's about the intellect and the contribution they make. So, I mean, Bob, you're towards the end of a long career, right? And what have your graduate students meant to you, right? I mean, just think of how your own career was enabled because of the wonderful people that you got to work with. It's certainly the case for me. It's been many years since I was a workaday professor, but I still have every PhD thesis that I supervised over on my bookshelf. And these are wonderful people. They've gone on to great careers. But even when they were my student and I was their mentor, there were things that I learned from them. As we would sort of together, try to tackle whatever the research project was, the doctoral dissertation work. And they're dear friends to this day. And so when you subtract those people, you sometimes don't immediately gauge what you lost, but it was an opportunity lost. Those people didn't show up. They weren't here. So yes, their tuition dollars didn't show up, but the bigger hit was their brains didn't show up, and all those good things that they do. So, we know that this is important. I hope, it won't take too terribly long where we can get back to this. And by the way, another thing I always like to point out is that many, many, many of these individuals, even if they came from some faraway place, in time they become Americans, and their kids will be born here. They'll be, natural U.S. citizens, and so they become very good colleagues again for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. So it seems we've come to a pretty natural stopping place. We've talked about the future, an optimistic future of continued growth, and we've talked about some threats. And we really don't know what the next 10 years are going to kind of contain. We don't know what 2026 it holds for us. So do you have any closing thoughts on just in general, either today's conversation or the overall conversation you'd like to close with?
Well, just again, words of gratitude. I've enjoyed doing this. Of course, everybody likes to talk about themselves, so my vanity level is as good as anybody's. By the way, college professors tend to have egos, and so it's been enjoyable for that reason. It's been enjoyable, as I mentioned at the start, to get to know you better, and this has been a very comfortable conversation or set of conversations. But I guess the other thing I would dwell on is you've caused me to look back now over really my whole life, going all the way back to my boyhood and my parents and my brothers and, my first jobs, where I went to school. And it's a very satisfying thing. I feel good about where I am in life. Again, I'm 74. If you asked a 14-year-old Dick Benson, what do you hope you might achieve?
Wouldn't that be fun to do that?
Yeah, but I think, I think I would have been ecstatic with the idea that I might someday be a college professor.
Yeah.
I can assure you that it took me quite a long time where I ever thought I might someday be an administrator, much less a college president. It's sometimes interesting to talk with my, say, Princeton roommates and classmates, because, I think they thought I was a good student. Again, I have an ego, a vanity, but the college president, I don't think they ever saw that coming. So, but it's, it's sweet. I just couldn't ask for more. Even, some days are really hard, painfully hard. But, overall, I'm a very fortunate fellow. I got to live a great life. I got to live in great places, work with great people. I've been intellectually stimulated from the beginning, just throughout. In fact, that's one of the beauties of working at a university is, you're just forever surrounded with people who their brains are just, always charging. They're always thinking in new things. And it's often delightful. So, I feel pretty good about it. And I guess now that I'm retired, really retired, it's a tad scary. I'm going to have to figure out some way of keeping a connection to this university so I can continue to reap that benefit.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well,
it's
yeah.
been a wonderful life.
Thank you a lot. And I'm going to stop recording.
Okay.
No, that was great, Dick. I didn't know what to expect.